Well, let's see here. This is the 1122, a Wingnut Radio. That's right, the Wingnut Radio out here. This is the Wingnut Radio Show. And doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of anybody out there doing any lives right now. So I decided, well, shoot, I might as well go ahead and pop a live up and see who pops in. Let's see here. There we go.
Hello, mate. I'm just setting it all up. I've just put a battery charger thing in the tablet so it don't just drop out. So it'll keep it juiced for a little while.
Right, right.
Yeah, no, the battery was pretty low on the tablet. I brought a tablet for Maria Moon. Set it all up. One day she'll more likely dig it out and start using it. Hang on, let me get rid of my voice. Fucking hell. Don't need that. Yeah. That was an interesting conversation on there.
I hear you.
Nah, Cop's all right. Been chatting to him for must be about a year now. Been chatting to Cop.
Right.
Yeah, he's all right. He allows certain subjects, but obviously when it comes down to that subject, as long as you don't say exactly what you're talking about, these certain words, then he don't mind.
Right, right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think I have figured it out. When it comes down to Andrew, if nobody pop lets him up on a panel, it'll give him no choice but to go to bed.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
that
for the
it
past
seems
couple
like.
of days, he just kept on popping up on other people's channels, and now he's just bringing up the same shit that started over at Shady's, and
Mm,
and evidently Shady fucking fell asleep with the damn stream going.
yeah, yeah. See,
I think that.
I did try to pop on Shadies, but I was respectful, like, well, because of, let me mute my voice again. So I tried to point out a few things and what have you, but I said first, is it okay to say what's been going on? And, Shady said, well, so I said, fair enough, Shady, you know what I mean? It's all fine with me. You know what I mean? But it wasn't a one-sided argument, but like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Sometimes it's better just to leave it and let it go on, let it burn itself out, and it seems hopefully it has, you know,
Oh my
but
god,
it
it's
is what
so
it is.
draining though. God damn, dude. It was
I
just like
know, I
it's
know.
so freaking draining.
Yeah, it's a bit, when you bring it into another live of what's going on that live. That's why we left, wasn't it? We ended up saying, fuck it, Cops just gone live and go over to Cops, get away from it.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's I
Hmm.
was sitting there, you know, I was over on Shady's, and then all that stuff was going on. I decided to move on. I ended up going over to damn um, Bear Britain's, and then it started over there. And then I was like, all right, well, I got tired of that. I started moving on. I found Cop was up, and I fucking went over there, and it all started over there. It
Yeah.
was like I felt like he was saying he was being followed. No, I felt like I was being followed. You know,
What?
you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
I was just, I just got down to the point where I was like, come on, man, this is like getting really draining for one. It's like I was sitting there thinking, I was like, well, if like for instance, if cop just didn't let him up on the panel, the man was already laying down. I mean, he probably would have went
Mhm.
to sleep right then and there if nobody got let up on the panel or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He
true.
just got up on panel, just want to keep on going and going, and I'm just like, come on, man. I'm so tired of it,
Hmm.
really. I just like, damn, there ain't no
Yeah.
reason for this shit.
We do worry about Andrew and everything.
Right.
We know he, I've had in-depth conversations with him. He knows he's got a drinking problem or what have you. I've said to him, well,
Well,
that's the
he's a
first
big
step,
boy. He
knowing
can
that
take
you
care of
are.
himself. He's a big
Yeah,
boy.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
But,
He's a big boy. He can make decisions for himself. You know what I
hmm.
mean? So just that's how I see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
he's
his
an adult.
babysitter. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to do any of that stuff.
Yeah,
What are
he's an
you
adult,
doing,
and that's what
popcorn?
you always got to put down to. If a person's an adult, then you can't really dictate to an adult what they should do and what they shouldn't do.
Right. Yeah. I'm just
So,
screw it. Yeah. I
hello,
just
popcorn.
yeah. Hello, popcorn. Look at
So,
that. I've already got 7 people according to this so far. That's pretty cool.
yeah, yeah.
That's
Well, I got
some.
well, the before you actually come up on the stream, I turned around and said about yourself and said, will somebody put up Anarchy TV's television's YouTube channel up? And LJ and Lynn straight away put it up. So,
Oh yeah, right on. Yeah, LJ, she is right on top of it. She's always on top of it. Uh,
yeah, LJ, yeah, she's a nice lady. She's very good for Smokey, it seems. Smokey Poi audits. I do like Smokey, he's a Welshman. And Lynn, we do come across Lynn quite a lot, don't we? She's mainly Dino's and everything. She's all right. She's another mod. So,
right.
yeah, the good people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
she calls Maria Moon her auntie, and she calls me her uncle. LJ does. But so does Cole. He calls us Uncle Ron and Auntie Maria.
Right.
Maybe because we're the only ones that talk fucking sense at times. Hello, Anne. Hello, Ian. Hope you're both well.
Yeah. Evening time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying not to keep on those same old crap damn subject. I was just trying to figure out what else there is. Just cut my.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why I kept on talking, saying, with that Christmas Day we had live, it was 3 hours of complete chilled out conversation about, I don't know, nothing political in any shape or form. That was really nice, really cool, relaxing. I think that's what we need more of as well, is just break away. Oh, so
Well,
come on,
yeah,
man.
like I said, it's like it's like some of this like this like for instance, for the past couple of days, some of this little so-called drama out here in the YouTube streets, man. It's pretty rough out here in the YouTube streets. You
Yeah.
know, but I'm just it's just draining. I just don't want. I don't really need a whole lot of drama in my life, and all that stuff. That's why I was trying to just straighten all this shit out. It's like I would pop up, Savvy, what's up? How you? I was just pop up and like, okay, listen, you know, y'all just need to stop. You know what I mean? And what drove me nuts about Andrew, that is just that he kept on dragging it, the crap from days ago back up, like
Mhm.
it's like right on in front of his, it's like right in front of his face all the time, and he wouldn't let it go. You know, it's like I don't know, man. I was just like, I don't care. You know, this crap with this chick that so may have said something or then this or whatever. I'm just like,
Mhm.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
The problem is he
yeah,
drinks and other people know
yeah,
how to get under his skin.
yeah.
So
That is one of the problems. Is that obviously he drinks, and some things he's justified on saying that they're picking on him, but a lot of times he's reading messages wrong. And this is it. When you're drunk, you know, you can read things so many different ways. But you know, it is what it is. You know, but
Shady probably fell asleep. He probably fell asleep with the stream going. Savvy.
yeah,
He probably did.
he did
Um,
try,
yeah, yeah.
but
But I don't know. Oh,
it is what it is.
yeah, it's what it is. It's YouTube world dramas.
Yep,
You
it's
know.
rough out here in these YouTube streets, man. This is rough areas,
Yeah,
man. Yeah.
yeah. Don't worry about what the real arseholes with the real problem causers and everything. Let's all fight against each other.
Get away from the
Let's,
people.
you know, let's not concentrate on the bastards who are causing it all. Let's just fight against each other. Like that shit. Yeah. Anyway, so
Independent
come on,
mini.
then. Choose
What
a
is?
topic.
How are you? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure
Uh,
yet. I mean, let's see here. I don't know. Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat? You guys got a topic that you guys want to cover, or you want us to sit there and talk about? Because I do have the link up there, so if anybody else has a topic or whatever and they want to pop up, that's cool too.
topic chocolate bars. I used to like them, but in my age and everything of losing teeth and holes in the teeth and everything, nuts getting between the gaps and in the hole bits and everything, and you know what I mean.
I'll tell you this.
They're
Now,
nice.
you know how well, as far as from what I understand, like if dogs eat chocolate, it could be like almost like poison to them. It's like supposed to. It's not
Hmm.
good for dogs to eat chocolate. I'm actually
Yeah.
kind of waiting to see if one of my dogs keels over dead anytime soon because it got into some of my and ate 2 pieces of chocolate I had sitting here in the damn house. I was so pissed, man. I happened to just like not like I was not paying attention for just a split second, and she came up here, and I had a couple of pieces of chocolate in a little baggie, and she ate them, and I didn't know it until like later on, and I'm like, oh crap. Well, now I've just got to wait and see if she keels over dead. I don't know,
Yeah.
but
I know that the chocolate is bad for Staffordshire Bull Terriers. Because my brother, many years ago, he had Staffordshire when he was living in the area where I am, and he found out that chocolate wasn't good for a Staffordshire. So I don't know if it's all dogs. I would have thought so, but I really don't know if it's all dogs or just specific types of dogs.
I don't know
But
either. And honestly,
but
man,
I
I mean,
wouldn't.
I heard it's like it depends on like for instance chocolate, like if it's actually like real chocolate or some of this
Hmm.
kind of like you know like chocolate that you get in like candy bars nowadays. It's not real chocolate. I
Hmm.
guess it depends. I don't know. Let's see here. Pineapple does belong on pizza. Well, popcorn thinks that, or no, Aunt believes that pineapple belongs on pizza. See, now I'm gonna tell you something, man. I know somebody that's from Italy, and he would be ostracized from his neighborhood if he ordered pineapple on his pizza because they just don't do that in Italy. That's like a sacrilege.
I, 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 I think I've had pineapple ham pizza, and I found pineapple goes well. with
Well,
well,
I like pineapple with, ham and
mm,
pepperoni and
yeah,
meat and all that other stuff. I like that too. But in Italy, no, that's unheard of. That
no,
ain't gonna
no,
happen.
no,
That's
no.
like blasphemy. Pineapple on
Hmm.
pizza.
You
Yeah.
know, would you put cheddar cheese in America, just standard cheddar cheese on
No,
a pizza?
on a
I very much
no,
doubt it. It's going to be a certain cheese,
no.
you know.
I don't think cheddar cheese belongs on a pizza either. You know,
No,
mozzarella. That's what I'm talking
mozzarella.
about.
Ugh, Maria Moon don't like mozzarella. Ugh, ugh. That's that.
Oh,
Is that
like,
that
well,
cheese
okay,
that
what
you
kind of
put on a
cheese?
spaghetti
I like
bolognese?
now there is some good cheeses out there. I like Gouda. Gouda's a good cheese. I like Gouda.
Is that one of the ones that have got a bit of mold in them or something?
No, a lot of times you'll find Gouda. It's like it's got like that it's like a lot of times it's wrapped in that wax. You know what I'm talking about? It's like
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
yeah.
Is it a soft cheese?
Yeah.
Sort of spongy cheese? Yeah, I think we more likely call it Edam over here. I think it has a red wax around it.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes. Yeah, also, what are those baby bells? Yeah, they're basically Edams, aren't they? Except they're baby size with the wax around them. Yeah, I must admit, I do like that cheese. I can take chunks of it and just eat it.
Yeah. I like Gouda.
She
It's
can't,
good stuff.
yeah. Maria Moon loves her cheese, but she can't eat it anymore because it brings on migraines and crystals in her eyes and a whole other stuff.
Wow.
As you get older, things just start saying no, different allergies start coming out. But I used to eat chicken when I was a kid. Fucking hell. I used to eat loads of it. Fried, roasted, I don't know, whatever way you can cook chicken. But come the late 1980s, early 90s, all of a sudden I become allergic to it. So
Right.
haven't gone back again. Same eggs. Used to love fried eggs, poached eggs, bloody, I don't know. The only thing I didn't get along with eggs on was an omelette. Couldn't stand omelettes for some reason. I don't know.
Well, what all are you putting in that omelet?
Sorry?
What all are you putting in the omelet?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. I think it's the texture of the
Oh yeah.
omelette that I didn't like. I don't know. It's something that I just didn't like about eating an omelette.
Hmm.
It looks nice. It looks really appetizing. But whenever I tried it, it was more the chewiness. I don't know, something that I just didn't like about it. But it doesn't matter now. I can't eat it. I can't eat eggs. So
Yeah.
you know, it's one of those things.
Independence talking about she likes brie. That's a good cheese too. Isn't it? Was it? Oh, look at that! I've only had 18 minutes. No, 19 minutes into a live. I've already got a Russian bot. Look at that shit.
Lovely.
Isn't that awesome? Let me go take care of that.
I'm going to say, have you got a mod or something? Yeah, I think you've got a mod in
Yeah,
there somewhere.
Independence a mod, I think, but still,
Hmm.
I'm gonna go in there and deal with that.
Brie with brown sugar. I don't know. Cheese, sugar. I don't know.
I don't know, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake's nice. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it'll go well. It's like used to eat those where you get a piece of bread and you dip it in eggs. Then you fry it both sides. French toast or something. It's called. I'm not sure if it's French toast over in America, but it's my brother-in-law from America who used to do it. Just dip the bread in the egg and then just fry it on both sides, put sugar over it. I used to like that. when I was able to eat eggs. It's like having a pancake to me, but made out of bread. What's that? Good. Good. It means that the butt's gone. So
Yeah, I went ahead and I'll see what I do. I'll time it out. I'll report it and delete it. I'll go all out on them suckers, man.
same as my brother-in-law. He made me a breakfast one day, and it was waffles, bacon, eggs. I'm not sure if sausages was on it and everything, and he put syrup, maple syrup over it.
Yeah.
And I thought, what the hell are you doing to that fry up? But bloody hell, it tastes nice. I thought, I didn't think that a combination like that with syrup on it would taste nice, but it really go well. And yeah, he said it's an American dish that he has, or whatever. But I know I found that really tasty. It's better than having ketchup or something, what I normally would put over it. Loads of vinegar or something, you know what I mean? Squished all over it. But no, this syrup.
Ketchup? Oh my
nice.
gosh, ketchup? Really? For real?
Yeah, I like
No.
my tomato sauce, mate.
That
I
is
like
not good. You're
it.
ruining it if you put ketchup on it.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Is that I thought when he put syrup on this breakfast,
Yeah.
the waffles, I suppose, were you could put a sweet on it anyway, the waffle,
Yeah.
but the combination it worked with the bacon and the eggs.
Yeah.
It worked really well. I, my brain when he was doing it, I thought, no, this can't be right. So yeah. He opened my eyes up. I tried grits once. Well, had grits a few times. Could not get along with that shit at all.
Well, I'll tell you this, when it comes down to grits, it depends on how you make it. Me personally, I put like I put Parmesan cheese and stuff like that in it, and my gosh, the way I make it, it's good. But
Oh,
like
right.
just plain grits and stuff, man, that's no. I like to put loads like Parmesan cheese in it. Uh, uh, let's see here, what else? I got a recipe for that stuff now that I think about it, where I can't remember, but I know it's like loads of Parmesan cheese is one of the biggest things for me. I love that with grits
Mm,
and
yeah,
butter.
I don't know. I think it was just plain grits then, because it was like eating grit. You know what I mean? It's just,
Hmm.
oh
Right.
no, and I got that a few times. I put on my plate. I thought, oh no, give me a potato or something. Don't give
Yeah.
me that.
Yeah. Just plain grits is. Yeah. No, I like
Hmm
to put stuff like Parmesan cheese. I like to put lots of butter and maybe a little bit of garlic in it. You know what I mean? But oh man,
hmm
I like to season it up or whatever and cheese it up. Um, but yeah. Uh, I don't know. You're making me kind of hungry now. I think about it because I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, well, shoot, I might have to make some breakfast in the morning when I get up this morning. Well, good to see everybody in here, man. Let's see here. NC girl made it over. Dirty diaper, what's up there, bud? Um, Eddie James, I'm not familiar with you, but good to see you in there.
Happy New Year to you all.
Yeah, happy new day, everybody.
So,
Um,
did the dogs get their bloody deer?
What now?
Did the dogs get deer in the end?
Yeah, yeah. I made a big pot of like 2 cups of rice and had some deer meat in it with it, and I put like green beans and carrots in there with it. So they actually ate pretty damn good, in my opinion. I mean, shoot, it was. I had because like I had to share it between all 5 dogs and stuff, man. But like I made a bunch of that. I'm gonna have to do the same thing today too, because I had to break down and swallow my pride and ask my mom to help me out with a little bit of money until like I can pay her back. But she's gonna try and um, let me borrow some money tomorrow or no Monday. Yeah, Monday, and she's gonna drive by the house and help me
Oh,
out.
nice.
So I'll use that. I'll get some dog food. I'll pay my insurance bill, and uh, and then I'll be all right. I mean, I won't be
Hmm.
stressing the money part of it anyway. But
Yeah.
I can get a big bag of dog food and stuff like that when I do that because I've asked her for so I can pay my bill and get dog food. That's the main reasons why I was like I had to break down and actually ask for a little bit of help because
Yeah.
you know
Yeah. And when you get that dog food, the dogs are going to look at you when you put it down. They're going to go, "What the fuck? You get down and eat this. We want more of that there."
yeah, probably. You never know, man. I don't know, man. I probably should like, start supplementing a little bit of that's regular dog food and then,
Hmm.
actually cooking up rice more often for them. Because I keep bags of rice. I got lots of bags of rice that I keep on hand, and so because I like Oriental food, I like Chinese food and stuff like that. So I cook a lot of like stir fry type stuff or things like that.
Mm.
So I use that rice up pretty. I get a lot of rice. I've got a lot of rice sitting on the side.
Your eyes are going to be start going in a certain way.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, no, I mean, I do. I love Oriental food, man. Um, I got I acquired a taste for it a long time ago, man. But my aunt, when she was alive, she's Korean, so when she would cook, my God, she would cook all this traditional Korean food. My God, it is so
Hmm.
good. Oh man,
Yeah.
and that's one thing I miss because when she passed on, before she passed, I really wanted to get her to hand down some of those recipes and stuff, but she was holding on to them. I mean, she held on to them to till the day she died. You know what I mean? And it kind of sucks because
Oh.
I would have loved to have some of those recipes that she used to cook, man, just so I can keep that going. And
Yeah, authentic. It's like when I was living in London and I got to know a family. This is back in the 70s when we had the influx of Pakistani immigrants that were brought over and everything. And I used to go to that area. Like I said, I'd get on with anybody, it doesn't matter where they're from or anything. I'd go into any culture. But yeah, the authentic food. You can go to a Chinese and you can get hold of a Chinese meal, but it's not authentic. You know what I mean? You're just getting westernized sort of stuff. But yeah, some of that, the spices and everything, you know what I mean? It's so nice. Even when it comes down to the simplest things like a poppadom or something like that, it's completely different to what you would buy if you went to a European uh, Indian curry house or whatever. You know what I mean?
right.
Totally different. Everything's westernized. Can't buy anything over here authentic, that's for certain. I've never been to an Italian restaurant or anything like that, but I'm sure it'll still be not authentically done. It was just mass produced normal stuff.
Yeah. Well, there's like for instance like Italian food for instance. There's this one restaurant. I mean, I don't go out to eat all that often, but there's this one restaurant. I mean, they make traditional like Italian food, and uh, they make oh man, their pizza pies. Oh my gosh, they are so good too, and they're big. I mean, me and a buddy of mine, we went over there and got like the big one, the large pizza, whatever, and we sat there and ate it. The two of us, and we still had some left over. It's like they were just huge, And boy, the strombolis and oh my gosh, those are good too. I love them things. And I'm all I
Mm.
don't know, man, but I don't go out to eat all that often. It's very rare I go out to eat. I mean, I most of the time I just can't afford it for most of the time. But um,
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're
no,
not
it's
wrong.
like, but I'm trying to get to the point where I start, I cook a lot more. You know what I mean? But it's just the only problem is I live by myself, so it's like I get lazy, when it's just like cooking for one. Um, but I got a buddy that my buddy John. He's Italian, and when he cooks a lot of stuff, and he puts a bunch of it. He freezes it, puts it in the freezer and stuff like that, and for
Hmm.
leftovers or whatever. And I just haven't gotten in the hang of doing that yet. I mean, I should, but I just tend to cook what I want to eat right then and there, and that's it. I don't really usually cook like a big pot of stuff or whatever. Um,
Yeah,
but
if it weren't for Maria Moon, I'd more than likely live on snacks. You know
well,
what I
I hear
mean?
you. Yeah, that is one thing that. Oh
Mm.
my gosh, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I see these like videos or whatever. These girls out there that doing that damn. Was it that damn booty popping or whatever that damn twerking dance and stuff. I'm like, the first thing that pops in my mind is like, well, can she cook? You know what I mean? Because I mean, honestly, man, just because she can twerk doesn't mean nothing. But if she can't cook, man, you know what I mean? I don't care. You know what I mean? I want a girl that knows how to cook. You know,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
it's hard to find people that know how to cook, especially people that know how to cook from scratch. That's
Hmm.
a big thing. It's really hard.
Yeah.
Wandering hippie, what is up there, bud? How
Hello,
are you
hippie.
doing? Yeah, good to see you out there, bud.
Happy New Year, hippie.
Yeah, happy, merry.
Happy Merry Merry. Let's see what's coming.
Yeah, we'll see.
uh, Bumblebee Tea. Hello, good morning,
Yay,
Happy New
Bumblebee,
Year
what's
also.
happening? This is awesome. I'm glad you guys are coming in, man. This is awesome.
Mm. But yeah, I think we've all this from starting from a chocolate bar called Topic.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I just couldn't think of anything else. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different things to talk about. It's just, I don't really, I don't know. Just one
yeah.
of them things, man. But I
Hmm.
was sitting there thinking about it. I've got some eggs and stuff. I might cook me some stuff up this morning when I get when it gets morning time for breakfast. I might cook me some stuff up. I'm not even sure what I'm gonna do yet, but that made me think about like omelets or I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet.
uh,
Remember
I,
topic chocolate bar. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, exactly. That's how we started on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
uh, so, what other strange foods? I wouldn't mind trying insects. I'll be honest with you.
What like
When
chocolate covered grasshoppers and stuff like that?
yes, something different. I'd definitely try a scorpion, chocolate covered scorpion, or something like that. I've seen it on TV when they have these certain programs, foods from around the world and
Yeah.
everything, and what have you. I'll definitely try. You know what I mean? I'll definitely have a go and see if it's for my
I
palate, because that's what it comes down to.
Now, I've never tried it, but I think that the best way to cook a scorpion is you fry it. You deep fry
Yeah,
it. I think that's the best way.
yeah, yeah,
Now I've
exactly.
seen these like chocolate covered grasshoppers and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I can find much better things to eat. you
Yeah, but it's
know,
just trying it,
yeah,
just
just
giving it
trying
a
it. Yeah,
go. You
yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean? Like, I tried liver, and that stuff to me is disgusting, and I've
Yeah, I
tried it more
agree.
than once. So trying one chocolate covered scorpion or something like that is nothing compared to trying to eat that a few times.
Oh
You
well,
know,
have you ever tried pig's feet
trotters, yeah, yeah, I don't
Huh,
mind. Yeah,
yeah,
pig's trotters,
or
yeah,
uh or pig's
sheep,
brains? Yeah,
pig's brains I've never tried.
yeah. There's a
Didn't
grocery
know.
store here that you can get pig's brains, pig's feet. Um, what else? There's a few other just weird stuff, you know what I mean? But I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna go to the grocery store and sit there and like, oh, I think I'm gonna have me a grasshopper today. That's not what's going on. I'm not gonna sit there and start shopping for grasshoppers, that kind of thing. I can
I don't know.
find.
I really don't know. If there was a bag of like crisps, but it's a bag of just, and you can munch on the way home or something, I'd give it a
Right?
go.
Yeah, I
You
get.
never know.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, a little bit of
yeah.
seasoning in it, that sort of thing. You never know. You never know. I'll give it a go at least once.
Yeah, I don't know who would want
Enjoy
to eat the
life.
brains there, Aunt. I don't know, but there. I mean, you can get it. You can get cans of this stuff. I mean, I've seen cans of it in the grocery store. But I live in a weird area, so stuff like that is in the grocery store. You
Well,
know.
my mum, she cooked up a rabbit stew, and Maria Moon didn't know it's a rabbit stew, but she ate it and everything. She really enjoyed it, but
Right.
she wouldn't want to have rabbit stew again. Although she liked it, she can't get over the fact that it's a bunny rabbit,
Well, see, that's
and that
like
sort of
Independent
fucked
was
her up.
talking about it. She said I had goat brains once, not knowing what it was. Older brother got the best of me. It didn't taste bad till she knew what it was. See, that's the thing.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I've heard of things like that. I haven't been in that situation, where somebody was trying to feed me something and they didn't tell me what it was, and I was like, oh, this is good. What is it? What? And,
Yeah.
like, oh
Bull's
shit.
testicles.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like a friend of mine, his daughter, um she doesn't want to ever eat deer meat because she always thinks of like the movie Bambi. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's like,
Oh,
I don't want to eat Bambi.
fuck that. I love venison.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh, nice piece of meat.
Oh, well, I have yet to try kangaroo and antelope or kudu. Or crocodile. I haven't tried any of those actually.
I'd like
That's
to. Yeah.
that's not something that you can find here in Florida. I've wondered, it's like you see all these like anaconda and like boa constrictor type snakes that end up getting loose and stuff like that down in South Florida. I was like, I wonder what would happen if somebody brought kangaroos to America. I wonder how that would work out.
See, we can buy kangaroo, alligator, and there's another meat. I can't remember what it is, but uh, it's the price that puts me off.
Right,
Uh, it's the price of the meat. It's just extortionate. You know what I mean? And let's face it, I think it's shipped over from Australia, but there again, though, since Australia has got a sort of a Chinese embargo, sort of, so they find it hard to trade out. I think. Would we? I haven't looked for kangaroo meat for quite a while, anyway. So, well, past 2 years, really. So I don't know if we're still getting it over here or not. Crocodile meat, yeah, it's just the price. It just sort of go, hang on a minute, for that little piece of meat, it's going to cost me around about £7 for that little piece of meat just for myself. It's
right.
like, when I could buy a bag of something else, for at least two people of 2 meals. I mean? It's extortionate prices. But yeah, I like venison. I really do. And that's how much she will eat. Maria Moon will eat venison. She likes it. You know what I mean? She got her head round Bambi and everything, but
Right.
she can't get her head round Thumper. for some reason. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I hear you. No, I mean, but rabbit's not too bad. I mean, yeah, I've had rabbit before.
Mhm.
It's not too bad. Venison's good. I like venison, man. It's just like, but even then, it's like all this stuff, like wild meat altogether. It's just it all depends on how you prepare it, how you cook it. Because I mean,
Mhm.
I've tried venison cooked different ways. Now there's some ways, man, it just doesn't taste right. You know what I mean? It's like the meat doesn't. It's not. I don't know. It just doesn't taste right. But then I've had some people. This the way they cook it and the way they marinate or whatever. It's just, oh my gosh, it's so good. Like
Yeah,
there was
yeah.
my cousin. What he does is he mixes, like, for instance, deer meat. He mixes uses like ranch dressing to marinate the meat, and I'm gonna tell you that's pretty darn good.
What's ranch dressing?
Ranch dressing. It's like a salad dressing, but I don't know how to explain it, what it tastes like, but it's a salad dressing. Um,
Hmm.
um, uh, just I don't know how to explain it or what it's supposed to taste like.
Is it a spicy
No, it's
dressing,
not really
or
spicy. It's not really
oh,
spicy.
I
I
suppose
have
you
no
don't
idea.
want anything to take over the venison, obviously, because it's an earthy, it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
wild animal, so you
No,
don't want to take that
no,
flavour
it
away.
doesn't. It doesn't do that, but it puts like Oh man, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like a creamy type dressing. It's not like a oil and vinegar type of thing. I'm not sure
Hmm.
how to explain it, and I'm not sure what what would be compared to over in the UK. What ranch dressing would be compared to? I have no idea.
Hmm.
Kind of
Yeah.
creamy, salt and seasoned. Yeah, salty and seasoned. Yeah, I'm not even sure how to explain it. Right
Hmm.
offhand.
If it's got eggs in it, then I can try it anyway, because mayo and everything, can't eat that obviously because it's egg, which is a bit of a pisser.
Right.
'Cause I did like mayo on a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
There you go. Garlic and
I
herb
like
cream dressing.
garlic and herbs, creamed it right. But yeah, I like freshly shot duck, pheasants,
Oh yeah.
um, what I mean, goose
Yeah.
and everything like that. And this is naturally survived in the wilderness and everything,
Yeah.
fresh.
Well, wild meat does taste a little bit better than all that damn
Oh, a
factory
lot better.
farm type stuff. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You get those industrial factory farms for like chickens or beef or whatever. It just See, that's another thing too. If like, for instance, the cow. Now if a cow is free range and it eats the grass and the flowers and all that stuff like it's supposed to, and it's living a nice happy life, you can taste the difference in the meat
Yes,
versus like a
yes.
cow that's stuffed in a damn warehouse with a bunch of other damn cows sitting there close to it, and it's not really living a happy life, and it gets fed this grain, all that stuff, all its life. The
Hmm.
meat just doesn't taste all that good. But
No.
that's what a lot of these factory farms do. You know what I mean? Same thing with
Hmm.
chickens. You can taste the difference between like a wild, or not a wild, but or at least a free range type of chicken versus like these factory farm chickens. Oh
Hmm.
man! And then on top of that, they pump them full of hormones and stuff just to make them bigger.
Yeah,
And that's no good either. You know,
yeah. It's
because
like
you're.
you have wild turkeys, don't you? Obviously, we don't.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah.
I've never tried wild turkey, but I'd definitely more likely enjoy a wild turkey.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. It was what was it last year? This is before the pups came, and it was just me and my the mother, Jazz. All right. Well, I was coming home one day, and Jazz was just sitting out there in the yard. I didn't really notice where she was at the phone at the moment, but I came home. I was pulling into the driveway, and four big ass turkeys were walking through the yard, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, where in the hell is my dog? And I'm looking around. Next thing you know, I look over and she's standing there looking at me, and I'm in the car, and I'm sitting there. She's standing there just looking at me. I'm like, what the hell? There's four turkey over there. Go grab one so we can have it for dinner. It's like you're gonna have to start earning your freaking keep here, dog. And but yeah, because I get turkey, I get deer. I mean, they walk through the property. It depends on the time of the year too, but they walk through the property all the time. And but I also for the piece that I'm sitting on, my dad's piece of property, I really don't do a lot of like mowing or yard work when it comes down to the majority part of the property, because I want to keep a lot of the bushes and stuff, up and tall. The deer and the turkey, they tend to come in and hang out in the property more because they feel safe because they got a lot more cover, a lot more
Mhm.
stuff to hide in, and that's what I like. I want them to come in, so if I ever want to, I can always I can get me a turkey or a deer because they're coming into my yard anyway. You know.
Yeah, you're a lazy hunter then.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go out. Yeah, exactly. I want them to come to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
And I
I
mean,
know. I know.
my uncle now, like all my uncle's properties, they like to keep the yard mowed. I mean, all the grass mowed down to like almost looking like a golf course. I mean, they keep it mowed like that. All right. And the animals don't really hang out there. They don't really. There's nothing for them to eat. There's nowhere for them to bed down. So they don't really go over my uncle's property. But since I don't really mow a lot of this over here, that's where they all come, is over here on this property. And
Hmm.
because wherever there's wooded and where it's just like where there's more cover for them to hang out and more move forward, more food. It's like for the deer, like what was it, about a month or two ago is when all the acorns are starting to drop off of the oak trees. Well, the deer love acorns. So, I mean, they're all over the place doing that. I mean, matter of fact, they're walking around out here at night. And I mean, every once in a while, I don't know if you hear 'em, but every once in a while you hear my dogs out there barking. That's what they're barking at. They're barking at deer walking around out there in the dark out there out there on the property.
Hmm.
And or deer or squirrels or raccoons or possums, something's out there walking around, and that's what's getting them out there barking all the time. I'll have like my mama dog, man, she'll sit out there and bark for like 5 hours freaking straight. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't know what the hell she's barking at. I don't see anything. I can sit there and get out there with a big ass flashlight and I can't see a damn thing. I don't know what the hell she's barking at. But and evidently there it's like it's animals, one of the, some animal out there. What is it? What
Oh.
is it?
Have you ever tried raccoon then?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How is
I've
it?
also I've also tried possum. There's a town that's not that far away. It's called Wausau, up here, and every year they've got a possum festival. All right, they have a festival. Just nothing about. It's all about possums, and man, people will cook these things up in all kinds of different dishes and stuff like that. It's not the best meat. It's kind of a greasy meat. Hey, what's up, Mike? What's going on? How you doing there, bud? And but I've tried that. I've also tried raccoon. But like I said, I mean, even that raccoon, it's kind of a greasy meat also. It depends on how you cook it and how you prepare it. Um, so
Mm,
what was it?
yeah,
We're not allowed to hunt with a crossbow in this country. Ant, where you in the UK? Where you at, Ant?
yeah,
Yeah, he's in the
yeah.
UK.
I think he's UK. Yeah, he
Yeah.
is UK. Yeah, yeah, because they've taken the. We're not allowed to because they made sure that there was a good reason not for us to have a crossbow. A planted story to have
Yeah.
us. Yeah,
I'm telling you, man. I think that I didn't see it, but that's the first thing that pops in my mind is they manufactured that whole scenario just so they can try and put that legislation in and
Yeah.
outlaw them things. It's just another step. It's another cut. Death by a thousand cuts. It's another cut. Do you see what
Hmm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Soon
It's
it'll
kind of like
be. Go on.
go, no, I was no. Go ahead. I get into a moment where I start rambling, so you're gonna have to cut me off there,
No, I do that
Ron.
as well, mate. You go ahead. I do that stuff as well. No, you finish off what you're saying.
Yeah, see, Ant says, I think the law is coming soon for that crossbow to ban them.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
so
know, man. I
everybody
guess if
out
you got
there,
if everybody in the UK or in Europe or whatever, you let that happen, yeah, I guess it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? I mean,
so
seriously.
what happens if you already own a crossbow by the time they make it against the law to have a crossbow? That's something.
Well then, like let's say that law gets passed or whatever, and it goes in effect on midnight that night. Well, at
Hmm.
11:59, you're good. But once it turns for midnight, you are now in trouble. I
Mm.
mean, honestly, it's all crap. I mean, where they think they can outlaw anything, or ban anything. You know what I mean? And then on the top of that, the government just gives them immunity from anything else. You know what I mean? It gives them exemptions from that kind of shit. It's like, okay, well, everybody in this country can not is now banned to have a crossbow. Well, but we, the government, have given ourselves an exemption to that. You know what I mean? That's how they'll play it.
So surely they would. I don't know if you had to have a. If you had a crossbow, did you have to have a license to possess a crossbow? I really don't know. I know you had to have a license for a shotgun, a gun, but I don't know if you had to have a license for a crossbow. So would they turn it into that sort of thing that you have to have a license for it? If you have to have a license for it, then I'm more likely to buy a few.
Well,
If
I'll
it,
tell you this. I know it's a big deal when it comes down to like in Germany, it's a big deal. I don't.
hmm.
I think certain when it comes down to certain because there's a guy I know that lives in Austria or Germany or whatever. But he uh, he makes like slingshots and stuff like that, and he's made a couple of them that are actually pretty damn close to a crossbow. All right, and if he had changed a little bit, it would be in within the law of a crossbow. So it would be illegal, that kind of thing. It depends on how deadly it is and what now. I mean, I don't know what it is in the UK when it comes down to it. I mean, let's see, what is it?
See,
Uh,
I don't know what the accuracy distance there is in a crossbow.
Depends on
Uh,
how. I mean, it depends on like like how many foot pounds per you know feet or whatever it is. Like for instance, the one I have. Um, let's see here, probably I don't know, 30 or maybe 20, 30 yards maybe is probably about you know where you're okay, and you get a little bit more than that. I think that's where you're starting to really push it. Um,
yeah.
I mean, I,
See,
I can I can get I can get pretty good distance away from something and still be on target. But
mm,
it becomes harder because the further away you get, the higher up you have to aim. So you get that arch
mhm,
where it just comes in like it's supposed to. But
yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I
I'll have to
haven't
look
actually.
into it.
Go ahead.
I was just saying I'll have to, just saying I'll have to look into it and get
Yeah,
one. I keep on saying, but I
yeah,
think I need to buy some.
yeah. Feet per second. That's what it is. It's like it depends on the
Hmm.
feet per second. Um,
Mm.
and I've got a pretty decent one now. Me personally, I've got a crossbow. I've got a regular recurve bow. I've also got a compound bow, and
What's
I've
that
yet to go
recall?
a recurve.
Yeah.
A recurve bow is the one. It's the old fashioned bow. It's just like without the pulleys on it. You know what I'm
Right.
talking about? You know how like a compound bow has got the big pulleys on it.
No.
Oh shit. Well, I might have to dig these motherfuckers out so I can show you or something. But
So
yeah,
all I
like
know
a
is
huh?
crossbow and longbow. That's all I really
Yeah. Oh,
know.
okay. A recurve bow is kind of like a long bow. All right.
Hmm.
But a like a compound bow is kind of like how a crossbow is with the pulleys. You know what I mean? It's got the little pulleys on both ends of the bow.
Right.
I don't know how to explain it otherwise. Um, but a recurve is kind of like a longbow. It's just a longbow is just a longer bow altogether. You know what I mean?
All right.
It's longer in length.
Oh. Because I couldn't get in with longbow with my situation. I couldn't be able to use, but a crossbow, then yeah, I'll be able to use a crossbow. Or you have to dig out that other one, recon bow, whatever it's called. Yeah, you have to dig that out one day and let's have a look.
A recurve.
What?
Yeah. Hold on one second. If you hold on one second, let me see if I can. I've got it somewhere. I just got to dig it out. Hold on one second. One second.
Yeah, and which one would you prefer as a distance and accuracy? That's the other thing I'd like to know between the two. And would we be allowed to own each sword in this country? Or at the moment, would be allowed to own each sword in this country? That's the problem, because they're going to take that away from us. Oh, they're taking everything fucking away from us. Shit, you can't even own a knife that's longer than a 3-inch blade.
All right.
Otherwise,
Well,
you're deadly.
let's see here. Now this is an older one, but this is my compound bow.
Right, I'm going to see in this delay because obviously I'm going to see it on the TV screen because I can just bigger picture, easier for my eyes.
All right. Anyway, this is my this is a compound bow. Okay. If you see the difference, all right. Now, like a regular like a long bow, it doesn't have these pulleys on it. All right. Like a recurve is just like a longbow without the pulleys. You know what I mean?
Right,
This is what they call a compound bow. All right. With these pulleys, it just compounds the amount of feet per second.
gotcha. Yes,
All right. But yeah, this is an older model that I have, but
right.
it's a good one. It works fine. And but I don't know. I can't remember exactly where I put my damn recurve. It's somewhere around here. Hold on one second.
See, see that sort of thing I wouldn't be able to, like a longbow or anything like that, I wouldn't be able to use. But a crossbow,
I did I show you that crossbow
definitely.
that I have? Did I have you seen that one
No,
that
I've
I?
never seen a crossbow. No.
Okay, hold on one second.
Yeah, so crossbow would be better for me to use. More likely get a lot more distance with that pound, what I can't remember the pronunciation of it. More likely get a lot better distance with that one than what you would with a crossbow. But yeah, must get one. I've been talking about it for quite a while because we do have some really nice plants that I know of by rivers, which I could dip the tips in just for that extra little punch in the tip.
All right. Let me see here. If you can see that.
Right.
This is my crossbow. It's a Barnett,
Oh, nice.
and this is let's see here. I can't remember how many foot pounds this sucker is, but this is a good one, man. Um, the only thing that I need to do some upgrading on is I need to upgrade the scope, and that's about it, really. Other than that, this is an older one, but it's a good one. It works fine. I have yet to go hunting with this yet. I haven't done any hunting with this yet, but I've done a lot of target shooting and stuff like that. But I enjoy it. The only thing about a crossbow is if you happen to get one, and I don't know when it comes down to your shoulders and stuff. See this thing, I haven't gotten one for it, but they got these little cranks that you can put on it, where you can crank up the bowstring, so you don't have to do it
Right.
by hand. Now, if you do, I would suggest um, getting the one that where you can put a crank on it, because otherwise, the way I got to do it, I got this like string, and that'll pull back the string and all that stuff, and that can get pretty hard. It's like my shoulders is not as what they used to be either. But that's the reason why I got the crossbow anyway, because I had another recurve
Gotcha.
bow that it was just too hard to pull it back. My shoulder is not like it used to be ever since I got in that motorcycle wreck. I
Mhm.
can't really do it anymore. So I needed
Yeah,
something.
I've seen the ones with the crank. Is it underneath it, which is like the old style, what we would call a pellet rifle, where you have a
Right.
crank underneath it, and that would pull the string back, the strings
Yeah.
or whatever back, and then lock them in there. Then you just put the bow into the slot and everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
all right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You got my email, haven't you? Drop over a few makes, and I'll have a look and see what ones are available in this country. If not, I suppose I could pay and get it shipped over from America or something.
Hold
Because I
on.
think it's time to get something like that while I'm still allowed to. I've got a lot of fields outside my house, a lot of fucking fields. Walk out my front door and I'm already in a fucking field. So,
Ian, I'm not sure right offhand. I can't remember, um, like how many pounds it is. I can't remember right offhand. Um, but yeah. But I'll tell you, man, when it comes down to archery, you know, it's when it's especially if you're hunting, um, it's so much quieter. You know what I mean? I can go out here and take a deer down with a bow or my crossbow or something like that, and nobody knows I did it. You know, versus like if I went out there with a gun and tried to shoot a deer or something like that. It's like once I shoot that gun, everybody knows that I'm out there, and then also all the other animals know I'm out there too. You know what I mean? That's one thing about archery. It's like it's so quiet, you know. But the other thing is too, you have to kind of be closer to your game, and then I don't know. I don't mind. I actually I enjoy stalking, so I go out there and I'll stalk these suckers down. I don't sit
hmm
in a tree stand. I don't like sitting in a tree stand. I get so bored. I can't do it. I like to go walk around the woods and just try and scare something up, or find something and stalk it. That's what I do.
mm.
And
No, definitely. So how much that kit that you've got, the crossbow, how much in US dollars is that?
shit. Let's see here. I'm guessing. I mean, that particular bow. I want to say. Um, I don't know, probably like $200 or $300, something like that. I don't know. I didn't pay any money for the one I have. I actually did some trading, and that's how I
Right.
got it. I see. I had another recurve. Not a recurve. It was a compound bow, another compound bow, and it was brand new. The only thing is like the way I had it set up. It was a lot of poundage. So the way I had it set up, when I first got it, this is before I got in my motorcycle wreck, I could pull that thing back just easy. But since I got in that motorcycle wreck, my shoulder is not as good as it used to be, so I couldn't even pull the damn bow back. So I was like, all right, I want a crossbow. So I actually, found somebody that had that thing, and they were willing to trade me. So I just traded that bow for that bow, basically. And
Hmm.
but I want to say for a pretty decent, and that's a Barnett. That's a pretty good brand name. Um, for something about like that, I think you're probably around $200 or $300, maybe. You know what I mean? And that's
Hmm.
and that's with all the stuff. Not just the bow. You think about like the scope that you might put on it, maybe some bolts, the arrows, and then whatever else, accessories and stuff. It can get up there, and you know, depending on how much you want to spend. Um, but it also depends on how serious you are about it too. I mean, like for instance, if you're doing it to go hunting, you kind of want pretty damn good stuff, man. Something that's gonna last you, something that reliable. Um,
So
now,
what would your opinion be on a carbon fiber?
the what now?
Carbon fiber.
What about it?
The material, would it be like, so if I was looking at them and you'll have this make, that make from certain materials and everything,
Yeah.
which material would you recommend it was made out of?
Oh well,
Because
I'm pretty sure it is carbon fiber. The bow itself is
carbon
carbon. I'm
fiber.
pretty sure it's carbon fiber.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, on
that's
the
what I mean.
crossbow anyway. On the crossbow, I want to say I want to say it is. I don't know for sure. I want to say it's carbon fiber. Um, but um, but my recurve bow, that's wood.
Hmm.
It's a wooden one. But it's old. It's an old one. The same thing with that compound bow that I got too. It's old. So the limbs on it, I think it's wood, but the rest of it is kind of like a metal almost, or like a pot metal or something. It's an
Hmm.
old one, so it's actually, because it's so old. It's just like nowadays the newer ones, it's made of like instead of like a pot metal or something like that, it's made of like aluminum or something like that. So it's so much lighter. The one I've
Hmm.
got, it's actually pretty heavy, just as it is. Hold on, I'm trying to keep up with the chat. It's moving pretty fast. It's amazing. There's 13 people in here already. That's crazy. um,
Because I know carbon fiber can be light, very,
yeah,
very light, and
yeah,
for carrying it around, in a bag where you can buy the bags for them and everything. You just put them in the bag and you can carry it around, so it ain't exposed, as if you're walking around with a bow in your hand. So
right.
if it's something light and everything, that'll be pretty cool. Because Maria Moon, like 2 years ago, I've always wanted a gun. I've always wanted a gun. She says, "Oh, never have a gun and everything." And now she's saying, "I want a machine gun."
Yeah.
Yeah, I want a fucking gun. She's saying.
Yeah, I was over when I was over on when I was over there over on Shady's. Crinkle was over there, and we were talking about guns for some reason. And he was like asking me if I owned a machine gun, and I don't know if he knows what a machine gun is, but a machine gun is an automatic weapon. All right.
Hmm.
Now, majority of people do not have a machine gun. You can get a license, but it's
Semi-automatic.
pretty damn expensive to get a license for automatic weapons.
Hmm.
They were at one time banned for a while, but that didn't really do anything. They banned it, but it didn't really stop anybody. So now they just put a big ass price tag on the permit to get one. You
Hmm.
can get one, it's just freaking expensive. Um, but all the guns that I have are all semi-automatic, and
Semi-automatics, yeah.
yeah, semi-automatic. It just like a regular machine gun or automatic weapons. So if I pull that trigger one time, automatic weapon will just keep on firing. It will just ba 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 ba, just pulling the trigger
Hmm.
one time. Now
Yeah.
semi-automatic, I pull one time, one bullet, one
One
time, one
bullet.
bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I definitely go for is a semi-automatic. Why waste a whole load of bullets when you can do it in one go?
well, yeah,
uh, but I ain't gonna buy myself a semi-automatic. I'm going to buy myself a crossbow, not a semi-automatic. Just letting you, whoever may be listening, a crossbow. Because you never know who's listening.
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But yeah, I'm going to have to look into buying a crossbow. And I will look for one of those where you said the crank one, because
Yeah,
that'll
I
make it
actually
a lot
I can
easier.
get one for mine, but it's like an accessory. I have to
Hmm.
buy it separate or whatever. But it's a little crank that will actually attach to the butt stock of it, where I could just it'll have like these hooks that'll come out of it, and it'll hook onto the string, and you just crank it up, and that's how you cock the crossbow. And it's so easy. I mean, when it comes down to it, um, you don't have to stress about it. It's not that it's so easy to do. And they've got these cranks now. Then some of the newer ones, they're silent. They are absolutely quiet. On some of the older ones, they always had like a ratcheting sound as you're cranking it. So like when you're trying to cock the bow, you sit there cranking, and you got that ratcheting sound. It's like anything around it has just heard you. You know what I mean? But the newer ones now, they are like silent, whisper silent, and it's so nice. Um, that's what's it's really nice when it comes down to hunting, so you don't have to scare all the damn game away. Because like especially turkeys. Turkeys, well, for instance, turkeys, they got extremely good eyesight. I mean, them suckers, man, them suckers got extremely good eyesight. So any kind of movement or any kind of like that, they will see you and take off. All right.
Hmm.
And deer, they got extremely good ears. Them suckers, if they hear you, they'll take off. Or
Yeah.
smell, if they smell you. If they smell you or hear you, they'll take off. You know.
Oh, I just want to say thank you for that link on the guy with crossbows. Thank you very much. I did just subscribe.
Wait a
Just
minute.
thought I'd let people
What are
know
you
that
talking about?
they put up a link for me. Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? Go out and hunt some deers and some stuff. uh,
Have you ever?
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
well, have you been hunting before? Have you ever been hunting before?
um, no, I
Okay.
haven't. I've been out. I've been out with huntsmen, um, but I've never actually done it myself. I understand uh, stalking and everything. I'm a very patient person on that. You know what I mean? So if I was out hunting, I know not to go crashing around and all this sort of shit and what have you. I would just see. I do a lot of river fishing, lake fishing, things like that. So,
Right.
so I do a lot of patient stalking and things like this right beside the river edge. So you
Yeah.
use your eyes and everything for what may be moving and what have you. So being a river fisherman and lake fisherman, you have to be very, very patient. So I know I've got the patience there. Um, it just will have to basically adjust my mind to more be aware of the countryside and what may be moving in, in a further view range and things like that. Is there something there? And blah blah blah. I'll soon get the hang of it. I live in the countryside. I know not to go crashing around. Uh, I will walk through things that people would more likely go, I'm not walking through that shit, but I would walk through that shit. You know what I mean? Things that are higher than me, things that will sting you, and fuck knows, I'll walk through that. If I want to get somewhere, I'll do it. Um, yeah, but it'd be enjoyable. I find it enjoyable. So I've never done it, but about time I started teaching myself.
Right.
It's something I definitely look into. And also a fishery which I used to work at, they also have a archery facility and clay pigeon shooting and all that shit. So I could go up there and try out some target shooting, a few things there, get a few lessons going if I wanted to. Or, like I said, I live, walk out front of my door and I've got fields, so I could just go somewhere, disappear, and find a target anyway. You know what I mean? Tree, or put one up for myself and just work it out from there. So it wouldn't be too hard. Just patience and stalkiness. I understand all that technique. And like I said, I used to do beating. So you know what I mean? So I used to hang around people with guns and, you know, never owned a firearms license. I don't know if I'll be allowed a firearms license. I don't know. I'll have to find out. Oh, hello? Hello? Am I gone or are you gone? Oh, I'm talking to myself at the moment, I think. Well, hello, everybody out there. Thank you for the link, like I said. I'm not sure where Wingnut has gone. Uh,
What?
oh, you're back.
Yeah, I was listening. I just was in the other room real quick, but I was listening.
Ah, right. I thought I crashed or something.
Uh-uh.
Yeah. But yeah, I've never done hunting before myself, personally, apart from when it comes down to things in water. Those are the only things I've hunted down and laid traps for and been very, very patient about, because you have to be patient on that one.
So wait a
But
minute.
I have always been interested in real hunting land creatures.
Well, it's yeah. I mean, it can be relaxing, can be fun, and fishing's okay too. It's on the same lines, but
Hmm.
you know, um, but I don't know. Hold on, I'm actually doing something at the same time. Sorry about that.
I know areas where deers do congregate. I do know the areas and everything like that. So about, I don't know, half a mile from me, there's some lovely deer areas where you can go do some hunting around the area. And that isn't on people's property either, which they'll go to. So, at least I don't think it's on anybody's property. I don't think so. Be good if a farmer come out with me. All I've got is a bloody shotgun and they got a hunting rifle. Get off my land. Oh, well, I fucking lost now, haven't I?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see no sign. I don't give a fuck if you didn't see no sign. You're on my property.
Right.
This is
Well,
it.
I mean, that is one thing that is a kind of a big deal in a way. I mean, there's people that that sneak out here on our property out here to hunt, and I've caught people out here before. It's, it's yeah, it's not really a good deal. I mean, I don't really like people coming on our property and hunting
Uh-huh.
unless they've got
Yeah,
permission. Other than that, I mean, that's just basic trespassing and stuff. And then on top of that, it's like I don't want anybody hunting the animals on my fucking property,
exactly. Exactly.
Um, and then it's like there's a couple of ponds back there that my uncle's got on his piece, and there's fish and stuff like that in there too. But like I don't really do a lot of fishing in there, but me and a couple of my cousins, it's about the only ones that ever fish in there. Um, but like I said, on the back side of the property out there in the woods and stuff, um, I've caught people out there that set up a damn deer stand, is out there hunting and stuff. I walked up on them. And,
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I wouldn't want to go on people's property. Trying to think where I could go. There's a lot of bloody areas and now not.
well, I mean, you can always
Yeah.
ask people too. I mean, if
Mhm.
somebody's got a piece of property or something like that, the landowner, you can probably ask them. You never know. They might not care if you go out there and hunt it on their property. Who knows? I mean, it
Yeah.
depends. Um,
Mhm.
I've actually there's a couple of pieces of property that they're family friends. They're not related to us or anything. They just happen to be friends of our family, and they'll let us go out there and hunt on their piece. They got a nice piece over there that um, they also got some spots out there that they've actually um, kind of prepared for deer. To kind of like they'll plant stuff just for deer to eat. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And they'll set up a blind, and you can sit out there. But they'll let us go out there on their piece. But it's just a matter of just talking to the people. You never know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly when it comes down over there, like how much hunting actually gets done. I mean, I know you guys have, shooting quail and birds and ducks and stuff like that. But when it comes down to like hunting deer and, I mean, hell, I don't know. Is there a whole lot of deer over there? I mean, there's probably very little
Um,
deer.
we have a lot of muntjacs, a hell of a lot of muntjacs.
Oh yeah,
But when it comes down to deer, I know the area, an area where they do graze a lot and everything, and the woodland area and what have you, because that's where used to do the beating and what have you
yeah,
for the people. But yeah, there's a few other areas about 15 mile away, which is good for deer. You get them running across the road, so there's loads of them around another area, but it is all private land. I know all the areas which I'm talking about are all private land. But yeah, I'll just ask. One of the areas I used to, I, if they're still the same owners, I did get to know, so I could ask them if they wouldn't mind, if they remember me. So yeah, just go there, try it, see what they say and everything, or I'll just have to poach. Ain't easy to poach from a fucking deer though, is it? Ain't exactly easy to put over your shoulder and walk it, I don't know how far to the road.
right.
Phone a
Yeah,
taxi up and say, taxi, can you come pick me up and put my
yeah,
stuff back?
exactly.
No, people.
Oh man.
But yeah, we got loads of muntjacs and everything. Um, I've never tried muntjac. Few people I've talked to in chat before have eaten muntjac. I don't know what they taste like or anything. I know a few people have spoken, talked about hunting muntjacs down because we got an abundance of them. That's for certain. They come onto the estates and everything. The muntjacs do. You know, they come well into the bloody towns and what have you, like the foxes and things like that.
Right. Yeah, see, that's something I haven't done. Is I mean, it's rare to see a fox around here. I mean,
Hmm.
there was one time, man, I had my dog in the house. I had the door closed and everything. All right. And I'm just sitting here, just kind of like I was messing on the radio, whatever, da 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 da. She was just laying down. Next thing you know, she gets up. She doesn't make a sound. She just gets up and starts staring.
Staring at what? Hello? I think your sound's gone again.
Did the sound go out on me again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
All right. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, okay. Anyway, well, I was sitting there. I had my dogs just sitting there inside the house. All right, and I'm just kind of sitting on the radio, just doing whatever. And next thing you know, she just gets up and starts staring at the door with her ears perked up and everything. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And I open up the door, and I mean, I don't know how far it is. It's probably about, I don't know, about 50 or 60 yards away. There's a fox just walking across the yard. All right. And she heard that damn fox walking across grass inside the house with the door shut. All right. But that was like, it's very rare I see a fox. Very rare. I mean, I
Where
see,
we are, we hear them, but we don't see them.
right,
But if we go into the closest town, which we're close to, and yeah, people see foxes and everything. The closest thing we've seen is a muntjac that's got close enough outside our front door. So
right.
yeah, if you go in the towns and everything, like London's got loads of foxes in London, the actual city itself, loads of the damn things.
They just run around and getting in people's garbage cans.
Yeah, well, Independent Free Press. He lives in London, and he sits on his balcony sometimes, and he sees foxes running up and down the street and everything. And Deanology, he was in London one time, and this is broad daylight, and this loads of people around. There's this fox running around, and this is in broad daylight. So he filmed it.
Hmm.
So yeah, the foxes have become very domesticated, it seems, for the inner cities and what have you. But for us, we hear them, but we don't see them.
All right.
Hear them a lot. It's like only seeing one muntjac outside our building.
What exactly is a
But
monkjack? What exactly is that?
it's a very small deer.
Oh, okay,
They're,
okay, okay.
yeah, they're very small. Stand about, I don't know, maybe 2 foot, 3 foot in height.
Okay.
Let me think now. Let me
That
think.
kind of reminds me of the what we call a key deer down on like South Florida, down towards Key West and stuff, down in the Keys down there.
Uh-huh.
The deer down there are real small. Well, hell, in Florida, period, they're real small. But
Hmm.
down south, down toward the islands, down like Key West and all that stuff, they got really tiny deer. It's probably about the same type of thing that you're talking about.
Hmm. Yeah, they're really. The deer was outside your front door, Ron. Yeah, yeah, it scared somebody as they went out our front door, and there was only a muntjac, and yeah, it freaked somebody out as they went out our front door. But we're used to them when we're out in the fields and everything. This person just hadn't been in the area where we live and come across something like that at night time.
All right.
But yeah, it just come to my front door one day and thought, oh, but normally, yeah, don't really see them. Too much noise.
Bones Mama loudly silenced. She's like, wanting to know about how bad is it getting over there in the UK. She was asking Aunt, but yeah, but that's some of the subjects we've been talking about there, Bones Mama. Some of the subjects
Um,
we've
yeah,
been
that's the
talking
only
about.
thing we can do is
Yeah,
collect rainwater at the moment, where Wingnuts told us that they're trying to make you not be able to collect rainwater. They haven't
yeah.
started that one
There's
yet.
some, like I said, there's some cities, man, around the country that they made it to where, yeah, it's against the statutes to collect rainwater. Um,
Well, I'll put it this way: the closest town to us, and it's a small town, is about 2 mile, I think, 2 miles away from us. Village is about the village to us is about 15-minute walk to us, and it's literally is. It's got one pub, one shop, and for some reason a hair salon,
Yeah, Independence is like
and that's it.
All of Oregon, the state of Oregon, it's illegal to collect rainwater. I know that's like, yeah, I know there's a bunch of different other cities and stuff like that, or areas that are like that too, but it is ridiculous. The government or the state does not own fucking rain. You know, that's just it's infuriating that they think they can do that.
Yeah, but the town that's closest to us is a very small town as well. You know, I think it's got 3 supermarkets, loads of betting shops, loads of uh, coffee shops, loads of what they call charity shops,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's basically it in this, yeah, in the town that we're close to.
Bones Mama, where are you at? I mean, you were talking about what time it was, so I'm assuming you're over on the East Coast, somewhere over here in America. I'm assuming. Where are you at? You
Who are you talking to?
one of Bones Mama in the chat.
Oh,
She's
right,
in, oh, you're
Michigan.
in Michigan. Okay, right on.
My own mind, anyway.
It's too damn cold up there for me.
Oh, it's fantastic. When it all started, all the shit started and everything, and we'll be walking through the village, and normally it's a through road to main roads, bypass roads, whatever you want to call them, and we wouldn't see a car, and it was like walking in the countryside because you didn't have to walk on the path. That was a good part of it, I must admit, because everybody else was locking themselves up indoors, and we didn't even know. This is how knowledgeable we were at the start. We knew there was shit going on, but we treated it as normal. We'd go out because they brought in something where you was only allowed out for an hour, yeah, a day for exercise. But we'd go out and we'd be outside for hours, mainly because we live in the countryside. So, you know what I mean? So walk out the front door, we'd walk across fields unless we wanted to walk into the village because the shop there was still open. So if we wanted a bottle of water or something while we're out walking, then we'd just pop into the village and buy a bottle of water or a sandwich or something. So, but yeah, but when we'd hit the village road, just walk in the middle of the road. Nobody was driving around. It was beautiful. The
Right,
animals were coming out then.
right.
Saw loads of animals. Uh, yeah, but obviously the worst thing about it though was we would go out and we wouldn't see a person walking in the countryside and what have you. But as soon as lockdown occurred, you would see a whole load of people. All of a sudden, the countryside didn't exist until lockdown occurred. And then they found out, oh, there's countryside around here. We'll go for a walk out there. So then we'd find these bloody nappies all over the place, the face shields just strewn all over the place on the countryside. Why would they be carrying one of those things in the countryside? I do not know. I do not understand it.
Right.
Crazy people out there.
Yeah.
But yeah. You still there?
Yeah, I'm just reading the chat while you're talking.
Oh,
I'm trying to keep up with it.
oh.
My bad. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep up with it.
But that was the good side of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But then after about a month, people started to find the countryside, and then it became a bit of a pain because we couldn't just get away from everybody, you know. Just one of those things. But now the lockdown stopped, and then people decided there was no more countryside, which was rather nice. They started going other places or driving around in their cars like they normally do.
Right.
So
Well, it's like what was it? Oh crap. Um. Oh man, I can't remember his damn name now. But anyway, was it? We were talking about that lockdown in London, or was it London? Or no, it was in Wales. Um. The Gosh, I can't remember his damn name now. But he was out there filming all that stuff out there for that lockdown or whatever that was supposed to happen in Wales or whatever.
oh yeah, they're in lockdown at the moment, aren't they?
I
Forgot
think
about
so.
that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, they brought it in just before the new year, and I think
Right.
Scotland did as well.
Huh?
Yeah, and Scotland did as well.
Oh
They
yeah.
locked down as well. All
Gregory's
over a
in the
bloody
house.
cold. All over a fucking cold. They went into lockdown. How crazy can some people be?
Yeah.
I don't think
Greg.
many people are going to take any notice of it this time. Surely not.
I don't know, man. I mean, honestly, if everybody keeps on complying with lockdowns and crap like that, they'll continue doing it. They'll keep on doing it. You know what I mean? If they did a lockdown and everybody said screw that and just started, kept on living their lives like normal, what are they going to do? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? What are they going to do?
yeah. That's it. Can't do fucking shit unless they got the masses behind them.
No. Exactly. So if the masses were just saying screw that, we're not going to be stay locked down in our houses and we're just going to keep on doing what we're doing, you know? I mean, what are they going
Yeah,
to do?
yeah, exactly. It's,
That's what gets me. It's
the,
like, but when what's his name? God, I can't remember his name, but he went out filming, and it was like a goddamn ghost town. I was like, and that was out in
mhm.
Wales, and I was like, golly, that just shows you right there is like how many people are actually just sitting at home.
Have many people taken much notice, Ian? Because he's in Wales. He'll be able to say if people are actually taking notice this time or not. And this is it. If you don't comply, it's like my mum. I turned around and she said, "Well, what can you do about it?" I said, "Just say fucking no." And
Yeah.
I thought, what a question to ask me. All you have to do is say no.
All
There's
right.
nothing we can do about it. Yes, there fucking is. Just say no, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. With just basically disobedience, or civil disobedience. I mean, that's a loaded word there too, because that implies that we're supposed to be obedient. You know what I mean? So no, I'm not.
Oh,
Anyway,
there you go. There's the news from here. Majority of sheep, unfortunately, there you go. They're abiding. Yeah.
rustic survivor. You said I'll say close to me, about 4.5 hours north of me. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Panama City, down here in the Panhandle of Florida. That's where I'm at. Um, and
Me
that
too, then, the
that's a new
guys.
one. I'm gonna have to look up. I'm not really. I don't know if I'm subscribed to Rustic Survivor or not. I'll have to look into that for a second.
Protesters get kicked in the head.
Oh, I am.
Uh,
I am subscribed to him. Okay, okay, cool. I wasn't sure. I'm subscribed to so many damn people, man. I forget how many, who I subscribe to sometimes.
yeah, you're telling me. Oh, Resistance GB. Yeah, somebody said about that earlier on,
What's
but I
that?
haven't watched it yet. Resistance GB, a protester got kicked in the head by uh, the lovely and honest and peaceful and very unbiased police officers that we have in the United Kingdom who
Right.
abide by the law. Those people. It's like when auditors, and I do stick with, I do follow the auditing scene and everything, and I keep on saying it to them, what happens to you and what happens to a protester, believe me, you have it easier. Because protesters don't get the chance to say, oh, here's any paperwork. They don't stand in front of you and say, what are you doing here? Um, uh, and all this crap and talk to you first. With a protester, it's kick in the head, a baton, or a knee in the face, or an elbow in the face, and everything, just for walking down the road and saying no to the thing in your arm, no to, I don't know, doing something to kids. No, if you say no to something, then you're going to get a baton across your head. That's how it seems to me. That's the world we're starting to be living in. When you're out there protesting about all your rights, that's a no-no. You're going to get a kick in the head, and that ain't from a hooligan. Well, they are hooligans, let's be honest. They are fucking hooligans. They're worse hooligans that there can be because they've got a license to be allowed to do
Yeah, they've given themselves that license.
it. Yeah, yeah.
I'm serious. If they can do it, we can do it too. We can give ourselves licenses and immunity and exemptions and shit. Hell, they did it. We can do it too.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
I just, if more people realize that we have that power, you know what I mean? By the millions, we just need people by the millions.
Hmm.
If we had 1/3 of the entire population of the fucking planet, trust me, we can get some shit done. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, see, I don't particularly like the cities or nothing. I like my countryside. You know what I mean? I like to get
Mm-hmm.
away from people. But
Mm-hmm.
I must admit, once, hopefully this year, I get my proper treatment done, and they don't lock the doors up in the hospitals to say, oh, we can't do this because of this bollocks and because of that bollocks. As soon as I'm able to stand up properly and be able to walk without feeling like I'm going to fall down every fucking 5 minutes, I will definitely be going to that city. I'm going to let my spirit of the countryside loose. We like independent. He lives in London, and his Mrs. Susie really want to meet that couple. Really do. Because get a lot of our information of what's happening in London. Local experimentalist, he's another one we really want to meet. Young Owen, media consumer really wants to meet him. And Tyrant Finder, he comes down and films the London protests also. So really want to meet him as well. Good bunch of people. But at the moment, not being able to physically able to go on a protest. But once we are, we will be arrested. me and Maria Moon, we will be arrested, because we're not going to allow people to be snatched.
Yeah.
So we'll
So
be trying to snatch these people back.
well, as long as you're ready for it, if you know it's going to happen, you might as well be ready for it.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's it.
okay, you go in
That's
there,
it.
it's like, okay, there is a pretty damn good chance we're going to get arrested. So just be ready
Yeah,
for it, that kind of thing.
that's it. That's it. That's exactly what we're going there. You know what I mean? That there'll be a very good likelihood because what we believe is, your right to protest. So we're not going to go there to, get in their faces or anything like that, create disturbance apart from walking down the street saying, no, we're not putting up with this anymore and everything. But if we see somebody getting grabbed and everything, we are going to try to grab those people back. No doubt about it. So we will be arrested. Mm, we've come to terms with that. No,
Yeah.
won't be the first time I've been arrested. So,
Um, well, it's like, let's see here. Bones' mama was sitting there saying, we got to back each other up. That's the
yeah.
reason why I personally talk to people from all over the world, because honestly, this kind of crap is not just here in America, it's worldwide. That's the reason why I talk to so many people around the world so we can basically get on the same page, you know what I mean? And eradicate and destroy tyranny, no matter where it's at, no matter where it's at. Hunt these fuckers down. I mean, that's about what it needs to happen. It's like, I don't give a shit what rock they try to hide under, they cannot hide. They will be found. They cannot hide from all of us. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter
Mhm.
where they are. I mean, you know damn well that's what they're going to try and do. They're going to try and like make it so bad for the rest of us while they're living in comfortable fucking shit in some island somewhere or in a bunker somewhere. No, I'm not going to. No. Hunt these
Mhm.
suckers down.
Like, it's going to cost us around about to get there and back. We're more likely to stop in London because it'll be a long. It'll cost us to get there because we don't drive, either of us don't drive and everything. So we'd have to go by public transport. We're not going to go by train. So we're going to get a taxi. And that'll cost us around about to get there and back will be around about £300 to get there and back. So for £300, we might as well not just stop there the day. We might as well stop for a night or two in London. So
Wait a minute, is there supposed to be another there is supposed to be another protest in London? When is this again?
yeah, yeah, I think there's one Ian might know or something on the 18th of this month. I do
Oh yeah.
believe they have one every month now. I think it is. It's only during spring, summer that they may have two in a month.
Yeah,
I
but where
think
are they going? Where in London are they going to go? Are they going to sit in front of number 10? Where are they going?
that's where they need to stop. Exactly,
Yes.
and
Exactly.
that's
Right in
what
front
I'll
of
be
number
saying.
10, right in front of this sucker. That's where
Yeah,
it needs to happen.
exactly.
If we're going to protest and yell at the fucking wall, that's the wall you need to yell at. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Don't go marching around fucking London. Just
No.
stay in Trafalgar in Parliament Square.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
fucking move from there.
You know,
That's
make
what I could never understand.
make the queen notice, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. And that's what they did on November the 5th. Was they didn't go marching around. The police, a few people tried to get the main body of protesters to go marching, but obviously you know who those people are when they're trying to make you walk away
Right.
from the area where you should be, but the majority of people stood their ground and didn't get enticed to walk somewhere else.
Right.
But yeah, I'd say to people, look, well, why are you fucking walking down that street? No, we stay the fuck here. You know, why are we doing all the walking around? Well,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna bend to them.
Yeah.
Like that.
Remember the 5th of November,
Mm,
the gunpowder treason plot.
mm.
I see no reason for the gunpowder treason to ever be forgot.
See, this is it. When they had, some people say it's a million. I don't think it's a million people. But if it's 500,000 people there, instead of marching around London, 500,000 people outside in Parliament Square, just
Right.
completely block the whole area off. What are they going to do? Well,
They won't be
instead
able to
they
do nothing. They
march.
won't. They'll have to. They'll just have to let it happen. Honestly,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
but you got to understand too. That's another thing too. It's like you do your protest and blah blah blah. You get it out of your system, and then you're all gone, and then they go right back to the fucking, you know, business as usual. That's the problem. Is they just go
Yeah.
right back to business as usual, no matter how many people get out there and protest. You know what I mean? Something's
Hmm.
going to have to change. That's the thing. Something's going to
Yeah.
have to change.
See, this is what I don't understand. When you're marching around, you're giving the authorities chances to start splitting the groups up,
Right.
because some people might start tailing behind. I've even watched it where a group has been taken because people are following each other. So you've got your infiltrators, and there's a lot of them,
Yeah.
will divert because you sort of drop back, and they all divert, so they separate you and everything, and then you're getting bottlenecked. Where if you stayed in one place, where are they going to bottle your neck at?
Right. Right.
You're in the
Right.
place where you want to be.
Yep.
You're already there.
Yeah.
They can't separate you.
Yeah. Well, there's always going to be those plants in there that are going to
Yeah,
try and lead you away or start some kind of crap and we're destroying something or whatever and then make it out to be like the whole protesters started something like like a riot type of thing. Like they've done that here
yeah,
in America too. Like there was protests that I'd say probably they started out as like an actual like protest type of thing, but then you get these provocateurs that would come in and start destroying stuff, and the next thing you know, these protests that were actually legit, they turn into a damn riot. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And they take advantage of that psychological shit. It's like that herd mentality type of thing. It's like
hmm,
you get a big large a crowd of people. All right, well, once one person does something, next thing you know, they all do it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because they're all
yeah,
jump in. you know uh, they've done, like I said, they did that here, where like there was these protests. Next thing you know, you get some guy out there start busting windows out of a shop or something. Next thing you know, everybody's
yeah,
like, well, hell, he did it, let's go over there and do that too. You know what I mean? They get that
yeah,
herd mentality. They
yeah.
play
Ransack
on
the
that.
shop.
Yeah, they play on
Yeah,
that. Yeah, paid
yeah.
provocateurs, exactly, that's what they are. Yeah.
It hasn't got to that extent yet, but I'm really surprised. The worst it's got when it comes down to property is council, cones, things like that. It has, like, people haven't gone around looting or anything like that, which is good. But at some point, that if it gains traction like it has done at times, I think that's going to start happening because I don't know, just to bring in some bill or other. So far, it hasn't happened. The closest, actually, no, in Bristol, I think it was, they stood outside the police station, a group of people, two of the police vehicles were burnt out.
All
One
right.
was a van, one was a car. But later on, we found out that they are actually planted there to be certified because they weren't roadworthy. So why were they there? Well, obviously because they left them there. So who set fire to them? And the media said, "Oh, it's an out and out riot. Windows were smashed at the police station, and all this shit. And police officers were in hospital, broken bones and everything." And one of the auditors, main auditor of England, AB, he went there the morning after, and all you saw was a cracked window of the police station and a little bit of graffiti. Media was saying that the windows were smashed in completely, and then find out that no officers were rushed into hospital with broken bones.
Yeah.
That's how the media string it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Independent. Yeah, that's exactly. There was pallets of bricks that were placed in strategic little places around the city when some of these protests were going on,
Mm,
and just to give people something to throw. You know what I mean? And it's so crazy too because nobody knows who in the fuck paid for these bricks, who fucking actually delivered them. But there'll be like a pallet of bricks sitting on the damn sidewalk. All right.
I
For
saw a
what
video.
fucking reason? You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
all it was there for is so you get these people that are in these big like protest or these riot type crowds, and so they got a brick they can throw them in the windows and shit. But that's what you start if you start looking into that too. That's another thing too. Who in the hell paid for it? Who in the hell delivered them?
mhm.
But nobody seems to know shit about it. It's so funny. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah. There's a YouTube video on somebody actually filmed the pile of bricks so many yards apart. I saw one,
yeah,
and that was in America,
yeah,
spaced out.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
really.
just you know, put in different places all along the route
Mhm.
that the so-called protesters were all going. Put
Yeah,
along the route just so they can just pick up a damn brick off the pallet so they can throw it into windows and bust it. See, this is what gets me, you know, and what I tried to say to people also is like these people, okay, like they had there was a lot of this stuff was going on because of like George Floyd, that jackass crackhead where everybody wanted to make out like he was some saint or whatever, and they end up having this big freaking riot type shit, all that stuff, and they were destroying buildings and businesses and all that other stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, you guys, your beef is with the fucking cops because the cops is what killed George Floyd, right? Why in the fuck aren't you
yeah.
going after the cops? Stop fucking around with all these damn businesses and setting fire to people's businesses and shit. No, go after the fucking cops. I mean, that's what, and they weren't doing that. Or like, or they'd be like, oh, acting all tough and all that shit. And next thing you know, you get a whole big fucking line of cops out there just pushing them through the damn town. Basically just move them around like cattle. If you really,
Mhm.
really had a beef with the cops, go after the fucking cops. All right. Don't fucking sit there and start burning down people's businesses and shit or in looting stores, just giving you a reason to steal from, people that are trying to make a living. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
If you got to beef with the cops, go after the fucking cops. That's what you're
Mhm.
supposed to do. But no, that's not the whole, the whole point was to create chaos. All right. All right. What is it? Who is it said it? Somebody was saying, um, yeah, people are immoral these days. They have no pride in the country. People are for themselves, either hurt others and don't want them beat their asses. But anyway, morality. All right. There's a four-step process called some ideological subversion. The first step of that to bring down a nation is to demoralize the nation. That is what has happened in this country, for instance, in the past, I'd say probably maybe 4 or 5 decades, maybe about 50, 60 years, probably even longer than that. But the demoralization of the nation itself is the first step. The second step is to destabilize the nation. All right, now you see all this stuff like businesses are going under or not being able to do it, and all this other stuff and the financial shit. That's the destabilizing of the nation. The third step is to bring the nation to crisis. All right, and that that's everything from like the crap that with the jibby jab thing, and that's bringing the thing to a crisis scenario and making it like an emergency crisis there. Even Hillary Clinton has said it. It's like we cannot let a good crisis go to waste, because when a crisis happens, it gives them the opportunity to do things they weren't able to do before. All right.
Mhm.
And that's exactly what they want. They want to bring things to a crisis scenario so they can enact emergency powers, and next thing you know, they can do all this draconian fucking bullshit. All right. The fourth step of that, the final step of that, is to normalize it to where this is just the normal. All right. Remember, I was asking, it's like, how long do people think they're going to be wearing a fucking mask? How long do they think they're going to get these fucking boosters? Well, they want it to be normalized where it is forever. And everybody just thinks this is the new normal. This is the whole fucking plan. And that's what
Mhm.
a lot of people just don't realize. They don't see it. They don't see it for what it is. And that's the whole fucking plan. And I'm just using America because this is what I know, and this is I can see it. I've been seeing it all my life. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why, like I said, the first step is to demoralize the nation. Majority of people are demoralized, and their moral compass is askew. You know what I'm saying? And if people don't have a firm moral foundation, I mean, well, shit. What you know? What kind of people do we have? You know what I mean? A bunch of little fucking heathens, and a little, you know, um, all these sexually perverted, pedophile people. Fuck. I don't know.
Fuck.
Serious.
Yeah.
It irritates me because I mean, honestly, man, especially when I think about pedophiles, I think of very medieval things that need to be done as punishment. That's what I think of.
Yeah.
I think of very
Yeah.
medieval type of stuff. Um, and that's actually being nice.
Mhm. Well, the
Yeah.
scene out of Law Abiding Citizen, where he grabs that guy and he puts him in this warehouse place and he cuts his eyelids out so he can't close his eyes and he sedates, you know that word, but he's awake the whole time with a giant mirror over top where he can see everything that's going on, but got all the equipment hooked up to him to keep him alive while it's going on. That's that's I like that part of that movie. I think that's
Right.
excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
dude, there's a what was it? There's a movie. It's what is it? The girl with the dragon tattoo or something like that. I can't remember. But anyway, in the movie, she gets this. I guess I can't remember if it was a guy that was a pedophile or he cheated on his wife or something. Anyway, but this chick got this dude, and I mean duct taped him or strapped him to a table, and was gonna cut his nuts off, but she had a mirror placed right in a perfect position so he can watch her do it.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? I was like,
Yeah.
that's beautiful. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
And that's how it
beautiful.
should be. Yeah. Yeah. Let them see it happen as it's happening. Keep them alive for as long as you fucking possibly can.
I mean, well, I mean, like, okay, public execution for all pedos. I actually agree. And I'm going to tell you something. There is a lot of politicians, there's a lot of government employees that are fucking pedophiles. And yes, we need to have some kind of like, I don't know, firing squad, or I don't know, maybe guillotines, or bring back the fucking hanging in the middle of the damn town square. You know what I mean? Um, Honestly, if these people do not have the fear of God in them again, we need to put that fear of God back in them, because they just don't. They
Hmm.
just don't fear God anymore. They don't fear any repercussions. They don't fear any kind of a punishments. And I don't really look for justice anymore. I want punishment. I don't want justice. I want punishment, because these fuckers need it. All right, and I'm sick and tired of it. And it's what drives me nuts, that more people don't get mad. And that's what needs to happen. People just need to start getting fucking mad, instead of just being complacent and letting it happen as business as usual type of a shit. That drives me nuts. Virginia Roots, what is up, girl? I am so glad to see you here. Right on.
I will put in here disclaimer. This is just people's opinion and views of the world at this point in time, and we are just speaking and everything. We're not advocating for people to go out and commit violence and shit like that.
I'm only advocating violence in self-defense. That's
Yes,
all I'm doing.
yeah,
It has to
exactly.
be in self-defense, because violence
So,
can be used for good.
hmm
So
if it comes
yeah.
to it, we're not saying people go out and riot, go out and
No, I'm
attack.
not. I'm not advocating for you to go out there and commit crimes. No, if violence has to be done, it needs to be done in self-defense.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And we're expressing our views of ancient ways of how they used to deal with certain types of people, with the certain shit that they used to do. But they still do it today, but they get it a smack on the wrist, basically. Just talking about how it used to be in history.
Right.
There again, though, back in history, you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you wanted, except for steal a loaf of bread and then you was put on in the stocks or get birched. Anything more serious than that, you got away with it. But
No,
so
common sense, common law. No, I don't really. I don't really consider. In within what law are you talking about? Are you talking about natural law? Are you talking about statutes? What are you talking about? I mean, because quite honestly, man, you know, there's a lot of people in the government that are criminals, and they need to be punished. I mean, and there is some punishments that is death as a punishment. That is the maximum punishment for some violations of certain things, and that needs to happen. That needs they need these people that are, let's say, traitors, or that are definitely guilty of treason. The um, maximum penalty for treason is death, and that needs to happen. Actually, these some of these people need to be put to death, because honestly, they do not fear us any longer. They do not fear us. That's why they think they can do whatever the fuck they want to us. You know, but
does it overthrowing? Well, I'll put it this way. How I see it is that the Second World War was a war crime. Well, history will tell you that certain things happened during war in the Second World War were classed as war crimes, taking people to gas chambers,
right,
experimentation on people,
yeah.
this, that, the rest of it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's not
Yeah, that's
war
another thing
crime,
too.
that's
Some of
just
the stuff that's going
suggestion.
on right now can be considered war
Yes,
crimes.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
That is a war crime.
Yeah. I mean,
So
yeah. It's one of them things, man.
that's how I see it. If you believe that they are using tactics which were used during the Second World War, then surely, you know, you should have the right to use those laws against the people which are committing those acts of today. You know, otherwise, Hitler and all of his cronies were treated wrongly. So you got to say which side of the fence are you? Are you are you for experimentation? If you're for experimentation, then you can't say nothing against Hitler because he was for experimentation. You know,
Right.
locking people away for just having their rights and everything. And they said, no, I've got rights. And they lock people away. Then, you know, come on.
Yeah.
If it wasn't good then it's not good to be done now.
I mean,
It's
I'll tell
certainly
you
to be
this
done
right
on my
now. I
part.
mean, let's see here. Like for instance, there's a few of them. For instance, one Fauci. Fauci is one that actually will be guilty of war crimes and also should be um, put in a guillotine because he's
Yeah,
at his hand, people have died. On his
yeah.
watch, under his basically um, um, authority or whatever, people have died, and he should be punished for it. Um,
Yeah.
that's just one person, for instance, and
Well,
they talk about Nuremberg. Okay, they bring up the Nuremberg Code. Well, the only thing is that, and I've said this before, the only thing about the Nuremberg Code is that has to go through. That is an international thing. That so you would be getting the UN involved. We cannot actually rely on the Nuremberg Code. We would actually have to have our own version of the Nuremberg trials. We would have to, as the people, have to have our own, basically hold our own court and have our own trials, and that's what it would have to be. And every country have their own version of that, because we don't want to get the UN involved. The UN has no authority over us or any authority at all. All right, so we do not need to get them involved at all. We would have to start, or we would have to hold our own court, charge these people, convict them, and actually and punish them for what they for their crimes, and
mhm.
that's what's going to have to happen. But that also that's where the numbers come into play. You know what I mean? Because me and a group of other people, we can have that. Just a small group, but that's not enough because the government has got all these fucking assholes on their payroll, and they're willing to do whatever they're told to do for their paycheck. All right, and so
For England, it would be Whitty, Ferguson, Vallance, and Hancock, and the new guy that's now in charge. Oh, and a female who has been advising, who is a member of the Communist Party, an actual member of it, and she's dictating how we should be as well. Cannot remember her name, but she should be on the chopping block too. She's actually a member of communism, and she's dictating a lot of shit in this country. I can't remember her fucking name. Yeah. Oh, and Boris Johnson, obviously, of course.
holy crap, Bug Out Bushido, good to see that you came in. Holy crap, I'm seeing some names. What did everybody come? What did Dangerous Freedom not do anything? Because I mean, that's interesting. I got Virginia and Bug Out Bushido. I did not expect to see you guys in here, so that's cool. I haven't been over on Dangerous Freedom's channel in a while, so I don't know what he's
I've
doing.
never come across Dangerous Freedom. Hello.
Have you been over? Have you been over to his channel?
No, I've never come across this name.
Yeah, it's an American, but Dangerous Freedom. That's his name of his channel. He does
Hmm.
live streams every once in a while too. Um,
But
oh,
no,
really? Virginia is sitting there hiding in the bushes. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. I really do.
no, it's one day, I'm pretty sure we're in 2022 now. I am sure that Fucci is going to be up for at least perjury charges, surely. I'd say by the end of this month, with all the wordings which have been used. And if that goes through and he's found guilty for perjury, and then you can find him guilty on other charges as well on top of that afterwards. So,
All right.
because let's face it, that would be the right way to go. Turn around and say, did he commit perjury? If he's found guilty for perjury, then the rest of the charges have to come out from there. Because what is he, what are they taking him to court for perjury for? Well, for lying about shit. Well, there you go. And what's happened because of his lies? Well, that's your next charge. So I'm hoping that actually does come through. Come on, Rand Paul. Push the fucker down. I don't know what you think, Conrad, but I like the questions that he's been giving out and, pushing and pushing and pushing and saying, right, no, I want a fucking answer. Just don't try to change paperwork, names and crap. You know what I mean? Anybody can change the wordings and what have you. It still comes down to exactly the same thing. Don't try to pull the wool over people's eyes.
Right.
It's not gonna fucking work.
No. See, that's the thing. It's like these people will not sit there and regulate themselves. That, like I said, they want to make themselves exempt. They want to make themselves give themselves immunity and all that shit away from accountability. They don't want any of that. All right. Well, that's why in my mind, just like going out protesting and yelling at a wall ain't going to do shit, but except maybe make it, visible for other people. But even then, unless it gets out like on the mainstream news or something like that, most people won't even know it happened. So, I mean, it's going to have to be more than just sitting there yelling at a wall. We're going to have to actually use force. I mean, honestly, their side is willing to use force and violence against us. Well, in self-defense, we should use force and violence against them. That's how I see it, because we are on a self-defense motion. We're in a fucking war right now, even though it's not like shooting at each other across the damn, across the big plain. We're sitting in foxholes and stuff. We haven't gotten that far yet. We're not sitting there trading lead yet. But we are in a war. We're in a wartime area right now, and all right, like on the Crinkle scenario. All right, there are people out there that want governments to use violence against people that have done nothing wrong. All right. We cannot allow governments to use violence against us, and that comes in many forms. Now, like I said, it's like, okay, if you ain't got the jibby jab, you can't get medical care. If you ain't got the jibby jab, you can't get a fucking you can't keep your job, or you can't keep your business open. If you ain't got the jibby jab, you can't go out and go to goddamn fucking grocery store and get food. All right, this is forms of violence against us. Okay. If you can't fucking feed yourself or make a living or get medical care because you ain't got the jet, dude, this is violence. And we must fucking just wake up to the actual reality of this fact. This is violence. All right, the ones that ain't got the jet, what violence are we doing to the ones that have got it? Not a goddamn thing. I mean, there's nothing that the ones that are pushing this shit, a lot of these ones that actually got it, that want to like push it on to others. All right, there's no violence to those people. There's no violence whatsoever going to these people, because they still got their jobs, they still got their business open, they are still going to get medical care, they can still get this and that and all that stuff. There's no violence happening to these people. So it's a form of discrimination, but it's also like I said, it's on a wartime footing. All right, you know, the war against tyranny is what we need to start calling it. The war against tyranny, because they're they call, like, they talk about this war against drugs and shit. The war on drugs. That's not true. It's the war on people. For instance, it's not a war on drugs. It's a war on people. All right, and that's just happens to be one example. This is another way that the powers that should not be are trying to tighten their fist on us. And like I said, this is not just here in America. This is world fucking wide. And we need to actually, as a people, start banding together in a sense and get on the same fucking page and start battling tyranny. I know this is, in some ways, it's really hard for some people to actually hear. Um, because I'm pretty blunt about the way I talk, and I don't know, I might, who knows. Eventually, man, they'll probably try and kick me off of damn YouTube and all that stuff too, because of the way I talk. But who cares? I'll ride
Hmm.
this. I'll ride this thing until the wheels fall off, dude.
And the only thing I would add to this, like Crinkle, um, go and have a look. His YouTube name is Henry Crinkle. That's Krinkle, right? And then you'll understand the sort of person that we're talking about, who believes that you should be locked away and throw away the key, or he hopes you die.
Yeah. Well, yeah. For
That's
one, he
Henry
definitely
Crinkle.
he's advocating for for the ones that ain't got the stuff in the arm. They should be snatched up, detained, basically indefinitely, and forced to get this crap in the arm.
Yeah,
He's advocating for the government to go. It's okay, that's and
yeah.
I've had these conversations. Now I tried to get into other conversations with him last night there, Master Ron, and to get him away from that subject. And like I
Hmm.
said, he's not all that bad in some ways.
Hmm.
I was able to get to the point where I could get him to not try and talk over me. I got to the point where he would stop yelling. You know what I mean? It's when he starts on that damn subject, that's when he goes way off rails, way off, way. I mean, that he's Looney Tunes in that on that aspect.
Yes.
But I got him
Mhm.
away from that, or well, I don't know.
See,
Um,
it's with. I was able to once, but it's only 15 minutes.
right. Well, I
I
mean, it
was
was
on a
probably about
call.
that. It was probably about that long.
Yeah.
I was over on Shady's channel, and he was over there, and I happened to notice that he was on, and I popped on, and but between um, Shady, Andrew, and Crinkle all at the same time, it was hard to get any words edgewise. Otherwise, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
So, because I
Yeah.
mean,
I was on a Dino's live, and he was in the back, and he said, "No, let me come on, let me come on." And Dino, this was on a Wednesday night. There was no flute dog, nobody apart from me who talks about the stuff. But I thought, well, we're not going to talk about it. So we come on, and for 15 minutes we're talking. But he did it in a way to allow him to come on the Friday night when he knew that certain people would be in the comments. And yeah, he didn't keep to his word. Uh, I need to go now. Because
right?
Maria Moon was knocked on the ceiling, and I think that she's decided to try and get some sleep, and I'm disturbing her. But I'll more likely catch you later on in the day.
All right.
So it has gone 6 a.m. I didn't realise till I just looked. So
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's on. It's just yeah, yeah. Hey, no worries, man. No worries at all.
okay, then,
Yeah,
well,
because it's like only midnight here where I'm at. So yeah.
yeah,
Um, and then yeah, you've
okay,
been you've been going strong all day anyway on all these lives anyway, haven't you? I've been kind of doing the
yeah,
same thing
yeah,
myself. I've only had a few hours of sleep today myself.
hmm
But
yeah,
I don't think I'll go anywhere. I'll stick here. I mean, I've got the link in the chat pinned up there. So if anybody wants to jump in, feel free. You know, otherwise, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I will catch you later, Master Ron. You have a good morning, and also Maria Moon. You have a good one out there too, girl.
yeah. Thank you for having me on again, as normal. Wingnut, it's always a pleasure coming on your lives, and hopefully catch you later on in the day.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Um,
And
I'll be wandering around. You never know. It depends. You know, if it's not here, it'll be probably somewhere else.
somewhere, somewhere. Just think, we started off with topic and we ended up on the subject. We just got on topic, as in topic chocolate bar.
Yeah, it's started from chocolate all the way to that. Yeah,
Oh well,
yeah,
it's a different. Anyway, everybody, take care in chat. You
yeah.
respect their wingnut. Lots of
Hey, no
respect.
worries. Hey, I really cheers, mate.
Bye, mate. See you later.
Alrighty then. Let's see here. I'm just keeping up with the chat here, seeing what's all going on. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Do exactly what the founders did, if not a little bit better. You know, because the founders did some good, or not exactly the founders, but the colonists that were living back then. Um, you know, because the founders, they didn't really do much fighting themselves. They were a bunch of blowhards that sat here and wrote some stuff on a piece of paper. They didn't really fight. They didn't really sacrifice. Some of them did. Some of them did. Not all of them. Hmm. Chocolate to yeah, chocolate and revolution exactly. Right on. Well, hey, like I said, I pinned the link up in the top of the chat. So if anybody wants to come up on the panel, um, and talk, that's cool too. Otherwise, I guess you guys could just listen to me for a minute. Yeah, you can hit the link if you want to. Um, Common Sense, Common Law. I'm not familiar with your channel, but yeah. I hear you, bug out. I hear you. I hear you. I read the other day about. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like um, there was a part that didn't want to fight at all. There was people that actually did fight. Um, you know, and that's the thing too. Even if we were to have like, let's quote unquote, like a um, you know, Civil War 2.0 or some shit like that, um, or whatever, it would be there would be a bunch of people that would not do anything. They just sit back and watch. You know what I mean? They wouldn't even lift a finger. You know, they would expect everybody else to do the shit for them. But no, I don't plan on being dependent or. And then this is the thing in my life. I've done everything I can to be, as self-sufficient and without any kind of a. Wait a minute. Let's see here. We've got. There you go. Well, good evening or good morning to you.
Good morning. How you doing?
I woke up breathing once again, man. What's on your mind?
You piqued my interest with some of the conversation earlier,
Right on.
but I was poking in the chat. How do we get our remedy? And if it resorts to violence, how can we do that?
Remedy. Where do you think remedy is supposed to come from?
Well, it's usually by principle delivered through justice or the law.
What law?
Whatever law you believe in,
Okay.
via American principles,
Huh?
it would be common law or the Anglo-Saxon common law or God's law, natural
Well,
law,
natural law. Natural law.
whatever you want to call it. It's basically the same thing, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right. See, the thing is, we cannot get remedy through natural and common law in the court systems and the system that we have in place today. All right. Well, because the system that is in place today does not recognize natural common law.
Okay.
The system that we have in place today is Admiralty maritime law that has flooded the land. That's what you see in the court systems today. That's what you see in the federal government. That's exactly what's in system. So you can't really get remedy from them. It's like
No, you
I
can't.
heard
Not from them. No, you can't. I agree.
no.
But we, the people, can.
Well, yeah, we have to actually do it for ourselves. Like for instance,
Yes,
creating
for
our
ourselves.
own creating our own courts, having our own, like for instance right now we're in court right now. All right, we can
We
have
are.
our own court right now. All
We
right,
could, I guess.
yeah, because it doesn't matter where we are, we can have court right now. I mean, we can have a couple more. We have, like, let's say we get about 10 more people out here on the panel, boom, we're in court. All right, and then but we have to actually
What
have
standing
some
in
kind
law
of
does this court have?
well, it's natural common law.
Yes, but you
So
still have to have a standing in law. You have to have a
what's
reason.
standing in whose law? Whose law?
The law. Okay.
Who is
Okay, hold
that?
on. So let's start out and set that in place.
Mhm.
Do you agree with the Bill of Rights, 1791?
The first 10 amendments. That's it.
Yes. But you agree with them, yeah?
Well, yes.
We all have those rights. They're
well,
given to us by our Creator.
yes.
Nobody can take them away. Okay.
Yes.
So that's our starting point. Now, in those 10 amendments, the First Amendment allows us freedom of press, freedom of speech.
Well, see, that's another thing. Even on wording,
how we see fit.
That's another thing too on wording. It doesn't allow shit. It was pinned on paper to ensure and protect those rights. It doesn't give us any of that stuff. All right. Those rights are endowed to us by the Creator ourselves. The only reason it was put on paper is for the government to obey and to protect and to ensure. It doesn't allow or give us those rights.
Incorrect.
No, that is correct. Because it was only put on paper just for that reason. It is for the government to obey. All right. This is not for us to obey.
Okay. Do you believe you have constitutional rights?
No.
Okay, good. Because you don't. Nobody does. But the Bill of Rights
exactly is what I'm saying.
It's a declaration.
I agree with the premise, but the thing is,
like, to the world that these rights were given to you by God. It's self-evident. Every
Mm,
man and woman has it.
yeah,
It's undeniable. Nobody can take that away. And
right.
if you believe that, then it is so. Okay? It's mindset, mind space,
Yeah,
headspace, whatever you want to call it. And if you don't agree with that, then I don't know how you're going to get freedom. I just don't. Sorry. But if we accept these things as self-evident, which somebody already did for us, and all we have to do is be in agreement, then that last bit of the First Amendment, the right to petition our government for the redress of our grievances,
mm,
not go wave signs and flags and scream, play music, burn, loot, riot, none of that. But we have the power to petition the government for the redress of grievances, and that means pen to paper or oral argument in the correct time and place.
mm.
Okay. How do we petition the government for the redress of our grievances? Let's look at the Declaration of Independence. That is a
Well, yeah,
giant list of the grievances that the founding fathers had,
yeah.
which was basically piracy on the land.
Hmm.
They said it. They came out and said that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that gave them the right to declare their independence. Their government was not fit. It did not suit their beliefs, their principles, their God-given rights. Now, moving down the list of rights, the people's way under this type of governance to deliver justice or the law how the people see fit, we have grand juries.
Yeah.
The people are the law. They interpret the law, and they can even create law. The grand juries can. They can present indictments or presentments of the grand jury. And it does not matter whose court you're in anywhere in the world. If the grand jury gives a presentment, it takes precedence over any court. And that's just in the maxims of law.
Mhm.
And you have to look that up if you don't already know that. But these are just principles. And we can get remedy without going straight to high-speed projectiles and such if we put our brains at it. And things like the Nuremberg trials or the United Nations, we can avoid by this simple process, this due process of law that's already been laid out.
Well, that's why I'm saying I do not want to get the UN involved. We would have to
No.
have our own version of the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah.
We would have
And
to have
then,
our own version of that.
and even if we did have that, who's going to prosecute? Attorneys?
That's the thing. Well, no, you see, that's the thing. It's like we would have to do that as the people. We have to do that ourselves. We would have to have our own court system, our own court,
And we already have
and
those. We just got to use
no,
them.
we don't. I mean, where in this country can you go in like a court, for instance, where natural common law is actually recognized?
I would say if you had a jury of your peers who
Okay,
believed in those same
that's
principles,
what I'm saying.
that is where
That
you'd probably find it.
we would have to have our own court. We would have to have our own court because no matter what courthouse you go into in this country, it does not recognize natural common law. All right, it only recognized admiralty law. Okay, because that's what they're under right now. I mean, one of those telltale
Yes.
giveaways is you look at every single courtroom and you see that American flag in there, and it's got a gold fringe around that flag. That represents admiralty law. All right, that will tell anybody in there that that is what the judge is under. That is what they're operating under. They do not recognize natural common law. All right,
Yes, and they do not operate. They don't operate in the common law either.
No, they don't.
And
So
that
that's
is
the
why,
reason why you cannot get remedy from that system. All right, it's
correct.
okay.
You're absolutely right, sir. And I'm just saying the grand jury that the founders created in their operations and how they work, they've laid that all out.
Mhm.
And the American form of governance in law is via jury, not by judge.
Right.
There is no judge. The founding fathers knew that the judges existed in England and they weren't going to allow that here.
Right.
That's why they created this new form of law. They went
I
back
mean,
to biblical principles and said, our beliefs are in accordance with this. And unless you can dispute that without trampling all over your own freedoms, you can only take away your own rights by disagreeing with that. It's a catch-22. They did it wonderfully. So
right.
don't go into a present-day court system and expect to get due process, because that's not what they're there for. They're pirates operating on the land, and they're going to take your money if you fall for it.
Yeah. I mean, you got to understand. I mean, when it comes down to that, the captain of the ship makes the rules. All right. And when you walk onto when you board their ship, you're under that captain's rules. And right now, they want us all to board that ship or stay be a part of that ship. And they have
They don't want
flooded
us
the
to
land.
recognize. Yes.
Yeah, that's what they want us all to believe. And well, they want us all to believe that we're in this like freedom and all the da 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 da, and you got remedy and all this other shit. Which in reality we don't through that system. All right.
It's undoable in their system. But they want us to believe that they are the correct way. They don't want us to say, well, the founding fathers didn't envision me getting the traffic ticket. No. No
No,
victim, no
because we
crime.
have the
The
right to
founding fathers
travel.
believe that. I believe that. And here's the deal. This country was designed on principles and that the people are to be self-governing.
Right.
So if the people aren't self-governing, don't know how governance or the government is to work, you can't control something that's out of line if you don't know how it's supposed to act in the first place. You
Well,
know,
I agree on that. It's like if you don't know what your rights are, how will you know if they're being infringed upon? All right, and
exactly.
that's a big problem right now that most people don't even know are just a simple, basic rights that are endowed to us by the Creator, not by
Absolutely.
government. All right, that's a lot of people misconception too, that they think that these rights that are put down in the Bill of Rights, for instance, is what the government allows us or is given to us. That's the misconception. A lot of people think that government gives us those rights, all right, or that Constitution allows us to do this. No, that's not true. The thing is
Absolutely.
that that's
You're
the
spot on. You're spot on, man.
yeah. Well, um,
But the thing is so knowing
why?
what we just
What?
said. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, what I was going to say. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you speak.
Well, I was gonna say I agree with everything you just said. So we know what our rights are. Now, how I'm not going down the rabbit hole of First Amendment auditors and all that, or
Yeah. Go ahead. Right
Second
on.
Amendment auditors. But
Right on.
if we know our rights truly, we know how to use them in all capacities,
Mhm.
aka right to petition the government for the redress of our grievances, aka the grand juries, aka the Fourth Amendment, fourth article. We are guaranteed a Republican form of self-governance in the Constitution.
Mhm.
We have every right to interpret the law, convene juries, and get remedy the way the people see fit.
Mhm.
Grand juries have the right to investigate and bring indictments. But nobody knows how to do that because it's a lost art. It's a lost principle. Nobody digs
Yeah.
into it and they don't get creative or look
Yeah.
at everything that's in front of them and know how to use it. And that's not our fault. We've been attacked for generations on generations. They've been setting this up forever. But the answer's been in front of us and has been repeated throughout history. All we have to do is examine history and see how this has been snuffed out. This tyranny, your war on tyranny that you're talking about. And that's the people standing up with on their principles, and within the law, they're standing in law, the law that they agree upon, the law that God created, law that nature abides by, whatever you want to call it, and get the remedy that they need. Put an end to whatever needs to be stopped.
All right. So to
But
get
it takes all of it. It takes people.
No, I agree. It's going to
Yeah.
take millions of us to get together, and that's why I personally,
Not
like I said, I've
necessarily.
been.
The numbers are outlined, but
Well,
it would seem like millions. Because
well, I think, honestly, I think we have a better shot because to get, let's say, all right, to get, all right, to get the system that is in place right now and pull them into a natural common law court system. All right,
we
you
can't
have
do
to
that.
have
We can't.
you
We
have
can't
to
do that.
have yes, you can. Oh
How do we do that without trespassing?
no, we would have to use an enforcement. We'd have to have enforcement to basically
Okay.
because in a sense, okay, let's say the system that is in place right now, they want us to be under their jurisdiction. All right, they want us under their jurisdiction. All right, so like for
But
instance, let's say
their
let's say
jurisdiction does not apply to us.
well, I understand it doesn't apply, but they use enforcement to make us to force us into their system to play their game. All right.
They use the threat of their enforcement.
No,
I think they actually enforce it.
Well, okay,
they
yes,
actually
they-
do
they
enforce it.
They get heavy-handed. Yes, they do. I agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I mean, like for instance, they put a warrant out for my arrest, and they want to bring me into their jurisdiction, into their court. They get some goons with guns to come get me and force me into their jurisdiction, force me to play their game. Now, that is exactly the same way that we get them into the common law or the natural common law courts. You have to enforce and force them into that court, into our jurisdiction. All right.
but you can't though. You can't force them. Now, if there's a victim, the
There is
common law-
victim.
Yes, I know
There
that.
is-
I know that.
If you're the
I'm
victim,
playing.
if you,
I'm
Sorry.
playing. I'm
Go
playing
ahead,
devil's
go ahead.
advocate here. I'm working.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you. We know there are victims all over. In the common law and in the Constitution, any value in controversy over the value of $20 is to be examined by the common law grand jury. If it exceeds
Yeah.
$20, it has to go to a grand jury. The damage or the value in discussion of whatever damage is happening, and that's $20. That's it. So just for that
SG.
little bit,
I was gonna say SG, you're breaking up or you're
oh shit, hold on.
crackling. You're crackling
Let-
over
let
there,
me just-
SG.
sound like
Hold
you're
on.
making
Go ahead.
popcorn.
Yeah, you sound like you're making popcorn over there. Go ahead.
I know.
So even little bits of information like that, $20, the value of controversy. Have the people created a grand jury to oversee the law in their area? This goes back to the self-governance. Are we self-governing? If not, how do we get to a position where we can? Because you can't enforce the law if you don't have any standing in the law. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
These maritime courts that have set up their profiteering system over here in our country, they did it somehow through the law.
Well, they use statutes, codes, policies, not really law.
Yep, no. We're going back in time here. How did they get here? Because that's not what the founding fathers put in place. And I know you know that's right. They didn't set that up.
No,
But
it
they've
started.
they slowly
like,
put it in place.
well,
They
I mean, it
swapped it
started
out.
with the Federalist Papers, and then the Constitution came into play. But yeah, go ahead.
But they have to have some sort of lawful way of being here. They didn't just invade and say, we're going to start enforcing this BS. Nah, that's not what happened. They either came in through contract or default, somebody defaulting on a contract, or somebody asked them to. Those are the only lawful ways. That's the only reason they still have the pull that they have, this overbearing reach that they have. They have some sort of standing in law, but who has a higher standing in the law? Is it the people or somebody who is hired to do something? The people. Read the documents that created this country. The people are absolute in the law, but they have to put those principles into action. You can't just expect those principles. You have to understand those concepts and how it works. If I'm explaining this properly or horribly, let me know.
You're
I just
working
hear
on
silence.
it.
I just hear
No,
silence.
no, I'm listening to you because I mean I've had these conversations with a lot of different people, and because this is important. All right, when it comes down to it.
There's nothing more important. Literally.
So yeah, well, the thing is,
Die on your knees or die on your feet.
right.
Or
But
stand up on your principles.
yeah, can I just I didn't join for ages. I just joined to kind of say what I need to say now because you were saying what you were saying.
Go ahead.
Under common law, are you not allowed to defend your rights, basically, yourself, when trespassed? With righteous indignation if needed.
Okay. I use a very simple example. So, if these courts are a hired corporation who's operating under these corporate laws or statutes, rules, regulations,
Right.
then which creates the legal system, not the lawful system. Who else operates under codes, rules, regulations, statutes? Corporations. One of the
Right.
biggest corporations we all know of, Walmart. You're not going to barge into Walmart, tell the manager how to run the store. They'll call the cops and have you towed off. It's not your place to go into that corporation. It's privately owned. You decided to enter that store and do commerce with them. Their rules, regulations, whatever applies, and you go in there and shop, you agree to that. You can't tell them how to operate their business. It's not yours. It's publicly accessible, yes. You can use it if you want to, but it's not yours.
But that's a private company. That's not like, for instance, the so-called government that's in place right now is technically a corporation. That's
Exactly.
a public.
It's Walmart.
It's not a private It's not a private company. It's a public corporation that we
So is Walmart.
It's not a Walmart. I mean, even Walmart.
Stock. You can buy stock in
even Walmart gets federal funds. If you want to get down to the technical part of it, even
Sure,
Walmart
yeah.
gets federal funds.
I mean,
All right.
companies loan other companies money all the time.
Right.
But
So
do you get the metaphor?
well, I mean, well, okay, now all right, now I'll give you an example also between, like, let's say Walmart and Sam's Club. Sam's Club, you sign an agreement and all that stuff because you got to get a membership and all that stuff. You are fully in full knowledge of whatever kind of rules and regulations that you have to abide by in Sam's Club. But Walmart, on the other hand, there is no contract whatsoever like that. All right. So there, they might be a company, but just a normal patron coming in there. It's not like we signed any kind of a contract or an agreement under whatever Walmart rules. All right. We're just going in there to shop. All right.
Yeah.
All right. But there's
I
a
would
difference
agree.
between the two. All right.
Sure. But
And then on top of that, go ahead.
yeah, let me just point out one thing. I agree with everything you're saying, but contract doesn't only exist on paper. You can have written contract, or merely by you not taking any action, you can silently agree with a set of rules. They have the rules posted on the wall if you walk in. Walk in the little entrance where the shopping carts are, they're posted on the wall. They're open for you to read. You walk past it, choose not to read it, you're accepting it by default. It's a verbal contract. They lay it out there for you to look at. Whether you choose to look at it, whatever, that's up to you. But contracts don't only exist on paper. But go ahead with what you're saying. I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. I'm not sure how I can go off of that right offhand.
Well, you were making the analogy or the metaphor about Sam's Club and Walmart.
Yeah, I know. I mean, because I'm trying to bridge the gap when it comes down to it, because to try and relate a private company, like let's say Walmart is a private company, which they do get federal funds, so it's technically not, but let's say they are. All right, versus the government, or the corporation posing as the government. All right, but that's not a private company. That is funded by, through an extortion fee called taxes. All right.
Okay, but they have, if under contract per se, if this government was under a contract, which they are, when we can get to that if you'd like, but if they were under contract, allowed to collect taxes for the funding of their government, then they're standing in law. And this corporation, if we look back in history, where did it come from? When did it start? What is it? We get into these weird things about birth certificates and all that kind of stuff. Okay, who created that? Are they hiding behind that same stuff? Are they using it to their advantage?
Well, yeah, the corporation created, for instance, the birth certificate. All right. It's the only. It's what created. The straw man. It created that. That's the only thing it really technically has jurisdiction over.
Okay.
Because it created it. It gave birth to that. All right. I am a living flesh and blood man. It did not give birth to me. All right. It doesn't have jurisdiction or authority over me. Exactly. All right. It only has jurisdiction and authority over the contract, which is the straw man. All right. But in contract law, all parties have to be in full knowledge of the contract. I was not in any way in any knowledge of the contract. So therefore the contract is technically null and void.
All right.
But they try to make everybody believe that it is applicable to everyone. All right. And gosh, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Even SG would know. There's another man. Man. There's another guy that would love this conversation, and I wish he was here right now to get in on this. And Yeah, Guru, for instance. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and he was out on another live earlier, just a little while ago. SG, I saw him on another live. He was sitting there having a conversation on the same conversation earlier. And so it would be a perfect. Oh, wait a minute, who's this? Guess who just popped in? Is Peter.
Okay.
Okay, we'll bring him in, and it would be awesome if New Guru would pop in too. That would be
Hey,
even
Peter.
better. Hello, Peter.
Good morning.
Morning time.
Yeah, I just woke up about 10 minutes ago. I just been
Well, we're
Speaking of
in.
which, I actually need to go to sleep, so I better go.
Hey,
just had to pop
ASG,
in.
you have a good one, sir, and I appreciate you
Yeah,
stopping
yeah.
in.
One,
No, cheers,
everybody's
and
rise and shine or going to bed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was good to hear your common sense, because it is always good to hear common sense.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Which I'm taking it is actually a wordplay on common law, because common law is common sense, isn't it? Or used to be.
used to be, yeah.
My
Yeah.
YouTube name might agree with that.
It was unwritten, as I said earlier. Wingnut, right? That's right.
Yeah.
Common law
What-
was unwritten.
All right, and Peter Pope. This is another person right here that actually it's like his favorite subject is this common law. So this is another. This is good. This is good. I appreciate
Wow.
USG for stopping in.
No, I'm glad to have, even
Um,
though it was very short.
Yeah, no worries. I understand completely where you're coming from. I totally know what you're going through.
And I'm going to have to watch this one back after.
Yeah, right on. I hope
So,
New
yeah,
Guru can. I hope New Guru can find his way over here too.
Yeah,
That would be awesome. Because then you get all these guys all together, all on this. This is a very important subject. But anyway, thank you, SG. You have a good morning.
No worries.
Good morning to you, sir.
All of you have a good one and an interesting
Good morning
one,
and
of
good
course.
night to you, SG.
Yeah, cheers, Peter. Absolute respect to you all.
Okay.
We need you guys. We need you guys.
Well, this is how we do it, man. We put our heads together, and we will find solutions. We will find solutions.
Exactly.
All right.
Right. Peace, bros.
Cheers, Brink.
Bye.
Hi.
So you've been speaking about my favourite subject all night?
Yes, yeah, your favorite subject is on the table right now there, Peter.
Yeah, nice. I love talking about it.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, I find it's very ironic. You have Pope there in your name.
Yeah,
There's a lot
two
of
reasons.
history with the Pope in common law.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I had it. And the other reason is people said I preach, and that's what the Pope does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did a funny thing there in 1213 AD, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll listen to what you've got to say first, and I'll come in and try and I don't know, give my penny's worth, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to learn. We're here to learn and talk about these things and stuff like that. So, and like I said, I don't know. I don't know if we did common sense common law. I'm not sure if we've actually spoken before or not. But this is
Yeah, we've had a conversation before.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, like I
It was
said,
on Vex's channel, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, I have been over on Vex's channel. I do know who they is. All right. Like I said, I talk to a lot of people. Sometimes it's hard to remember who everybody I talk to.
It's all good.
But yeah. And but these are the conversations that I love talking about, because I think when it comes down to me personally, I think we as a people, no matter what country we're living in, needs to go back to the original natural common law. All right. And eradicate this admiralty maritime law on land scenario. We need to, drain the land of the water, basically.
It's really
Yeah,
easy.
absolutely.
All you got to do is grow a pair of balls, learn what the Constitution is all about, learn it in and out. So whenever you're stopped, just all you got to do is ask the police, because they're the first ones to stop you. Are you abrogating, which is repealing, doing without a law, an agreement, or anything like that? Ask him if he's abrogating a common law right. He won't have a clue what you're talking about, yeah, because he isn't up to date with law. So more than likely, he's going to abrogate your common law right. So then what you do, because he's under oath of office and he only has one jurisdiction to operate under, and which is common law, you then take him to court for treason and breaching his oath of office, which is treason.
All right.
It's really
So
that simple.
wait, you're referring to the police, yeah? Is that was the context?
Yeah, that's the first place. Like I said, they're going
Yeah.
to ignore your
Well,
common laws.
The police, aka policy enforcement, where they got the name police, operate under the corporate constitution. Oh, yeah,
Yes,
we're on
yes.
Constitution 3 now. Yeah,
No. You see
Federal-
what it is.
federal
The police operate under two jurisdictions. One is policy law, and one is common law. Now, because we're
I don't
dumbed
believe
down,
that's accurate, but
because we're dumbed down and we don't really know anything about law or anything like that, they seem to keep getting away with what they're doing. Now, this is I haven't for the past say about a year, or probably about a year and a half because of COVID. I constantly get in trouble with the police, but I haven't for about a year and a half. So this is the reason why I started learning common law. It's because I was sick to death of their boot being shoved in my face unwantedly. So it's taken me a long time. Don't get me wrong. I've gone down all the paths that you can possibly speak about, same as like your straw man, this, that, and the other, and everything else. But when I first started on common law, I came across contract law, and I thought, nah, that's not it. So I left it, and I went down every hole that there is possible. It took me years, and at the end, I come straight back to contract law. And I thought, you dickhead, it was in your face to begin with, and you ignored it. And it's taken you years and years to go round in a big circle just to end up where you first started. And I thought, well, whatever it took, it took. So I learned that policy law is contract law, and common law is the common law. In other words, no harm, loss, or fraud. The rest is contract. Anything that the government offer you is a contract. They don't tell you that, but it is a contract or a form of a contract. Now, under the Bill of Rights, it says you have the rights to contract or not to contract. This is how the police get away with it. Because you don't know that right, yeah, you automatically
what right?
That in the Bill of Rights, it says you have the right to contract or not to contract. But because we don't really know the ins and outs of our bills of rights.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with any such contract. Or,
Yeah, it says.
I mean, right.
Okay, it says
God
under
doesn't
the
operate in contracts, but
okay, it says under the 10 maxims of common law that each man is has the rights to contract or not to contract, and to keep all the money that he earns through his labour. There's 10 maximums in common law. Yeah, them are just two. I could pull it up and I could read them all out to you, but either way, it says man has the rights to contract or not to contract. Now, common law is the highest law of the land. Everything else is given to you in the form of a contract. And that contract, like I say, because we've been dumbed down, we don't know that we're being offered that contract. It's been called law, yeah. So it shadows everything else. So we accept the powers to be because we think that they know everything and we don't. I've had an argument a few times with that black belt barrister that's online when he puts things out, and I've offered him to a one-to-one conversation. His policy law and my contract law. Let's put it together. Let's see who's right. He's totally ignored me, which they do because he knows that I'm right in what I'm saying. Like I said, the police they operate under two jurisdictions. One is policy law, and the other one is contract law. One is contract law, which is policy, and the other one's common law, which they've taken an oath to stand under, and that should come first and foremost. But they tend to
that's a
ignore
contract.
it. It is a contract. It's a contract
But
between
it's a special
people.
kind of contract. It's actually an adhesion contract.
Yeah, the contract is
Via
the
an
contract with the people, whereas the policy is a contract with the government. That's the difference. Yeah, they are both contracts, but one is they're employed by the people. In other words, they're our slaves. We are their masters. But what they've done is they've swapped it round. They become their masters, and now we are their slaves.
Right.
Wingnut said, we live in an upside down society.
Well,
Everything's
yeah. Well, because only the sovereign can give authority. All right, and we're all born sovereign, and they've tried to flip that upside down to where the state or the government, whatever you want to call it, is the sovereign and we're just subject. That's completely upside down and false.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is what I say about you have the option. Yeah. If you when you learn your rights and understand that your rights are more powerful than any man's say whatsoever, you can start enforcing your rights on these coppers. And the only way you can do it is to
No, you
take them
can't.
to court
You can't.
for treason.
Why do you say you can't?
Because they're working via an adhesion contract. That adhesion contract is subject to a different set of rules outside of the common law.
No, common.
You
see,
can't
this
hold
is
them
what-
to common law. They're operating via
That's-
policy.
that's-
They're contracted to operate
Yes.
under policy. We, the
Yes.
people, only prosecute or indict someone against the law if it's in violation of the law.
Well,
Right.
they're in violation of their contract. A breach of contract means that you've broken the law because you've broken that contract. It's the same as us. When we take off our seatbelt and drive a car, we've broken their contract, their rules of their contract. We get punished for it the same way they can get punished. Exactly. No man is above the law. Yeah, no matter whether it's their courts or not, no man is above the law. Now, you have two choices. You can either take them to the Supreme Court in America, yeah, for breaching their
No.
oath, which is classed as...
You could never do that. Because
Okay, you
here's
can't
why.
do that in-
Here's why.
okay.
Here's why. Let me explain. This policy enforcement is doing their job. They were assigned a job by somebody else to do that job. AKA the government hired them to do that job. So we're going into question the government's standing in law. They were hired via contract 1871, the Organic Act, to provide 19 essential services to the people after the Civil War until the American people could return to self-governance. And they will not go away until the people can put the men and women living on the free and dry land back in the seats of those offices doing the work of we the people. Until then, that corporation is going to provide those 19 services.
Yeah.
The United
I
States
agree.
military hired them to do so. Was it
Okay.
a giant mistake? Yes. Did we need somebody to do it back then? Yes. Have they
Okay.
gone viciously and wildly out of control? Absolutely.
Yes. Did you know in the 1800s?
But they are doing what they said they were going to be doing until they don't.
Did
And
you know
until
before
the people can restore what we had before, they won't leave.
Did you know
They
before
yield.
the Second World, before first and Second World War? Did you know that we had roads, we had councils, we had everything. Nobody paid taxes or anything like this. Yeah, and we still had everything. The infrastructure was still running the same way it's running today. Yeah, and yet we had no taxes to pay. No taxes. We had a full army and everything. We only started paying taxes after Second World War. Yeah, because the infrastructure was damaged. So the government's asked us to pay so we can rebuild the infrastructure. Now, what they've done is they killed off our ancestors. So the information that should have been pushed down to us has been taken away from us. This is how they dumbed us down. Like I say, you're right in what you're saying, that the government, that the police work for the government, but first and foremost, they work for us. They also work for the government, but they work for us.
The government that is in existence
It isn't
in the all-caps United States of America is operating under their corporate constitution, aka
Yes.
the rules of Walmart posted on the wall when you walk in.
Yeah. And like I
They're
say
operating
again,
within the law.
I know, I'm
and
not saying that
until-
they're not. They're operating under their law, but common law is first and foremost. They can't. No man can override common law. It states it in the Bill of Rights. No man can take your rights away from you unless you give them away.
You
what
can't
I
give
mean?
your rights away even if you want.
Well, you do by being ignorant,
Sure,
by
exactly.
not standing by what you know. If you don't know it, you're being ignorant, and then you fall into their policy law. Now, if you know the law and you know common law and you enforce common law, and the way to enforce common law is like I just said, is they've just
No,
breached.
the way
They've just breached.
the way in
Hold
America,
on.
the
Hold on,
American
they've just-
form of self-governance, the law is executed via grand jury. No single person can act by themselves.
That's what you've been taught by the government.
No, that's not what I've been taught by the government. The government
Learn your
won't
common
teach you
law,
that.
mate. Honestly, learn your common law. You have the power, not the government. You're the one giving your power to the government by believing their BS. If you
Okay.
stand strong and you put your armor of God on, yeah, and stand strong and know your bills of rights and your constitution and everything else, so it speaks off the end of your tongue, yeah, you put the copper in his place, you also film it, yeah, this is your evidence. Now, when he refuses to stand under that oath, he has breached his oath. That is on par with treason. So now you can take him to court. Like I say,
It's not on par with treason. It's not.
Go and read it, mate. Don't tell me anything about that I don't know about, because I'm telling you what I do know about, because I've researched it for over 18 years. So you are absolutely wrong there. Yeah. So I'll also say this. Yeah. You can take them to court, and yes, you have to use their system to take them to court. But again,
Whose court? Whose court are you going to take them to?
I just told you, their court. You're going to have to use their system.
Yeah, their court. You think
Well,
the
let me
criminals
finish,
are going to
mate.
indict themselves? No.
No, you're indicting them. Look, just because they're wearing a uniform doesn't mean say they have more power than you. You have every right what they're doing to put back on them. What they're doing onto you, you have the rights to put it back on them. Yeah, I'm going to say this. When you appear in their court, taking one of their peers to court, yeah, it's not going to 100% turn out your way that you want to expect it to turn out. So then you have the International Crime Court, yeah, which is the Nuremberg Court. So then you take it from that high court that you've just taken it to, the Supreme Court or what it was, and you just been knocked down. You take it to the International Criminal Court, and you also take
Why
that
would I
court
leave my home for a foreign court that operates under separate rules on their own circumstances to chase down a rogue policy enforcer? Not
You ain't
happening.
chasing anybody down. You're enforcing the law.
Exactly. But a single person cannot do that. If I cannot get remedy in their courts,
No, a single man can't.
Guess what?
But Gandhi closed down England by word of mouth. Yes, it can be done.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
Gandhi closed down England. Yeah, Gandhi in India closed down England. Literally closed down England for all the trade in India. Yeah, by word of mouth. They didn't have TV or loudspeakers or radios and everything else. It was done by word of mouth. Yeah, YouTube is a place which is today's called word of mouth. All you need to do is just wake up the masses. As soon as the masses are awake, mate, their system's done. Now I'm trying to wake up the masses by telling people the easiest way to do it. The easiest way in common law, like I say, I've been studying it for over 18 years, if not 23
the easiest
years.
way in common law is to use the corporation's court system and hope you get a fair shake.
No, not at all, mate. Because if you go online,
It sounded like what you suggested.
Mate,
You're,
if you
you
stop
sound-
and
you're
listen,
talking
if you
really
stop
fast.
and listen for
you're
Slow
yelling.
down, Peter. Slow down, Peter. Don't get too just
You're
slow
wound
it
up tired,
down.
brother. Just breathe.
No, I understand, Pete. Just kind of like slow it down just a little bit, and we'll get through this. It's it's okay, Peter. You know what I mean?
He's passionate though. I like
Yeah. I know that. Yeah, he is passionate. I have to admit, he is, and I love it. It's just, hey, just kind of, let's just cut it down. Instead of going 50 miles an hour, let's try to get it down to 20 miles an hour and just kind of do a little cruising speed here and, work through this and all that stuff all the way through.
Okay. Let me finish what I'm saying, then.
Right on.
In a sense, can you please stop buttoning until I finish what I'm saying? Because that buttoning is making me kind of like get agitated for me to raise my voice. So let me finish my conversation, then I'll let you speak yours. Like I said, the police operate under a two-tier system. Yeah, one is policy law, one is common law. Common law is the highest law of the land. No man can override common law. Yeah,
Okay.
So you have to use their system. This is what I'm saying first. You have to use their system first. Yeah, you're going to get nowhere with it. I says to Wingnut the other day, there's a website called Common Law Court. Yeah, and there's a guy called John Harris. Yeah, that's assigned himself up to the Common Law Court, and he's claimed the name. He has also rebirthed himself, so now he's a living man. He went into court, and there's a video of him showing it. He went into court, and he says to the court has no jurisdiction. The court says, why? He says, because I'm a living man. There's proof. The court agreed that he has no jurisdiction of the living man. So he says he's going to carry on with the court case anyway. and he's going to try Mr. John Wright. So John Smith turned around and says, "Okay, I'll stop you there." He says, "I also claimed a name." He says, "Now what are you going to do?" He says, I'm going to adjourn it for 4 months. Now, this is the power we've got. When you learn it, they have no legs to stand on. But like I say, to begin with, you use their system, and yes, more than likely it's going to get kicked out of court. But you've got the Nuremberg Court, which is called the International Criminal Court. You move it from there, and you take that court because it's refused. He has no rights. Only the Queen can abrogate your common law right. Yeah, she can repeal any one of the not your country. I'm talking about mine.
Yeah.
She can repeal any one of the Bill of Rights, Act of Union, or Coronation Oath, or any. She can repeal any of them, and when she does, she takes our rights away. But then the people will pull her out of her chair. Do you know what I mean? Because people will wake up that she's taking absolute power, and she doesn't have the rights to have absolute power. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That if you use if you start learning and do some background really deeply, use are the ones I've followed to learn where I've got most of my information from. Do you know what I mean? Like the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, that the courts operate under. Now, when you learn the Universal Commercial Code, all you need to learn is 1-308. I reserve my rights. Now, if you put that forward to any court,
you mean 1-7?
Go on. Like I say, if they repeal any of your rights, that is treason. They have no jurisdiction. They work under you. They are the serfs. They are your slaves. Do you know what I mean? How can a slave tell a master what to do? And how can you accept it? No, you fight it. And that is how you learn the laws. Yeah, don't use their laws, act, statutes, and this, that, and the other. Just go with treason. It states in there, it's treason to go above the laws of the land without it's called administrating another man's right without right. That's exactly what they're doing. They're administrating US property. Now, when you take them to court, you ask them, 1, bring the person who owns me into court. 2, bring the contract that you say I'm compelled to perform under. They won't do either. You've won your case easy there and then. If not, and it's been ignored by the courts, there's an online court called. There's an online website called Common Law Court. It's been going now for about 5 years. I've been attached to it for 2 years. I own my name and everything else. Yeah. You can also put in a common law case to that court, which will be heard by that court and by the people and everything else, and they will lose either way. So the information is out there, and the information is very strong, and it is very powerful when you use it. I have used it in England. I've had my case. Not so much my case in court kicked out, but when I went to court, I got given probation for a year. I've had the probation squashed because I refused to attend to it. So they tried to take me back to court for it. So I sent them, the clerk of the court, an email stating, if you maliciously prosecute me because I will not attend it, I can read out the email if you want. If you maliciously prosecute me for not attending in your court after I've asked you to provide me with the court order, you say, the contract that I'm under to propel performance to, I'll have you done for treason. 3 days later, I got a letter stating the case has been dropped. He shit himself. Treason is the highest form of misconduct you can do.
Yeah, may I? You're done?
I'm done.
Okay. You said a couple things there, and yeah, you can take them to their courts and win on an individual level, but you're still going to get rung through the ringer. And there's some other things you said. I don't know. I hear an accent. I don't know where you're from. Sound
UK.
like, yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Now, you brought up UCC in violation of UCC being treason. That's not true. Not in America. They created their own constitution. They're operating under that constitution that they created. And that is why they are subject to United States Code, USC.
Yeah, USC.
And that is what they operate by. Now, I don't advocate anybody go into their court system because you're just putting yourself in front of a bunch of pirates who want your money or to put you in jail and charge a private company who runs the jails to profit off of you. You're not gonna win. You might waste a whole bunch of time and energy and finally get dismissed, but it's gonna be months of pain in the rear, and you're gonna get trolled by a bunch of pirates. It's just part of the game. You can't do that forever. You can try, but they're gonna wear you down because they have an organized system that is just designed to do that. And you can win if they mess up or slip up, but they do this for a living, and they've been doing it in America since 1871. Now,
Yeah, they've
we're
been doing it a
dealing.
lot longer in the UK too.
Well, yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, they've
That's
been
why the
doing it a
founding
lot longer.
fathers left and
Yep.
took all of the history from the Anglo-Saxon common law and applied it to the founding documents that is his country. They didn't just come up with these ideas out of nowhere. This had all had been done before. And as I had mentioned earlier, you have the Magna Carta of 1215 AD,
hmm
and Article 61 of the Magna Carta demonstrates and lays out how the people can convene a grand jury. And they did this in 13, 14, against the Pope.
12,
25
15.
barons, 25 barons of the realm came together, convened a grand jury against the Pope, who had tried to declare dominion over all souls and all lands,
hmm
and that jury deliberated against that.
hmm
That's why the Pope's got a little town. He used to be the ruler of Rome. Guess what? He's stuck in the Vatican. Is he still a powerful wad? Yes,
Yeah.
if you let him be. But he has a kryptonite, and it's God. Whether you want to hear that or not, it is. It worked once before, and it continues to hold true now. And I believe we all agree common law is superior to corporate law. That's not in dispute. But those of us in the States, how do we fight the system? You know, that's what it boils back down to. We don't want to play in their courts because it's rigged. We want to be free, not deal with their maze that they've created, their money system.
That's
And
why
again,
I
it
was
goes back
saying
to
that.
those documents.
That's
You know,
why I was saying we would have to basically have our own court, our own jury. And like for instance, we could be right now in this stream. This could be our own court,
okay.
our own jury system, in a sense. All right, it's not like one person or our judge. This is our Supreme Court just our jury. All right, and we can have that right here, right now. All right, and
I mean,
the
not
thing is if
technically,
we,
but we
but
could.
well, in a
Probably.
way we can because we can have
In
it
a way, we
anywhere.
can. It's
We
not
can have it
lawful, but
anywhere.
yeah,
It
we
doesn't
could.
matter. It doesn't have to be in some building or a specific building or anything like that. We can have it anywhere.
But there is a
And
correct and proper number of people.
well, I understand that. Like if we had the correct number of people, for instance, on this panel right now, all right, and
It'd take about 25, but yeah.
we can hold court right here and now. All right. The problem that I see personally is the enforcement. All right, to actually to enforce that those rulings or all that stuff. And for instance,
All
all
right,
right,
that's a good point. Can I touch on that?
go ahead. I'm
So
listening.
there's multiple avenues that people have at their disposal for enforcement. The people's first job is to have, well, their job isn't this, but the first remedy is the First Amendment. That's the first thing they need to do. Have a grievance. Petition the government over that grievance. Okay, nothing happens. Present it to a grand jury to investigate. If the grand jury looks into it and they find evidence, they can present an indictment. All right. So if there's grounds for an indictment, it's ground for a trial via grand jury.
I
Simple as
agree.
that. It's
I'll
as
agree,
simple as that.
and I'll disagree. The reason why is what Wingnut just
What about
says.
that is debatable. I don't even. Okay.
Wingnut just says that we need to pull ourselves together and create a people's court. I just told you there's an online common law court which is international, which you can use over the pond. Yeah, sign up to it. Claim your name.
Does it have international jurisdiction?
Common law court is worldwide, mate. So yes, it does.
Well, not everyone agrees or abides by common law.
It doesn't matter whether they agree or whether they follow it. One day they will agree, and one day they will follow it when they wake up. Until then, they can carry on living their boring lives, and be complete slaves for the rest of their lives.
But you have to have a standing in law. What is the standing in law of this court?
Right. Go and look it up. Go and learn it. Yeah.
Go and look what up.
Go and look what up. Huh?
Give me a reference and I'll look into it. I promise.
What do you mean? Give you a reference?
You said go and look it up. Go look what up.
Go and look up the International Common Law Court. Go and look up the International Common Law Court. Everybody is entitled. Well, let me explain this here.
Standing in law was the question.
Standing under common law, that's the law. There is no other law.
Stand under common law.
They stand.
No,
in
you have to have you have to have due process. So
no,
what in their due process? Yes, you do, sir.
In their system, yes. In the common law system, all you need to do is show a video that he's done what you say that he's done, and write it down. Like the pen is mightier than the sword.
Hey, okay, hold on. I gotta hear. Slow down again. I'm trying to have a legitimate conversation, not just banter. So if you can't answer what the standing in law is, we'll just move on. Because it doesn't have it. Either it does or it doesn't.
Explain what your standing in law is, then I'll come back.
First Amendment. 7th Amendment. 10th Amendment.
Okay, what is that? It's common law.
Those are no. Well, yes.
It's common law.
They are. But you have to. Okay. Like I said, the people, and we the people, have the right to petition their government for the redress of grievances. They have that right. They're allowed to do that. Me personally, I don't have the right to petition any government in any other country than my own.
So what you're saying is the legitimacy of international scenario. We can it has bearing in our own country, for instance, instead of like an international that covers all countries. That's what if I'm getting the understanding right.
You're right there.
All right. Well, see that.
What right do I have to go to China and tell that guy how to do his job? I don't.
Right. Well, see that's why I disagree with actually using the UN in any way. All right, because I don't recognize their authority in any way, especially here in America. Their authority does not.
What's going on over there? I mean,
yeah, I don't care either. Yeah, I don't need the UN in buttoning their nose into anything over here at all. All right. I mean, and that's in a sense that's where that international crap comes into play, because they want to make it. They want to feel like that. The UN wants to feel like that they have jurisdiction over all countries. All right, that's that so-called international stuff.
It's kind of like when the Pope said he had dominion over all souls and all lands.
Right.
Well, now we have other people who are doing that. Same thing needs to happen. 25 barons of the realm, wherever they are domiciled, come together, convene a jury, and deliberate. It's common sense. Outside of that, I wouldn't go to other countries where you don't even stay there. You don't even know the land. You don't even know anyone to have a jury of your peers there.
You don't have to know anything. The world is our oyster, mate. The world is one place. It's the government that divided it.
It's a dog-eat-dog world. I mean, you can try it if you want, but that is not
I've tried it
the
and it's
law.
worked.
Not my country. You've gone
International.
to internet.
See,
You've
this
gone
this
to a
website
foreign
is.
country and had the law carried out in your favor because you chose to do that.
See, when I say international common law court, yeah, the maritime is international. Yeah, it's worked the same way around the world, no matter which country it is. It's maritime law. Yeah, international common law or common law is international. It's used around the world exactly the same way. Yeah, as
Okay,
maritime
international
law.
common law and corporate law are different.
No, common law, yeah, is internationally around the world, so it can be used. Common law can be used anywhere around the world that has is under the Commonwealth of common law. Yeah.
The
Now,
Commonwealth. What?
huh?
You
You're
say
under the
Commonwealth?
Commonwealth. You're ruled by the Queen, whether you know it or not. You're still ruled by the Queen. You're under the Commonwealth.
Yeah, and that's why these pirates are here. And guess what? A grand jury, or the joining together of sovereigns, the moment that happens, 60 seconds before the Declaration of Independence was signed, the Queen was the most powerful, or the King was the most powerful sovereign in the world. 60 seconds later, it was all the people who came together in America on a combined set of principles, joining together their sovereignty to become a more powerful sovereign entity or that they've created. It's that simple. One sovereign against one sovereign, equal. One sovereign against no sovereign, not equal. 300 million sovereigns against one. Guess who wins?
The sovereigns.
Yeah, 300 million.
Or 30. I mean, it doesn't matter. Two sovereigns, more power than any individual sovereign, acting on their individual capacity. When you work together in unison and harmony with your fellow man, and you are doing things the correct and proper way, that even the Pope, all the popes had to abide by, because they hide under the guise of acting within God's capacity or whatever they say they're doing. If you call them out on it and say, well, God said this, here's 10 commandments, you're not going to do that, they have to abide by it, or else they blow their cover. I mean, it gets to be that simple when you go follow the money back to a certain point.
No man is above the law. Every man is equal to the law. Every man can be prosecuted under the law. Doesn't matter what clothes they wear. Yeah, under common law, man is man.
The Anglo-Saxon common law, every man is equal. But when the actions of one sovereign affect the rights, God-given rights, of another person, that is where there's a problem and the common law comes into play. Then there is a victim. That means there's a crime. That means it's to be heard by a jury of your peers. This is all very, 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 very simple. I mean,
common sense. Just to stop you right there for 1 second. I got one of my mods was asking, do you have a channel they can put a link to in my chat?
No, I don't have a channel, but if you want to go to where I study a lot of information, you can go to the national-assembly.net.
Okay. Right on. No, I was just curious because, like I said, is it, yeah, we're just trying to figure out if there was a channel or like you had a YouTube channel or something like that we can send put a link in.
No, I just get on YouTube to have discussions when I need to blow off steam about stuff, or
Right on.
just want to talk about stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's why
all
I
this
don't
stuff
have a
that all this stuff that we're talking about, we have to, because bare bones, we all agree on a small set of principles. How to put them into effect, we somewhat don't exactly agree on, but we all have different circumstances. We're in different parts of the world anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Anyway, the common law court that's online is employing is employing constables. Yeah. And in England at the moment, we are starting to see these constables hit the streets under common law. Yeah. So we're taking back in England, we're taking back our common law right because of this this common law that's online. You can put your claim to the court, and it would be heard by the common law court, and you got like your LINs and everything. Like I say, if you go on there, it will teach you from A to B, A to Z on how you can prosecute these people under the common law. And this common law can and will enforce your court deeds. Like I say,
Court,
it's a very interesting.
hold on. That was very, very interesting what you just said. Court deeds?
Common law court deeds.
Okay, can you go into that? What is that? I've never heard of that, and I probably won't ever do anything with a common law court deed. But
Well,
I
common
want
law
to hear this. What is this?
A common law court deed, yeah, is you making a claim against the next man, yeah. It's gone through the court, it's been processed, and it's been found guilty. Now that falls under, and it's been recorded under the common law court, becomes a common law deed, yeah. Same as if you turn around and say you want to own your property, like your car, you claim
You want to?
Huh?
Why would you ever dispute that you own your car?
Because at the moment, the government's own every property. Since the Act of 1688, Sesticate Trust, you was pronounced lost at sea, and they claimed every property that you owned. You own nothing.
Okay.
The government owns everything.
All right. So here in the States, you register a vehicle. If nobody
Yeah,
knows,
same
I
here.
would encourage you to get the American English or the American Dictionary on the English language, the first dictionary by Noah Webster from 1828, and look into register. What does it mean to register something?
It's give up ownership.
Exactly. You were a steward. I'm sorry, a steward, or you're pretty much asking permission to own something from the government by registering it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. Yeah.
It's
But
a
under
big old
common law,
trap.
yeah, but under the common law deeds, like I say, you can claim your property back. Under
But-
common law, it's the highest law of the land. No man can override any common law court decision. Like I say, go and watch John Smith's video, yeah, and it
But
shows.
Why
and
would
it
you use the
explains-
court system
No, I'm
to
using the common
process
law
a
system.
deed? Why would you process a deed of something
Right,
you
the
already own?
deed goes like this. The deed is, this is how important a deed is, yeah. You walk into court, yeah. Somebody's like,
No,
I've
I
just
don't.
been pulled over. Let me put it this way: I've just been pulled over by the police, and I've got no tax, MOT, or insurance on the car. They take my car off me. Now you've just stole my property because I can prove to you now under the common law court I own that property. It's called a deed. When you buy a house, you get the land deeds in England. I don't know how it's called over in America, but you get deeds to the property in England. Yeah. So then they say that you own that property. It's the same as your car. Yeah. When you got a deed, you own that. You own it. Yeah. Now, when somebody like the police take the car off you and everything else, you can prosecute them then for theft of taking away your private property. Yeah, because they have no jurisdiction over it. It's been registered under the People's Court. The People's Court is the highest court of the land. We, the
If you're
people, make
registering
law.
anything, it does not belong to you, sir.
Well,
I would
okay,
encourage
I
you
haven't
to look up
registered
the
it.
definition
I haven't
of
registered it.
allodial.
I used the wrong word. I've claimed ownership.
Yes, that would be allodial lands, allodial property.
Yes, yeah,
It
that's
belongs
exactly
to the
what it
suburb.
is.
You don't
Yeah.
have to file paperwork in any court
No,
if
But
you are
you-
the sole owner
no, but you
or
have
the
to put in a
sovereign
claim.
in
You have
possession
to
of
put
something.
You have to put a claim in to own it. At the moment, the government own it. There's nothing you can do about it because the government own it. The only way you're going to
Okay.
get, the only way you're going to
Yes.
get possession of your goods is claim ownership. And the only way you can claim ownership,
Exactly. Okay. All right. I agree with that. I agree with that.
It's
And
put
that
it through the-
applies to everything, even your
Yeah.
rights.
So the common law court that's online, yeah.
But don't submit
uh,
your declaration
No,
or your
no.
announcement of your
Oh,
rights.
Yeah,
you
you're
know,
right. Yeah, you're
you
right.
present that in the common law. You don't present it to the de facto
But
corporate
what I'm saying, one time you've got that deed, yeah, you've registered online to the common law court that you've claimed ownership of that property. No man can administrate that property without it becoming theft. Doesn't matter whether the courts want to take your property from you, it still is theft. They have no jurisdiction one time you have claimed ownership. Same as like I've just said about my name. I've claimed ownership of my name. Now, if any court tries to use in
Why
England,
would
any
you
court
claim
tries to use
ownership
my
of your
name.
name? Isn't it self-evident that you own your name?
No, it's not, because the government owns your name, because the birth certificate, they tell you that you are that birth certificate, so they own you as property.
If you acknowledge them, then they do, yeah.
In today's
That's why
society,
you
can't
don't
ignore
put documentation into their court system, because it's not
You put
our
ownership.
court.
You put ownership documentation to the court that you own certain things. That is the documentation I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, there's
Yeah.
a principle or a concept here in this part of the world called innocent until proven guilty. Possession is 9/10 of the law. I don't have to prove that I own something to anyone.
Well, if the government owns,
if it becomes an issue in the common law, then I have to address that. But I don't have to go around just writing pieces of paper saying that I own something and submit it to a court system that has
the
no
pen
real
is
authority.
mightier than the sword. Yes, you do.
Absolutely, if you know how to use it and where to use it.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yes, you do. Yeah, like I'm saying, yeah, the government are our slaves. They work for us. Now, the government has turned things around and says they own everything because of the Cestacators of 1688, yeah, which we know nothing about, yeah. So that contract is null and void before it even starts. But either way, yeah, we are so dumbed down as a society, and I mean everybody in the entire world as a society in the entire world, we've been dumbed down that frigging much. We don't know where left is and we don't know where right is, yeah. We're just being told what it is. Yeah, and we've been told everything else, and we believe everything that we're being told. Stop believing everything you've been told. Stop believing everything that you know to be right, because everything you know to be right, that includes me, is wrong. You have to start getting your tea strainer out and start going through bits and pieces. Yeah, well, you go through and you take what is rightfully yours, and the way to claim what rightfully yours is you have to make a claim on that property, because at the beginning somebody else has already claimed that property. Okay. Yeah, so now what you're taking is their rights away from that property.
You can declare to the world a matter of fact, similar to an affidavit. All you have to do is declare.
They don't work in England. They don't work in England.
Oh, well, it works here. This is why I'm saying you work in a different system. The common law does not always apply everywhere, because there are certain sets of rules, agreed upon facts around the world.
Common law is so easy and simple. It doesn't matter about whether the facts. It's no harm, loss, or fraud.
It's the Ten Commandments. 10 Commandments. That's it. That's what the common law is.
So if you've broken the law, you are tried by the law. Doesn't matter what clothes you wear or who you claim you are.
You said tried by the law.
Yeah, tried by the law.
What does that mean? What does it mean? Who is the law? What is the law?
The government's law, the policies that's been placed in front of you, they claim it as law because
their policy is not law in America.
Their policy is law because people are accepting it as law, so it becomes law. When something is accepted,
if they acquiesce,
then yes. What they say it is.
If they acquiesce, then yes, it becomes fact. They failed to declare their rights or make it known when they were challenged on the concept. It becomes law if they acquiesce. But if they don't know, then they don't know.
If they don't know, you still acquiesce. Yeah, you acquiesce under the influence of silent. You acquiescing by your silence.
Yeah, that is possible. You can do that. That is a common law concept that also transfers over into the other jurisdictions around the world, because yes, common law does prevail over all of the other types of law. I'm not challenging that or disputing that. But
yeah, I'm not saying
started this side tangent because I asked, who is the law? Who's interpreting the law? And in America, we are to be self-governing, and part of being self-governing is having our own court systems. AKA, we convene our grand juries when the law is broken. We interpret the law. We take matters into our own hands. The government is created to protect our rights from foreign dangers. That is their sole purpose. They
Like
don't
I say,
administer anything else. The people give the instructions to the government because they created the government. It's a hierarchy of creation.
yeah,
Just like if you have a child, you bring the child into the world and you instruct your child on how to behave, how the world works. And your child is your property in the common law, right?
yeah,
Exactly. So if your child is your property, you don't call them your child in the de facto court system because that's part of the whole scam. But your property, they have no control over because it's not in their jurisdiction. Your child, your little boy or your little girl or whatever, they want you to use that language because they have control over that. That all relates
yeah.
to the straw man that they've created.
Yeah, the only way they keep getting away with what they're doing is because we have been dumbed down and people don't believe in what people are saying anymore. Common law cannot be overruled by any man or whatsoever. Your rights cannot be taken away by any man whatsoever. It's up to you to stand and learn your rights and enforce your rights. No man can take you all your rights away when you stand under that law, which is common law. Yeah, it's the highest
Yes.
law of this
If
land.
you are standing
Now,
within the law, the common law is your best friend. You're
yeah,
100% right on that. I don't stand under common law, stand on the common law or within the common law.
it's called
Because in
within.
America, if in America, the sovereign is the author and the source of all common law. The Supreme
Yeah,
Court
it's
case,
called-
Rick Hand v. Woe. You can look it up and read the synopsis from one of the Supreme Court justices if you want to find reference. Now
Yeah,
we're in agreement. It sounds like common law is the way
Yeah.
to go.
yeah.
It's the
Like I
best.
say,
It's the friend of the people.
yeah, like I say, common law is when I say I'm standing in common law, I'm standing in the law which is common to the people. That's all I'm doing.
Sure.
Yeah, when I say I'm standing
you're
in law,
within
I'm
your
not
rights.
saying
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm standing in their law because I disapprove their law because it's not law, it's policy, it's contracts. Yeah, you're asking me to compel to perform to a contract that doesn't exist. Show me that contract that you tell me I'm under, then I will perform to every duty that I'm obliged to perform to. They can't. Because there isn't one.
If you show up there and enter their courtroom, you're accepting an invitation. That's contract.
You know, that's what makes me laugh. Yeah,
If
makes me
I
laugh,
have an office, and I'm sitting there, I invite you in. I say, hey, take a seat, and you take the seat. Technically, these people are so corrupt, so evil that yes, they've turned the simple act of taking a seat into a contract.
Hell, stepping over the threshold of the building is entering the contract.
Yes.
No, it's not, because
that's
you've
where I
been
was going.
invited.
If you step
Well,
into the
that-
courts,
That's where I'm.
accepting-
Yeah,
they issue
That-
a ticket,
No,
a traffic
you're
violation.
wrong.
that's how it's
Totally
worked. That's how it's been working
Totally
here
wrong.
in
Totally wrong.
America. That's how it's been
Totally wrong.
working here in America.
It's the same over there as it is here. You are
No, it's not,
invited.
sir.
You are invited to court either via a summons or a ticket that has been issued, which has also been applied to the court, and the court will again summon you to court. Look at the word summons, means invitation. Yeah, you are invited. Now, when you walk into that court, you are invited to go there. What makes me laugh is people say, but when you go into their court, you've got to abide by their rules and regulations because you're wasting your time trying to fight. No, you're not wasting your time trying to fight.
why would you show up?
Let me
Why would you
finish.
show up?
You're forced to appear in that court in the first place. So your time is being wasted.
Why?
Let me finish.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, brother.
So your time is already being wasted. Now, instead of you wasting that time on them, waste that time on you to find your standing that puts them back in their place. So what you're
I've
doing
already
is
done that. I've already done that.
Well, I've done that here, and like I say, so far, and I've only tried it once. So far, it's worked. I'm yet to meet. I've had a phone call from the police the other day. Yeah, they want me to go into a voluntary interview, which I will be
Okay.
recorded, and
All
I
right.
will be using my rights, and I will be putting them
May
back
I?
into the
Yeah.
master and slave position. Yeah, and I'll be telling them straight, and it'll all be on video. I'll be telling them straight. You breach this oath of office, and you act above the office of constable. That's breaching your oath. It's on par with treason, and I'll be doing you for it, and I'll be going for the maximum sentence of it. Yeah, and there's nothing you're going to do because I have evidence with video here. And when I put an affidavit into to the common law court, that's online because that's where I'm going to put it at the end. Yeah, because it's building every day, and I mean it's building every day. Yeah, and it's for everybody. That's why it's called international. It's for any country that uses common law. It's we the people's court. It's the highest court of the land. Anywhere, when you start using it and stop using their system, everything falls into your lap. I've started using this common law system, yeah, on common law online system. I've used it in this British court system. When I threatened them with treason, they dropped the charge within 3 days. That's how powerful common law is when you understand it. Standing your standing. That's all you've got to do. Stop buckling and saying, oh, common law's not going to work for me. Oh, believe in yourself before you believe in others.
Okay. All right, Peter. Cool. I love your passion. But, just bring it down a notch or two. That's cool.
I'm sorry.
You're all right, man. Hey, like I
Well-
said, I appreciate the enthusiasm. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of like, and instead of being in the fast hustle and bustle of the city, get down here in the country or get down here in the island time where everything's kind of slowed down a little bit.
It's all the negativity. I can't. It won't. It doesn't. It ain't true. Come on, for fuck's sakes, common law is the first fucking law that ever came on this land, and it can't be true. Come on.
Well, no. I mean, what I'm getting out of it, all right. What I see out of it, all right. All right. There's different ways of, all right. For instance, there's different ways of handling it. All right. For instance, here in America, we have to go through a certain way of doing it here in America. You would have to do the same if you want to do the same type of process. You would have to do it through a certain type of process in the UK. You would have to achieve the same result. For instance, all right, that's what I'm getting out of it. All right, but here in America, for instance, all right, to achieve this, okay, let's say we wanted to go ahead and hold our own court, have our own jury, and all that other stuff. Like I said, also, okay, let's say we did that, it's the part of enforcing. It comes into play. It always is in the back of my mind, because we can sit there and have this court. We can have we can adjourn the court and all that stuff and find a guilty verdict out of this. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't even
How?
need to go that far, though.
Okay. Go.
Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't even have to go that far.
A guilty verdict. A verdict
Okay.
doesn't have to be innocent or guilty.
Mm-hmm. All right.
A verdict. All a verdict has to be is findings and facts, presentment of facts, and instruction how to reach remedy from a jury.
Okay. Once you find that, you present the facts, and the facts is overwhelming to the point of the crime has been committed. All right. Let's say the crime has been committed. We found the facts and all that stuff, and everything's been proven. Boom. This person is now, or this person or entity or whatever is now a criminal because of the facts that we presented.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes down to the punishment, in a sense, or the lack of better words, the punishment for the crimes,
The remedy.
the enforcement of the remedy.
Yeah.
Okay, that to me is the kink in the whole scenario. All right,
Okay.
because there is no enforcement unless there is we the
Absolutely there
people,
is.
unless we the people, actually enforce it ourselves.
Mhm.
Okay,
And the best example of we the people enforcing our rights
well, yeah,
to self-govern, and our rights to put forth the
it's how the
documents that the
founding
founders did.
fathers went up against the goddamn fucking King George back in the day.
Yeah.
All right. It's exactly how we did it back then.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
there's another aspect to this whole self-governing thing. And one of the second most important principles of this is militia. That's the people's armed force,
The militia.
the militia. That's one of the key aspects of self-governance.
Right.
And that's extremely obvious in the case of the founding fathers as well. They raised militias. They raised, like, go to your fellow man, say, hey, this is going on. This tyrant overseas is sending troops to come fight a war for him because he doesn't agree with that, or he wants to keep us enslaved. Well, take your pitchfork, whatever you got. Either die on your knees or stand up on your feet for what you believe in. This is what it seems like Peter was hashing on about. You know, he's passionate about it. And he was saying, basically, you know, stand up for what you claim to be true.
Right.
But there's more to it than that. There's, if we tried doing any of this without, you know, looking into it and reading it and what the standing in law is that we have, and the process that the founding fathers put in place for us to do certain things, then we end up with a foreign corporation or a global policy enforcement like the UN on our doorstep. We don't want
Right.
that.
No.
And the contract that this foreign corporation or the corporate United States is operating under is not going to leave until the people return to self-governing. And if you want to find documented proof and evidence of this, look into Liber Code 11110. It's all there. It's all laid out. The contract is there. Everything that we've been talking about, these contract law, this and that, rights, this and that, courts, this and that, it's all relevant. But how do we use this truly?
It's
We're
easy.
being,
It's
it
really
is quite easy. I agree with you 100%.
Like I say, people say, "Oh, you're wasting your time having to go down." You're forced to go down their court system, so you have
I've
to
never
use
heard.
your time.
Nobody's told me I'm wasting my time.
Well, people
Sounds
have
like you need
told
better
me that
friends.
you're wasting. No, the courts are wasting your time by bringing you in there, claiming that
Oh,
they
absolutely.
have jurisdiction over you. So
That's
your
why we
time is
don't
being
want
wasted.
to. That's why, just avoid the corporation. It's foreign.
You can't. That's the
Yes,
point.
you
You
can.
can't.
Yes, you can. You absolutely
How can you? If you refuse to go to court, they send the police around and they drag you out your house, whatever time in the morning, and they force you into that court. So this is what I'm saying about you better, before any of that is forced upon you, learn how you can counteract it. So then when you walk into court, the first thing you need to say when you walk into court, has this court got subject matter jurisdiction? No, you haven't. If you have, can you produce that subject matter? And you leave their solicitors and everything else alone. Yes, leave their system, standing there as you are, as the man. You're facing a man in front of you. Yeah. Now that man has no rights to tell the next man what to do or how to do it. Yeah, he can only offer you a better way that can benefit you. Go on.
All right. Now, I've seen other guys that have tried to go that route in a sense in court, all right, into the court systems that we have in place here in America, all right, and a majority of the time, the judge will consider any of this just frivolous and probably and put you in contempt of court and throw you back in jail.
They can't do contempt of court because they have an established court, so that is illegal straight away, and you can prosecute them for that because
it's a kangaroo court. They don't give a flying fuck.
I understand.
They operate
they
via
don't.
the legal system. I mean,
but like I say,
they make
what
their
you
own
do,
rules.
you ask them.
Yeah, it's a
don't ask
kangaroo
them for
court. They
anything.
don't give a shit, Peter. They really don't.
You got to learn to ask them. The simple fact is they're telling you what to do. When somebody's telling you what to do, You know,
If
to be honest, I
somebody's
can't
telling
speak to
me
this
what to
guy.
do,
I can't speak to this guy. See you later.
sorry.
it's it's okay. It's okay, man. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
All right, well,
It's good, man. It's
I'm
good.
sweating a
I
little bit.
actually there's another person that I've had these conversations with that I really wish he would show up. That would be awesome. I don't know how to get in contact with him, but it would be really awesome if he popped up because um, um he's um he's a good person to talk to. I mean, he's very articulate on how he speaks, and that's the reason why I enjoy listening to some of the stuff he's got to say. Um, Me personally, like I said, I, my biggest thing, like I said, it always brings me back to the enforcement part of it. All right, that's my. I think that's where, in my mind, is the biggest, the main crux of the whole thing is how, um, you know, we can, as a people, can get together to the point where we can actually get this enforced.
Mhm.
Because we can sit there and claim jurisdiction, or claim not jurisdiction, claim common law jurisdiction or whatever, and do it like all this other stuff. And
Yes.
but if we don't have some kind of enforcement to, I don't know, like a better words, delegate punishments for their violations, what good is it if we don't have any of that? um,
But
and
we
I
do.
mean,
We
well,
just don't know how to obtain it, use it, exercise
yeah,
it, because
right.
it's been kept from us.
No, I
And
agree. I agree. That's why it always brings me back to that question, because I don't
well,
really have anybody that has a direct answer that we're,
well,
all right,
it's
let's say
it's
if
there's
we
multiple answers. If
go
I
ahead.
may just before we,
I'm
uh,
listening.
I'll give something, and if this doesn't answer your question, we'll keep cracking on. But so the one of the most key principles is assembly. Most states have a general assembly. Yes, they've butcherdized and bastardized the name of the organic form of the people coming together in harmony to remedy, or with a singular purpose, to change something or implement something. That's what the founding generation did here in the States. They created assemblies. They joined together with their fellow man, their neighbor, whoever, came together and assembled themselves. They organized themselves, and they organized for themselves a government structure. They built their own government, and they started acting how they saw fit to operate that government. Then they created the Articles of Confederation, the rules. Anybody who had taken on an office position there was subject to follow those rules. They gave up some of their sovereignty and rights because they swore an oath and were elected by the people to represent them on like a state level assembly. Well, they got together those state level assemblies or colony assemblies, and once they had a certain number, a general majority, they come together and had a continental convention. And that's where we got beautiful documents like the Declaration of Independence, Humanity's Bill of Rights, 1791.
Hmm.
So this all starts, and it sounds cheesy, but it just boils down to the fact that it's common sense. If you want to solve a problem, you everybody comes together and thinks of solutions. That's what an assembly is. It's one of the key principles of self-governance. It's so far out of the three key principles of self-governance, you have assemblies, militia, And if that so far doesn't make sense, let me know and answer your question.
No, I mean, well, see, that's the thing. It's like I understand when it comes down to the militia, for instance, that is our enforcement in a sense. That's where I'm getting. That's what I
A
understand it to
last,
be.
a last ditch effort. But yes,
Last resort in a sense. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
So
The
okay,
expressed written will of we the people
right,
is it is the most powerful tool on this planet within the common law. And that common law can only take you so far in an argument with another party. And the result of failure to communicate or create remedy most of the time results in war. But how does a war lawfully come about?
through a
The
declaration.
people who've created that government and set representation have to approve. Yeah, there's nothing left we can do. That think tank that's been created on many levels has to say, yeah, we agree. Tell them we vote yeah or no. Then that's how a single state can declare war if they're lawfully assembled on every level, in every facet. But it can be done. And that's how you would prevent places or entities or agents, corporations from having a higher standing in invoking the UN or something along those lines. Because within the common law, the most highest power is the joining together of sovereigns, which is how America was founded.
Right.
And you look back through history and where assemblies were used and where across the land, where across the earth. And that holds true, back 2,000 plus years. But hopefully that answered a little bit. It's so foreign to us that we don't even know what our own government is supposed to look like. But self-governance, the people have to be willing to do the work of self-governance to have all of the benefits. If we don't do the work, we can't have the benefits of it, It's kind of like expecting, plants in the fruit that they bear to just show up. Well, the truth is you got to plant the seed. You got to water it. You got to give it sun,
Mm.
You reap what you sow. I'm ranting a little bit. I'm sorry.
No. I'm
Peter got me a
thinking.
little wound up.
No, it's okay. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, yeah.
This
Peter
is
is
me talking
very.
fast.
He's very passionate,
He is passionate. I
he's
do see
very
that.
passionate. It's okay because I mean, me and Peter, we've had these conversations before, and it's a learning process for him and everybody else. It's a
He
learning
sounded
process.
very knowledgeable. You
He is.
truly
He
did.
is. He is.
But
He is.
we were in agreement on most things, and it sounded like he didn't agree that we were in agreement.
Well,
It's kind of confusing.
well, you got to understand, like, when it comes down to, a lot of people give him a lot of flack, because he's so passionate. He wants to share the information, and he wants people to know the information. And there's so many people that hear the information that he's trying to spread, and it just goes right over their head. And
Oh, I believe
and
that. I
and
believe that for sure.
yeah, a lot of people, they don't understand what he's talking about. And when people don't understand what he's talking about, they try to ridicule him or shut him down, and he gets very offended, and he'll go off the rail. Which, like I said, I don't know Peter. Like, I haven't known him for a very long time, but like I said, I've had a few conversations with him. There's another man. He lives in the land they call Canada. He goes by Nude Guru. That we've had these conversations on natural common law and all that stuff. Also, he's very knowledgeable. Also, and I'm trying to. I would it, I don't know how to get a hold of him, but I'm trying to see if I can get him on the panel tonight, this morning also. But
It's all good. We got brains. We
yeah,
can
yeah,
rub
yeah.
two brain
But
cells together.
yeah, I'm all for that. But that's the thing. Is like, this is one of my things when it comes down to doing these panels. I mean, my channel is mostly about CB radio shit. All right. But when
Cool.
when I started doing these panels, it's mostly because I like the substantive type conversations, because I think, I know that none of us are greater than all of us. If we all put our heads together, there is a way for us to come up with solutions and ways of actually getting remedy. All right. And I understand that the system that is in place right now, they want us to believe that there is remedy in that system. It's like through the USC code and stuff like that. Let's say, like, for instance, 18 USC 242, 241. That's supposed to be somewhat of a remedy for us. Um, but it's still in their system, and I have yet to hear of anybody getting convicted under that code. And now I think
If you
about
try
it,
to use that,
yeah,
if you presented it properly in their system, which is more work than I care to try to
yeah,
remember
I
because it
agree, I
has no
agree.
standing in law, but you can use that, um, and you can hack their system essentially, put it that way. Um, that's just more stuff than I care to learn about a government that's not mine.
Right.
You know, the real issue is we're not doing the work of we the people. There's not a lot of things that we can change, but that is most definitely one. I will put in whatever it takes to earn my keep because it's my duty. Freedom is not free, and they didn't mean you got to pay the government taxes. They mean it takes work. It takes your time and energy, and you don't get paid for it.
Yeah, no kidding. They do. They continually get paid for it. They
Oh,
get paid no
they
matter what.
continue. Yeah, they steal. They steal for it.
Yeah, they still they get paid through this theft of of the earnings of our labor. They're going to continue to get paid, no matter, like, that's another thing that bothers me too. Is like, no matter if you go through their court and actually try to do all that stuff, everybody there is getting paid. You
Absolutely.
know, and you are,
Their
and
courts were
basically,
not. Just
wait a sec.
one tidbit. Their courts were not designed for the people to get remedy. Those courts were designed to process people to collect money. That's it. You, if you walk in there thinking you're going to set things straight, you got another thing coming.
Well,
They're
yeah,
not
I
there for
mean,
you.
like I said, it's like everybody in the court system, everything from the judge, the prosecutor, the defense attorney, everybody, they're going to get paid, and they're getting paid from the theft of our labor. All right. Even if you tried, even if you went in there and you spent all this time or whatever, like, you're giving up your time, and you're giving up your own earnings in the process to actually try and get remedy in their system. All right.
That's
That
why I don't
and
go
right.
to them for that. You go to your neighbors. You create the assembly.
Mm.
That assembly is lawfully capable due to the Magna Carta of producing the expressed written will of the people in assembly. That is law.
So in a sense,
Read the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence.
we would have to basically, in a sense, write a whole new, or not necessarily a whole new, but I mean, we have to basically have a Declaration of Independence all over again, in a sense. Um,
But that's
or
simple. That's a simple
yeah,
thing, you know. It's just an acknowledgement of something that's already written, basically.
right. But I'm just saying, it's like, in a sense, it's like, instead of trying to gain our independence from King George, it's just in more modern times from the independence of the corporation.
Yeah, we just go back to all of the processes that were written down via the express written will of the people in one people's assembly. It's a direct quote from the Declaration. They use that to create laws in the organizing of the government how they saw fit. There is no one size fits all on how the people across America can do this. It doesn't work that way. History happened in a certain order of events, and it's different everywhere
Hmm.
because you have, it's just the human aspect to the self-governing. You have an assembly in a state, and you have certain people who agree on one thing in one region of the country or the Union of States, and go to
So,
another region and people think slightly differently. But as long as it's within the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, it's okay. There's just an organic aspect to all of this, and there's no direct way of doing it. But in assembly, the people can determine all this stuff. They talk to each other and figure out what's best, and in agreement, whatever they see fit, they can put it down on paper and make it so. But one of the other things, you kind of, sorry, I'm rambling a bit. I'll just say this:
no worries,
the
man.
way
Hey, I've got time. I don't. I got, you know what I mean? To
I
this,
got you.
I mean, you got to understand, there's 19 people or more in the damn chat. We're all very interested in this subject. So it's not a big deal, man. Don't worry about
All
it.
right.
I mean,
Well,
you know, if I got something to say, I'll say it. You know what I mean?
all right.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Well,
That's what I want to do. I want to listen. You know, because I mean, I don't claim to know everything. I mean, there are things that I have looked into and I have researched myself. There are things that I kind of, you know, I don't know everything about one thing. I know a little bit about everything. You know what I mean?
it's a jack of all
So
trades.
yes, and that's why a lot of times I'm very well rounded on how I think about things. So there's no reason for that. You know, for
It's
the
all good.
apologies. No, don't worry about it. I am here to learn, and I mean, you know, like I said, I
I'm
do
not
not
here to
claim to
teach
know.
either, though.
Yeah, well, I'm not. You know, I'm not trying to get you to teach me. I'm just trying to
Yeah. Okay.
hear
Good.
everything, because I mean, I'll make my own decisions on what to talk
Good.
or what to
That's
think
the way
about.
it should be. And I
Yeah,
just want to make sure I'm not stepping over you.
yeah.
So, oh man, where was I at? Where'd I leave off?
I'm not
Saying
sure, but
something.
here, let me welcome Devil Dog up here, or D Dog.
Yep.
Can
How are you
you
doing?
How's it going?
morning time to you, sir.
Sir, that was my dad's name.
Right on. That's just the Southern in me, man. That's just the Southern in me.
Well, I understand. I was beaten as a child too.
So how are
So,
you?
what exactly is the topic? Because Indy texted me and told me that I need to get on your panel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the subject is basically natural and common law, and how we can
It's
actually
freedom.
achieve natural and common law, basically, back in this country, or worldwide, actually. But we're going to start with this country because this is where we're at.
Well, I recommend starting in your local.
Amen. Yeah.
Get to know your sheriff, befriend your sheriff. Have him get a hold of Sheriff Mack at cspoa.org, and under info, the first document that's on there is vetting your sheriff. So whenever there's an election and there's a debate, you ask him the questions on the vetting paper. And there's another one of statement of constitutional sheriff. You hand that to anyone running or your current sheriff.
Okay. Oh, wait, I have a question. Can I? Or may I?
Yeah.
What is a constitutional sheriff?
A sheriff that abides by the Constitution instead of the one that chases all the crap the governor says to do.
Okay.
Because the,
So
the sheriff is your only elected person that is only answerable to the people. He doesn't have to answer to the governor or mayor or county supervisors or anyone. The sheriff is
And
direct
that
contact
holds
with the people.
that holds true in the corporate laws, United States codes, and the organic. But hmm, but oh man, what was it, the that holds true on in both aspects of law. But the only thing is I've heard about Sheriff Mack, and the only thing I want to know, and I've never been able to get an answer out of him, or heard anybody say they've got an answer out of him. And where is an example of that constitutional sheriff? Because that seems to be the actual office position that he's claiming is in existence. I've never seen it. And if somebody could provide me proof, I would love to see it, because there's a lot of good people, smart, intelligent people backing this. I just want a reference to say, okay, all right, there's proof, but I've never seen it.
If you look, every time that the sheriff stands and protects the people and their rights from the government, the sheriff has always won. And that goes all the way back to the Magna Carta of 1215.
Okay.
And
And there is
if you look under the Magna Carta, Clause 61, the second half of it actually states that the sheriff is to be the buffer between the people and the government.
yeah, and I agree with that 100%. But the actual office of constitutional sheriff is not something that's ever existed. Now you
Right,
have
because
justice of
it's
the peace, you have things like that of that nature, which yes, and everything you've said is true. I'm just saying I need proof that it's worked in the past. And somebody who's abiding within the rules of the Constitution, good for them. But they've also sworn an oath to the corporate constitution as well. So their hands are tied on that end. But again, I'm not trying to be critical of what you're saying. I've heard this before, and it always boils down to what is truly a constitutional sheriff.
a constitutional sheriff is a sheriff willing to self-nullify acts of the federal government to protect the people of his county. A constitutional sheriff is the one that gets a hold of all the government agencies, state and federal and local, and tell them that they have to check in with him and get his approval to do anything in his county, or they will be arrested for trespassing.
Okay.
That's your constitutional sheriff.
All right. I hear that. So who does this sheriff take his orders from?
The people.
Okay. And he has to nullify his office.
No,
So
he
becomes a
can
layman.
nullify an act of Congress.
Oh, an act of Congress. Okay. I thought you said he nullified his oath. Okay. So it's essentially we're talking about this basically the same thing. I just get back to that one hitch. Is there a reference in history of where this has worked? Has it worked anywhere? Because the rest of it seems decently solid. And the other aspect is the people still need to form for themselves a way to issue directives to the elected officials who want to act within what is truly their job. So that's just something else to look at if you want to. But if we could get these people to do what their job truly is, that would be marvelous.
Okay, last year I sat down with 22 different sheriffs and their crew, along with county commissioners, city officials, city police, all in one room, and I give them a 5.5 hour speech about the duties and obligations of the constitutional sheriff.
Awesome. And you see an improvement in your community?
Yes, I see quite a bit of improvement. I
That's-
also
That's good. That's awesome.
I also do a lot of work with affidavits and notices.
Mhm.
The public school for where my kids go, there's a Bible in every classroom. They say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning at the beginning of school, and they say the Lord's Prayer before everyone goes home.
So, all right. What I'm referencing is this sounds great, but how do we the people take control of our government? Because
Stand up.
this sounds like we're basically putting on knee pads and begging for somebody to do their job correctly. And I have an issue with that because we have way bigger issues like a foreign corporation running what belongs to the people. But if you're
Okay,
getting
the Corporation of
good
the
effects out
United
of this,
States,
don't stop.
the
Definitely.
Corporation of the United States, which is UCC 9-307, states that the United States is within the District of Columbia.
Yeah, it's
And
within the 10
then
square miles
crap.
or territories.
And
I know what you're referring to, but they can't create themselves. Who
okay,
came
well,
up with the United States Code?
well, if you actually go back to the first Congress, which is 1 USC 1, and that'll tell you the basic guidelines. And there's
What
so
year was
many
that?
open loopholes. 1790 or something, 1792.
Interesting. And you said look where for that information as to United
If
States
you
Code 1?
1 USC 1, the very, 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 very first code.
Yes. Okay.
It gives them
I'll
the
have to look
basic
into that.
guideline.
But my one thing is on that is you're still referencing United States Code. And if you look out through the history of the States United, code, rules, regulations, that's all corporate. That's
Well,
all
you're
fictitious.
too busy talking instead of listening.
Sorry, I was asking. All right. My bad. I thought I was just asking questions, trying to learn.
Oh, did he drop out? Shit.
Well, he got upset. I guess I was talking too much. I was asking questions, but I guess I'm rude. If you want me to leave, I can leave. I'm not sure to be rude and chase people off. I'm just asking questions. But that sounded a lot better than other suggestions. Truly did. Especially if he's getting results at some level.
Hmm. Like I said, I am here to learn from everyone because I will make my own decisions when it comes down to the information. And I appreciate everybody that coming in anyway, because these are conversations that need to be talked about. These are what we have to. Um, here, I want to bring you back in there.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but
Right on. Yeah, that's. Hold on. Somebody just sent me another message. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Anyway, but that's what I'm here for. I'm here to learn from everybody. And like I said, I the way I do things for my own, it's kind of like I kind of look at it like the same way I do religion and stuff like that. I look at all of it. All right, and I pick out the best parts of all of it and make up my own shit. All right.
That's
Because
awesome, because when you bring multiple minds together, you come up with multiple answers or solutions, you know?
yeah, I'm sick and tired of people providing me options and stuff like that all the time. You know, like for instance, it's like, okay, you got these two choices. And this is the only two choices that you got to pick from. I personally believe that there's much more options and much more choices to go look at, instead of being limited onto what people provide for me. Um, like I said, you know, when it comes down to me, like I look at the ways of life or religion or just anything, it's kind of like how Bruce Lee was so good at what he did. If you know anything about Bruce Lee, he learned many styles of martial arts. And what he did is he took the best parts of each one of those martial arts that he learned and created his own called Jeet Kune Do. I personally take that same level of learning and on everything. All right. I kind of look at all different types of angles, different types of viewpoints, because everybody's got their way of looking at things and everybody's got a different view. And there are views that I can't see. And unless people show me the view that I can't see that they're looking at, and then there's also views that none of us are looking at. I'm trying. It's kind of like that devil's advocate. I want to look at all of it. Um, and Devil Dog, I appreciate you coming up. That's the first time I met you. I just want to say thank you for coming up. And I'm sorry.
I
Um,
found some of what he said to be insightful. I mean, I didn't mean to chase you off, sir, but I hope I didn't. But sounded like a smart guy.
right. Well, yeah. See, it's on the same um, level. Um, I think a lot of people that are on this basic subject are very passionate about these things. Even me, I'm very passionate about these things too, but I will be the first one to admit I don't know everything about it. That's why I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to learn everything I can about it. And I've done my own research and my own looking into it and digging into those rabbit holes on my own.
Absolutely.
But I need, and there's other people out there that have done a lot of digging and done a lot of research that I'm not aware of or I'm not privy to. So that's the reason why I like talking about these things. All right, because to me this is very important. And me, all right, if I was to put a label to it, I'm an anarchist. All right. Anarchy, I mean, basic definition of anarchy is no masters, no rulers. All right. I do not see any legitimacy whatsoever of a select few having the right to rule over others, and everybody else has the obligation to obey. That mentality has to be eradicated. All right. And that's the way
I
I see things.
I know
So, I
about
mean,
50 other people who would have, or do, I would assume still to this day, agree with you, who have fixed their name to a certain document, sent it to a certain king. So there's at least 50, and I would say, yeah, no masters. I serve one master. That's my creator.
exactly. No one has a higher claim over my life and my property than I do. No one. I don't give a shit about what title you have, what hat you wear, what badge you have. I don't give a flying fuck. No one has a higher claim over my life and my property than I do. But I
Amen.
will also go a step
It's freedom.
further. I will go a step further. The only one that does have a higher claim over my life and property is the creator. All right. Um, but there is no man that has a higher claim over my life and property than I do.
Exactly.
But you know, in the systems that we are born into right now, and that has that's been put in place to basically screw us all right, and to find remedy. If we could do this without firing a shot, that would be fucking awesome.
Hmm.
But I'm not sure if that's even possible. I have my doubts on that
But we're not
personally.
at that bridge yet. We're,
No, but
let's
I
not
but
cross that bridge until we
I
get there.
agree. Hey, I'm right there with you.
In
I
the
have my
meantime,
doubts. I have my doubts that that's actually possible to do it without firing a shot. But I am willing to figure out a way to do that. That's the
mhm,
way. That's what I am. I mean, and I do
well,
not claim that we're going to follow, sit here and solve the world's fucking problems right here on a live stream. I know that's not going to happen either. I don't sit there and have delusions of grandeur about this shit. That's the reason I want the conversation. And and there's not too many. I mean, there's not, there's probably a few, but there's not too many people out there that are actually having these conversations. And that's the reason why I'm trying to bring people together to do this personally. That's just my thing. And
well,
that
and
doesn't mean
that's,
just
if I
here in the
may,
US. It's go ahead.
one of the things that brings people together is that First Amendment.
Right, right,
Everybody, everybody at this point in time has a grievance. They have something to petition the government about for the redress of their grievances.
mhm,
It could be anything at this point in time. So many things have happened up until this point that if you don't have a grievance, I would ask if you have a pulse, you know. And the standing in law that we use to our benefit is these grievances and the right to petition the government for the redress of these grievances, to seek remedy for it, correction. And that's you come together. If you have a grievance, great. I have a grievance. Let's get more people who have them. What did they do with the Magna Carta? Well, they got 25 barons of the realm. That worked out pretty good for them. So there's a good
right.
reference in history. Why don't we get up 25? Because that had very lawful world impact when they did what they did. Let's recreate that. Exhaust all remedies that we have available to us within the law. And if it comes down to high speed projectiles flying
Right,
each
right.
which
I
way,
mean,
we can say that we did it within the law. We didn't trespass on any corporations, and they have no right to be involved in our conflict on our homeland. You know, we can't give them an excuse to step in because they will if
the
if we
only thing
provide it.
is that the reason why I do not think. I mean, I want to. I hope now. If I was to hope for something, which hope is a anyway.
It's a strong
I
and dangerous
basically,
word.
yeah, I hope for the best, but I expect the worst. All right.
Mhm.
The thing is, I know damn well that the corporation, their whole intention, or the only thing that they care about, the corporation, the only thing it cares about is continuity of government.
Mm.
That's the only thing it cares about is the continuity of government. It will use any means necessary to keep that continuity. All right. So for for the people to come together in a sense and try to hold them in a sense, like a better words, accountable, they will take offense to that, and they will try and use whatever means necessary to not let that happen.
The
All
corporation?
right. Yes.
Yeah, well, they have the right to do that because the corporation is foreign.
Right.
Foreign. They are not
That's
of we the
why
people. They don't
I
belong here.
think that's why I think in my mind that it would be a extravagant fucking deed if we can actually do it without firing a shot. But because
It's
the
possible. It really
corporation
is.
will not do that, it will come down to blows. It will come down to trading lead. because they will fight tooth and nail to keep their power, keep their control and their grip on us.
Sure.
All right.
And
So
if I may,
go ahead.
that's when we use that contract or the Lieber code 11110 to see
Mhm.
what the rules of their contract are. They're to provide those 19 essential services until we, the people, can return to self-governing. Until then, they remain in place. That's why they can come up with all this corporate BS. Is because if the people don't do what they're supposed to be doing in the job of their own governance, somebody's got to do it. And they're the ones who've been hired to do that. So until everyday folks come together so we can tell them, you're fired, we don't need you anymore, bye. The people are back. We would like our seats back. You must go. And there's a couple words we can look at to hold these facts or points and find their validity and where that would work if we could bring ourselves together to do that simple task of governing ourselves. You can look in some reference books. One is Corpus Juris Secundum. Yeah, it sounds like a foreign language, but Corpus Juris
It uses
Secundum.
Latin.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
in volume 38A. If the de jure grand jury is present or the de jure is present, the de facto must stand down. And if anybody's listening, go look it up. It's in there. I think it's page 240 or 340 on the left side, but I could be wrong. But it's, you can try to buy the book, but it's like $70,000. So if you,
Let me ask you, common sense, just for curiosity, how'd you find my channel anyway?
it's that one time we had a conversation on Vex's.
Okay, okay,
It was a decent conversation. It got a little
okay.
heated at times, but I thought you were all right. So, and I was bored. I was bored at midnight, and I was like, oh, he popped up there, so see what he's talking about.
Right on. Yeah, I'm everywhere and nowhere at the same time. That's just my thing. Yeah. Well, the thing is because I do these every so often. It's like I don't have a set time or anything like that. Even tonight, hell, I've been on like live stream after live stream since freaking Christmas. You know what I mean? It's like just going from one to another, another to another, and all that stuff. It's like I've had barely any sleep and all that other stuff. But even like before I started this live stream, I was on 3 different live streams prior to this, and but some of these subjects have been coming up, and this is my thing. It's like I kind of use this YouTube thing as kind of like a networking scenario, because I'm old fashioned. All right, I still talk on a CB radio. I do a lot of my communications through that, or face to face. So when it comes down to the social networks that are on the internet, I use YouTube. That's the only thing I'm on, and and communications to me is a very vital part of just living on the land.
It's vital.
And then
It's vital
and,
to
and
our species.
yeah, I mean, you can even go on the prepper or survivalist type of scenario too. It's a very important part of prepping too. Is that communications. If the shit ever hit the fan, how would you talk to people? I mean, or communicate, organize, all that other stuff.
Exactly.
So when it comes down to these live streams, there are sometimes I do my live streams for the CB radio and stuff like that too. But I like bringing people from all over the place together if I can on these panels, or in the chat, because I mean, telling you, man, there's a lot of people on the chat right now. These are good, a lot of good people on the chat. And some of these people are just excellent content creators, so, I appreciate everybody in the chat also. And I'm watching everybody. So don't think I'm not looking at you guys' comments and all that stuff. But anyway, that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get people to bring people together so we can actually, and have these conversations. Because in my mind, especially nowadays, man, with all this so-called censorship and trying to block from people from communicating and stuff like that, I think it's even more necessary, for us to talk to each other. Even though some of these subjects are kind of like over people's heads, some of these subjects might be considered somewhat taboo or whatever. I don't care. I honestly don't. I mean, the more we are made to think that we shouldn't talk about certain things, the less we communicate, in a sense. Um, I'll give you an example. Like, for instance, there's a lot of stuff that I've been beating my head against this type of wall for about over 20 years. All right. And my nickname is Wingnut. I mean, that I didn't give that to myself. Somebody else gave me that, and because it kind of coincides to like tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, whatever. But so I've been there's a lot of stuff that I've been trying to, in a sense, warn people of for many years. All right, and I've had the same type of reaction in some ways, that, like, for instance, Peter Pope gets. When because some of the stuff that I've said or I've tried to talk to people about just goes right over their head, and I also can get passionate, and when I do it, I start using a lot of profanity because that's just the way I talk on a normal basis anyway. And when I start doing that, a lot of people, they don't listen. They just shut off and they don't want to hear anymore because profanity turns people off sometimes. So that's one of the things that I got to work on my own, is actually having the ability to communicate and articulate, where people actually will stay engaged and listen. Um, that's one of the things I was been trying to actually convey to Peter also. He's got a lot of information and stuff like that. It's just that, um, just like I need to work on certain things in my own life, on how I communicate. I believe that's something else that he needs to work on also, because, um, um, if we I don't know. I don't know where I don't know how much I was going to go on. I don't know where else I was going to go with that.
You
But
want some motivation on how to keep working on that? The
yeah,
communication skills.
go ahead.
A lot of these conversations, yeah, they get heated. They get frustrating because we got to figure out how we get control of our gone wild government. That's one problem. Then we have a corporation that's acting wildly tyrannical beyond. Who knows what they have planned? I don't even care anymore because I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on the solution because I already know it's just gonna keep getting worse unless we do something.
Yeah. Well,
And you having these kind of conversations, I agree with you. It's I look into a lot of this stuff in my free time, and if I need a break, I hop on YouTube and see if there's any good discussions going on, and try to implement it a little bit. But the real motivation I was trying to say is, if you get that burn in your passionate and fired up, and you need somewhere to aim it at the problem. Direct your energy on correcting the situation, because these people that we have discussions with, in our day-to-day lives, we can't afford to get mad at them or too belligerent with them, because those are the people that we run across that can join us in our efforts on fixing the problem. We got to focus that energy on the people or the corporation that asked for us to take our place back, because they're the ones stirring the pot, coming up with all this day-to-day stuff that's ruining lives. And there's so many other things that they've been doing for a long time that's just egregious, disgusting, vile,
Yeah. And
just wrong, immoral,
and
that needs to stop too.
punishment needs to be delivered, and that's where I see, because honestly, man, if these people continue to do what they're doing, and I mean, I still even argue if they're actually people. I mean, that's just me going off and on a crazy talk, but still,
There's something.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have my doubts they're actually even human. But with that said, the thing is like these people, like I said, they basically have declared war on us, and they did that long ago here in America, on the people itself, anyway. And the thing is, it's like, you know. I've been trying to open people's eyes to the fact that yes, we are at war, and we should be, acting accordingly. All right, and but the thing is, it's like people have gotten very complacent. It's that cognitive dissonance, lazy. Um, uh, you know, um, what they say is like give the people bread and circuses, and they will never revolt. And that's exactly what it is. It's like here's American Gladiators on the TV. Here's McDonald's. Here's a
The
convenience
NFL.
store. Yeah. Here's this stuff. Here's all this stuff. Here. Here's some free shit. Just stay busy. Watch that. Don't think about freedom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
And
um, and
every day.
I get it, man, because I mean, honestly, man, even me, it's like I've got my own financial problems, and all I really want is just to be left the fuck alone. I want to keep every bit of the fucking money that I earn. That's
Yeah.
just all
It's
right.
called freedom. You want
And
freedom.
exactly,
As
and
do
I don't
I.
right, and
But we can't have that with these people who are in power. We can't have it.
exactly, and the problem, and then that's the reason why I say, for instance, like I have this fear, in a sense, I guess lack of better words, is that it will not stop without a fight of like trading lead, because the other side, they're willing to kill us to stay in control. All right.
Indirectly, they are.
No,
They
they're
wouldn't.
willing
They
to
wouldn't
full
come
on
out of the
fucking kill
woodwork.
us. Yeah, they're willing
Yeah.
to full on fucking kill us, and they've got a lot of people that they pay that will do what they're told for their paycheck. All right,
Sure.
and I mean, yeah, and there are people out there that may have some decent morals that will not follow certain orders, but on a majority basis, a lot of them will follow orders because their paycheck, their pensions all depend on it. All right. And, and everybody, the hell, they just I want to place a roof over my head, a place where I can shit, shower, and shave. You know what I mean? And not have to worry about that kind of stuff. All right. And that's what most people want. They just want a roof over their head. They want to be able to feed their family and themselves, and, and be left alone. All right. And to live their lives. And
But we're past
most
that.
people,
That ship has
right.
sailed.
Well, I agree, but but the thing is, most
What
people
action
don't
can we
even
take?
Yeah, well, then most people don't. They don't even want to look at. They don't want to study law. They don't want to look into what common law is. They don't want to even understand what the difference between common law and maritime law is. They don't want to understand the difference of what we have, what the system that we have in place, and what we were actually started in this country as. All right, they don't. They don't care because honestly, man, I just trying to make a living, to feed my family. I got, da 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 da. I got bills to pay and all this stuff. Hell, the football game's coming on tonight. So, people don't give a shit. A lot of people don't.
I hear
Right?
you, and I know everybody's upset with that. You work 40 hours a week or more,
Yeah.
and
The
you don't have
scratching,
time to.
man.
You have
Yeah.
time. You don't want to
No, no,
put up with this
nobody,
stuff or
nobody really
learn
does
about
have
it.
time. You know what I
But
mean?
here's the deal. I was that same way. I felt that same way. But learn it. What's at stake? What's at stake for the future generations to come? If we don't stand up, then who will?
Well, no, yeah,
The people who
and
get it. If we don't stand up, then who will? And if we don't do it now, how long is it going to take?
yeah, or
Are we
when.
gonna wait? Are we gonna wait till we're next in line to get our necks chopped, or are we gonna, while we still have time, use the things that are available to us? And yeah, I work 40 hours a week, and then once I'm done working, 3 or 4 nights a week, I spend about 3 to 4 hours sometimes, if not more, looking in to things like this, finding the correct avenues and paths. And I'm not going to die on my knees. I'm going to stand up in my rights, make them known, act accordingly, work with my fellow man in my local community, and do something because we're running out of options. And the only thing that's really worked is this process of creating assemblies. These assemblies can create militias.
Well, I mean,
We're
we
just
gotta.
following the founding fathers' footsteps.
Well, we got to figure out, okay, when it comes down to the people in this country, for instance, that are on this land, we got to, in my mind, it's like, okay, I know there is a lot of these so-called people in government that are supposed to be representing us. I have not given my consent to be governed. All right. And so in my mind, um, they have no authority. All right.
They
They
don't.
have no, they don't, they have none because I have not given them my consent to govern me.
Mhm.
I can govern myself.
Okay.
And
And that's
what
good
gets
because it sounds like you understand where the government gets their authority to govern.
right, I do.
And
The
that
thing
comes from
is,
the consent of the governed.
right. Well,
So
um,
you're right in that. We're going with this, I think.
but the thing is like, um, on a majority of people in this country, I'm not saying all, I'm just saying a majority, a lot of people, and especially a lot of these people that have been coming in from other countries that haven't really, you know, I guess, I lack of better words, assimilated to the American values or American morality, I guess. And then they bring in all that crap from all those other countries and bringing it here, and then they're like trying to, and it's almost like how Californians, leave that fucking state, after they've tore it all up, and they want to go to another state like here in Florida, and then bring that same shit that they fucking tried to leave from California, and then bring it here to fucking Florida. No. That's it's basically, if it's basically the same thing. You got these people from other countries bringing that same shit that they left and then bringing it here. All right. To me, that's where the majority, that I get that number majority from. They are not understanding or at least seeing the reality that these, like a better words, people are not out there for our best interest. they do a lot of lip service. They try to make everybody believe that they are in up there for our best interest, but their
Mhm.
actions say completely the opposite.
Exactly.
All right, all right, and when it comes down to it, you know, even back in the day, it only took what 1/3 of the population of this country to fight
Less
off.
than that.
Well,
That's
the basically the
3%.
yeah to basically fight off that the most tyrannical government of that time.
Yeah.
All right,
And at the
and
time, also the most powerful
right,
military force in the world.
right, right. All right. If in a sense, if it was to happen again, um,
But the war isn't the only thing that happened. We have to remember that.
yeah, I
The
understand that.
revolution did not start with bullets. It started
I
with
understand. I understand that.
God-given rights and not
Right.
I'm not going to
I
be a
understand.
slave anymore.
I get that. It's just that I know, just looking through history, how things play out, and I'm trying to figure out. Not necessarily, we can do some of the things that worked back then, but I do
Yeah,
not
we got
think
to.
that I do not think that we should start doing the exact same thing that history has done. All right,
Well,
and see,
that's
actually,
see,
what
but see what
what
you
this
just said
country,
there
what
is
this
common
country,
sense.
yeah, what this
You spout some
country,
common sense there.
well, what this country was basically the greatest, I guess you call it, experiment, if you want to call
Exactly.
it that.
It
It's the
was an
one of the
experiment.
greatest fucking experiments on this planet. And
It
honestly,
remains
man,
an
uh,
experiment as well.
yeah, well, the thing is, man, I do not want this country, or I don't want this land that I live in and my future generations to grow up in a land that is like every other fucking country. All right.
Okay.
That's
What are you gonna
why
do about it?
well, that's the thing. It's like,
Let's turn words into action.
right. Well, I agree.
Because you want it. I hear you. I hear
I
you saying you want
agree.
it.
You know,
And I know you've been
I
preaching this stuff for a while.
and I also know, if you learn through history, one man can change the world. It has happened before. But I
One
also
man can
know,
set forward an idea.
right, well, that's changing the fucking world. All right. Put it this way, I'll give you an example. The man that invented the printing press, that's one man that changed the fucking world.
For
All
the
right.
worse or better.
Well, and in my mind, it was for the better.
Yeah,
All right.
but it's not helping us now.
Well,
I-
right now we
I'm
got
just I'm being
the modern
yeah.
printing press right now is this internet. Um, but um, but even that can be used against us, which it is.
Uh-huh.
Um, but that's but this right now, this is our version of the printing press of modern times. So we, basically using the tools that, and using it against them, or the tools that they provide and using it against them. Um, um,
They have nothing for us. You can't
no, dude, the government doesn't have anything or produce anything it doesn't fucking take from others. All right, that's the flat
and
out truth.
I agree with you. And the point I was hinting at there is the government that is in existence that is not of or for we the people. Who cares what they do? They're foreign. It's not of we the people. They have no right to be here. And they don't have any right to be here because we have the right to return to self-governing whenever we want to, per that contract 11110 Libra code. And once we do that, the contract's null and void. They have to leave. Their corporation is no more. They have no more law. The people in charge have a good day. It seems too simple, but if you want to look at the contract, look it up. Libra code 11110. The South walked out of Congress. Congress went sign die. They issued that Libra code.
All right, these these psychopaths that think that there are rulers. All right. To put them in a place, knock them down a couple of pegs, some shit like that. As the necessary, that is what needs to happen. If it has to come down to like, I mean, I like going bringing back public fucking hangings out in the middle of the town square. You
I
know,
like
I
tar and
mean,
feathers.
or guillotines, firing squad. I don't give a shit. I mean, honestly, there has to be some kind of um, basically put the fear of God back in these people. All right, because
Sure.
they do not fear God any longer. They do not. They don't even believe in God. Actually, some of them actually believe that they are God. All right, and
Yeah, that's because
that's
they've convinced everybody they're in charge. But
right.
when somebody
Well,
stands up and says, "No, I have God-given rights. You can't take it
right,
away," and guess what? I know how the law works. I turned my brain on and started learning.
right. Well, that's
That
another
puts the
thing
fear
too.
of God in them.
Well, that's another
They will
thing
shake in
too.
their boots.
Well, that's another thing too. The only reason I've even gotten as far as I've gotten is because I had to do it myself. All right, and
There's no other way. It's not going to
well,
work
I
anyway.
agree. I agree. But the only problem is, like, for instance, then you got that, I don't know how many hours, for, all the way through damn high school up to the eighth grade, all the way up to the 12th grade or whatever, all those hours of indoctrination to just basically make us into obedient workers. All right. That puts a big damper on people's, um, ability to actually, do, basically self responsibility or, I mean, personal responsibility. They,
And I
they,
get that. It's demoralizing. I get that.
well, that's
But
part
how do
of it.
we are we going
That's
to
part of
stand
it.
up against it? Are we going to pull ourselves up by the bootstrap
Well, that's
and,
that's
and,
that's
and
that's
figure it
what I'm
out?
trying to say.
Or are we going
That's
to
what I
sit and
was.
sulk?
Well, no, that's where I was trying to go at when it comes down to, like, for instance, you got a lot of these people that are coming in from other countries and moving into America. All right. uh, I don't know if when it comes down to like pulling your bootstraps up and and having that
Well,
personal responsibility and that self reliance and all that stuff. A lot of these people, they were brought
independence.
up to not have that or not to
Yeah,
even know that even exists, and then they're coming into America
that's
and
by
bringing that
design.
same mentality. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's kind of like how they're, bringing all these people in from like the southern countries and flooding it in, is because these people are been in those type of oppressed type countries all their lives, and now they're just being, flooded into this country to kind of basically replace us in a way, or dilute the American, I don't know, patriotism, I guess you would call it, or whatever, lack of better words.
The
Um,
idea,
yeah, the idea,
you can't kill
just
an
to do,
idea.
well, they're trying to dilute it to the point where it's like
Yeah.
it's not, it's shoved under the rug like it doesn't exist. Kind of like how common and natural law has in this country. It's been shoved under the rug like it doesn't exist. See, that's the reason why I was like, okay, when it comes down to like forming our own courts, that was one of the things that I had a problem with. Is like, I mean, it's like, how do I get, uh, you know, uh, uh, basically, how would I get the system that is in place now and bring them into my court? All right, all
Yeah.
right.
So,
That's
if I
that's the
may,
problem, in my
yeah.
opinion.
So,
Is bring him into my court, or the people's court. Like a better words, bring them into people's court and hold them accountable, because in my mind, natural common law holds everybody accountable, no matter what title, what hat, no matter what. Doesn't
exactly,
matter. It holds
it
everyone
does.
accountable. All right. I mean, it's kind of
So the
like even like,
people have to, the people have to basically, at this point, the people have to organize for themselves again a government that they see fit. It's it's a task. It's been done before. There's plenty of historical references. Yeah, they've tried bearing a lot of it, but enough of it's there to grasp and to reflect on and get the skeleton structure of what it is supposed to look like. And this is the other part about the assembly aspect of self-governance, is you come together with multiple minds and you problem solve. If I spend 2 hours looking at some documents, you look at some documents, 20 other people look at some documents, come back and bring what we found together and say, this is what I found, this is what I found. Well, turns out maybe 2/3 of us find similar things. That we're onto something. Just coming together in a think tank, if you will, in the most organic way, or the most, well, the only type of governance that is in accordance with the Bible, and that's a Republican form of self-governance, representation. That's how we work our way out of this hole that's been dug. It doesn't matter who dug it at this point. It doesn't matter the odds, if they're stacked against us, it doesn't matter, because they're just going to keep digging a hole for us, and we're going to keep sinking in with the hole if we don't go, hey, wait a minute, stop digging. We're in a hole, no more digging, let's get out of this. How do we do it? You know?
Well, one of on that end of it, all right, because there's a couple of ways to basically um, rule a country or a nation, is either through violence or commerce or monetary means, or in debt, through debt.
Sure,
It's
but
either
there is another way. There's
well, I
another
mean,
way
that's
worked.
that's how they've been doing, is either through violence and through debt.
Mhm.
All right,
That's why
now on that
America is an experiment, though.
right. Well,
The people have to be in harmony with each other. They have to be working together, or it doesn't work.
I agree, but that's what's one of the reasons why they're continually trying to get us to fight amongst ourselves,
Mhm.
to keep that division. So, they can sit on the porch, drink their tea, and laugh at us while we're fighting against and killing each other and all that other shit.
Well,
Because they
we're
don't
sitting
give
here
a shit.
poking fingers in people's faces as to whether or not they're a good person for wearing a mask or not. That's besides the point. Let's look
Yeah,
at the fact that they issued instruction, mandate.
Yeah.
They gave orders.
Yep.
That's what a mandate is.
Yeah.
They gave orders to the whole country that you can't get together with more than 5 people in a room. Don't worry, it's only going to be for 2 weeks, though.
Right.
They told us that we can't do this assembly process. You can't assemble. You can't get together. Actually,
Well, yeah, I mean,
if you can't get together and hide your face.
right. Yeah, that's part of the thing right there, is trying to what was it? It was pretty much exactly not too long after the damn Constitution was written and ratified and all that stuff. They've been legislating bullshit ever since then to basically go against it. Put it this way, on a simple Second Amendment, for instance, every single gun law or gun legislation or whatever is a violation. It's an infringement on the Second Amendment. That's just one aspect. And then they've been attacking our Fourth Amendment forever. I mean, it's practically null and void nowadays, man. Seriously, the way they conduct themselves, like when it comes down to cops doing traffic stops and blah, 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 blah. I can go on and on and on well on that, but that's just another blatant violation of our Fourth Amendment, and like they ignore it like it doesn't fucking exist. See, honestly, the damn Constitution really doesn't mean shit. The paper that it's written on doesn't mean shit if there's nobody to enforce it. All right, and that's the thing. I always go back to the enforcement, because that's exactly where they would go, is enforcement. That's their whole deal on how they get things done, is through threat of violence or using violence, compelling, or coercion.
Court system. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and that's the thing. It's like, in a sense, in my mind, the way I see it, is almost like, okay, well, we can probably do the exact same thing back at them. but we have to have that enforcement to force these people to basically comply.
Yes. So we have to put ourselves in a position to be able to do something like that.
No, I
Hence
agree,
the
and
other
that's
reason for
that's the
the
reason why
assemblies.
I'm trying to talk to people, because if we don't get past all this, like get past the ego, get past all this bullshit, fucking petty crap. If we don't get past that, we'll never figure out, and we'll never unite enough to get this done. And our future generations, if we can allow it, like when it comes down, what, 30 trillion dollars according to the fucking thing in debt. All right. Well, if we allow them to make us feel like that we have to pay this debt, I'm going to tell you something. I brought this up earlier. All right, just $1 trillion. Was it? Was it $1 a second? How long would it take for you to come up with $1 trillion? Just $1 trillion, a dollar a
I
second.
wouldn't waste my time ever. You can find
32,388 years just for $1 trillion. And if they want to claim that we are now, what, almost $30 trillion in debt?
the
Okay,
corporation is. The
yeah,
people are not.
exactly. I know they're trying to make us believe, the people, that we are, because when they went bankrupt and they basically they put us, the people of this country, as collateral or a surety for that debt without our knowledge or our consent. All right,
They've
that
tried
right there,
manipulating everyone to think that
right,
they are that social security number,
right, yeah,
and
yeah,
they
make everybody
created that
believe exactly,
so that the people could be liquidatable assets to pay off
right,
debt. It's
exactly,
disgusting.
yeah.
They've
Well,
shoved in everyone's face their plan, and
yeah.
the fact that they are going to make you believe that you are that piece of paper. No,
Well,
and
see,
that's
this is
what
the
we
this
have
is
in store for us if we
well,
don't figure
it's
this
even
out.
worse now, because now we're in the technological age. All right, we've gotten past the Iron Age and we got past the Industrial Revolution. Now we're in the technological age. All right. See, they're going a step further now. Instead of having you a piece of paper where you're saying your social security card, they want to actually put that in your skin. All right, they want to make that straw man and the flesh and blood one. They they they're not satisfied with controlling the mind. They want to control everything, your entire body, everything. All right, the main goal is to, and that is their main goal. All right, when it comes down to it. All right, and
But
and
we're like
go ahead.
we're getting into the headspace of hyper focusing on how bad it's gonna get.
No, no, no. I mean, I'm just saying that this is to basically, it's being aware of what, because they've already told us what their plan is. And it's just that if
Exactly.
you if you
Yes.
if you pay attention, you'll see it, because they lay it right out there in the open, and they rely on you to just, ignore it, or not see it, or not being aware enough to actually see it. They're relying on that, and most people aren't, because they're too busy watching Jerry Springer. All right, and shit like that.
Yeah,
All right,
Joe Sixpack and Susie's secretary come home from work and they don't have
right.
enough energy to deal with
Right.
that.
Well, no kidding. I mean, it's like, okay, like for instance, like I was saying, on even on the school systems and stuff, the system itself altogether, the whole system has put it to the point where we're scratching our butt just so we can keep things going. Well, then both parents have to work. All right. Well, then you're forced into putting them into public school systems. All right. Well, the public school system is not in it for your best interest. It's in
It's
it
the
to
public
keep,
fool system.
exactly. All right,
Yeah.
and and the system that is put in, that is the whole infrastructure that is in place, is done that on purpose to keep us
Exactly.
scratching our ass and keeping us stupid. I mean, actually, it's more. I wouldn't even call it evolution anymore. It's actually de-evolution. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example on that de-evolution. You see this smartphone that I got sitting in front of me. This motherfucker is smarter than I am. All right. I remember before these things came around, I could remember and I memorized everybody's phone number I knew. Everybody's phone number I knew by heart. Soon as the cell phones came into play, I can't remember. I can barely remember my own fucking phone number.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, here's the other half. Their corruption, their greed, anything you want to label it. One might say that it's even self-evident that they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're not working for us. That's all I need to know. You get some of the details in there, it gets interesting. You get about, for me, I got to about the point where I started looking to the social security numbers and whatnot. I had enough. I didn't need to learn anymore. I already knew what their plan was for me. I've been spending every day fighting it. And I've come across a lot of interesting things. I've met a lot of interesting people. And with those people in my community, we've accomplished some things. And no, we haven't solved the problem, but we're working towards the solution. And we're coming across a lot of very interesting things, but we're not doing anything new. And for anybody listening, it's obvious what their plans are, and they don't have our interests in mind. So if you don't have any self-respect, continue to sit there and do nothing. But if you do, and would like freedom, or bare minimum not to be a slave, now's your chance.
Well, all right.
You gotta do something.
These are the forums. This is how we get together, even if it's like on a damn chat, live stream panel, whatever. These are the ways we get together, and these are the ways. These are the things that how we can actually figure out how to, like, for instance, come up with, in a sense, a jury, or and all that stuff. I'm bad at different terms and names and stuff, because my brain can only absorb certain amount of stuff, because the way my brain works, you know it's already full, so I've got to dump
Can I
stuff.
try to help you with that?
Yeah, I've
just a
got to
little bit?
dump stuff. I got to dump stuff out to put stuff in. You know what I mean? That's the
Fair
way my
enough.
brain works.
I gotcha.
But yeah. But I mean, to have our own court, for instance,
Mhm.
but we gotta have people that are understanding of what's going on. And like I said, I've been beating my head against that fucking wall for 20 years or more. All right.
Mhm.
And it just seems like, well, shit, I've almost come down to the point where I was like, I'm tired of it, man. I've tried to warn people for so goddamn long. It's like, all right, I feel like I've already done my job. You know what I mean? There's a part of me, I already feel like I've already done my job. I've already fucking tried to tell everybody. If people don't want to heed the fucking warnings, it's on them. It's not on me, because I've already done my part. You know what I mean? And but
There's
it's
a
still.
piece in the Bible that directly relates to that struggle alone. And it refers to a thorn in one's eye, or a stick in one's eye. And in order to help somebody else, one must first pull that stick out of their own eye before they can help their neighbor. Because you're going to run around blind until you help yourself. Even the airlines tell you got to put on the oxygen mask. Ironic. But yeah, they say put on your own mask first before you help anybody else. Because you're no use to anybody else before you help yourself. You got to take care of home. You got to make sure everything's in order for yourself. And I'm not saying to stop what you're doing. Don't stop what you're doing. Spread the word, preach it from the highest hills. But we also got to take care of home. We're no use to others until we can be able to help ourselves. It's it's just interesting that throughout humanity, that the simple concept, pull the thorn out of your own eye before you help somebody else get the thorn out of their own eye or the other's eye.
I can go a
The
step
concept
further.
is still similar.
Yeah, I can also go a step further, even on the biblical sense, um, of the story of the watchman. Now, I don't claim to be one of the watchmen, but when it comes down to the watchman, when he hears the horns and the trumpets, going off, he is supposed to warn the people of the impending doom. And if the people do not heed the warning, it is on the people. But if I am the watchman and I hear the trumpets and I do not warn, it is on me. All right.
I
So
get what you're saying, and getting whatever information out you can at this point in
yeah.
history. Any bit of information, whether it's 100% true, 50% true, just go put out enough that people can go look it up for themselves.
Well,
Because
yeah, I agree. I mean, because the way I see myself, I am that guy. I will show you the door. I will show you where the creek is where you can take a drink. But you're gonna have to walk through the door. You're gonna have to drink. I can't force you to walk through the door or force you to drink. You see what I'm saying? I will show you where it's at, but you're the one that has to walk through it. All right. And I mean, because I've done my rounds, and like I said, I do not claim to know everything either. I'm still learning. I'll learn until the day I die. All
and
right. I'll be
that's a
learning
good mindset
something.
though, also, because I'm not wise. I've just simply learned to think, connect the dots, look into stuff. I don't know everything, but if I don't know something, I'll go look it up.
Well, no, I agree. I
You
mean,
know,
but that's the thing. It's like I can't I can't really tell people what to think and how to think or whatever. A
it's
lot of times,
un-American
man.
too, anyways.
Well, yeah, but with the way I do things for me and myself, the way I do things, I try to just, I basically, I'll tell you stories of personal experiences and stuff like that, and to get my point across or something like that. That's how I do things, because I've had quite a few different, I've been around, you know what I mean. So I've got a lot of stories of different things that might be relevant and that will, I don't know, try to explain my point of view or whatever. And that's how I do it. I kind of, I just tell stories. Um, but when it comes down to um, actual, tangible, um, you know, practical um, uses of, like, for instance, common and natural law, and actually getting results. That's what I want. I mean, because I've heard a lot of people talk. I've heard a lot of people talk, and that's all I've heard is talk. I've seen very, very, very few um, um, people that actually have had things work and actual, practical uses of these things. And that's where I have a problem with it. I mean, I understand it, but when it comes down to the actual real life practical, I mean, and results, that's where I'm still kind of weird. I'm like, okay, it almost seems like it's like in my lifetime it's never been done, so I'm not sure how to go about it. You know what I mean?
Well, I can tell you where you can look up and find some examples, because in 2011 it was done.
I'm listening.
A general assembly in Michigan State came together and had 75% of the state self-governing. They issued notice out there, gave notice of the presence of their de jure grand jury and the assembly, published their finding of facts in the paper, gave notice, all that, which is part of the law, is giving notice. 2 weeks later, President Obama asked we the people if he had permission to put boots on the ground in Syria. That Michigan General Assembly was paying attention into the words that were used. Since registered mail said no, we don't give you permission. Guess which country had the most drone strikes? It went from boots on the ground to drone strikes. Didn't get permission to put boots on the ground. The People's Army, military, couldn't do that. We'll just use robots. But there's some proof right there, and you can find that documentation either on MichiganDeJure.org. And I said .org question mark because I can't remember if it's .org or .net. But you can look there and you can find that documentation. And the letters they exchanged. They put them up there.
But okay,
there's contextual stuff.
I'll look into that. But even then, that's only one battle. But
that's pretty big.
Or one skirmish or whatever. That's just that. Yeah. Okay. I mean, but
that shows the potential.
Oh yeah, no, I agree where it can show some potential, but to get everybody on board, basically on the same page, singing the same song, you know what I mean? Having that brush fire freedom igniting in people's mind, getting that herd mentality of freedom going. That's, you know what I mean?
Corporations doing all that work of making everybody's mind up for them.
Well, I know. I'm not saying making people's mind up, but more like getting people on where, you know, that herd mentality of freedom in a sense. It's like
I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Because they already got this herd mentality. You know, when he comes down to like herd mentality, right now they're using that social construct of herd mentality against us. All right.
Yeah.
And keeping us into that subdued, subservient type of mentality. And, you know, and it gets in that herd mentality scenario also. But just flipping that on its head, flipping that script over. And instead of having that like a subservient slave herd mentality of freedom, where people, you know, where it just starts spreading like wildfire across the nation. You know what I mean?
Sure. But that type of information gets suppressed.
Well, I agree that is true. That is true. But, you know, if there was, if like, for instance, what you were just saying about that thing in Michigan. All right. Now.
Yeah. The General Assembly.
Yeah, who in the fuck knows about that? I mean, you know, really, I mean, you know, that's the thing.
You know about it now.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that's the thing. It's like, for instance, that one battle right there, all right, if nobody knows about it, or that doesn't get repeated in any way, I mean, really, I mean, on the overall war, yeah, we can win a couple battles here, but we lost the fucking war. I mean, you know, it's like I'm trying not to lose the war. Trying not to lose the war. That's what I'm trying to do.
In the year 2020, yes, 2020, Alaska gave notice of an original land settlement because the land had never been settled by the people of Alaska since that land was purchased from Russia in 1959, 49. Either way, that process was duplicated in Alaska. That's a free and independent nation equal state. Now, in the last 12 months, 10 other states in the continental United States have initiated this process and are well on their way.
So let me ask you, I mean, do you think it would be probably wise if, well, I mean, you know how you can start locally on the sheriffs, for instance, in the local spot, but what if it got to the point where instead of just local. It was already statewide. Do you think it would be prudent to actually, I mean, just disengage altogether from this union? And in a sense, state by state, basically, in a sense, each state its own sovereign country or sovereign nation.
Well, that's how it was
I mean,
designed, brother.
well, I know that, but I mean, then the federal government try to put everything together, and so they can actually have that dominion over all of them, in the union. But I mean, all right, I was trying to get your thoughts on that also, because
Yeah,
I've
I
had
mean,
that,
one of the cool things Alaska did recently, well, not recently, it was maybe 3 months ago now. And there's a clip somewhere on Rumble, and that's an extremely vague reference. I'm sorry, but there's a video. Stu Peters did a short clip, I think, about how Mike Dunleavy, the governor of Alaska, had basically given a state level executive order, not from the state or from his seat down to the people, from his seat up to federal government. You're not coming here. You're not going to pay or look into anybody's bank accounts if they pull out more than $10,000 out of the bank. You don't have the authority. The people have given directives. He even went as far as to say the military may get involved. And like I said, that clip, I don't have the link to it right now, but it was a 5-ish minute clip, 5 to 7 minutes from the Stu Peters show a couple months ago. I think it may be on the National Assembly blog site. If anybody wants it, make it known, and I can try and help navigate you to it if you want to watch it later on. But I'm just trying to give references to back up some of the stuff that I'm saying, because even military, the men and women, our brothers and sisters, whoever, they join the military because they want to. They're American. They want to. They want to serve their
well,
duty. They want to pay
I
their
totally,
homage.
get that. A lot of people, when they join the military, they had that same type of mentality, or they might have that mentality when they joined. But the reality is that's not what they're doing. I mean, it's like, for instance,
their
I
nation
mean,
building.
well, yeah, I mean, it's like, I've made this argument to even family members that are in the military and all that stuff. When the powers that should not be, that are in place right now, they're doing everything they can to basically erode our God-given rights through legislation. How is going over into another country shooting brown people protecting that?
It's not.
It's
But
not.
they're
Exactly,
going to
it's
turn a
not.
cog in the war machine, because that is their biggest moneymaker.
I mean, but I've also, because I mean, I've known guys that got out of the military and they finally realized it after the fact. They spent all this time, almost a career in the military, doing nothing but being hired, basically hired muscle to go around the fucking planet, bullying people around, in a sense. You know what I mean? And but it's funny that that the powers that be are trying to eliminate our Second Amendment and take away that right now through force, and yet they left what, I don't know, was it $3 billion worth of fucking armament to the fucking Taliban over there. They basically armed for free the Taliban, but yet they're trying to disarm us. All right. It makes me really, if people don't see the red flags there, I don't know what to tell them. Actually, I mean, did you know you can go to Afghanistan right now and you can buy U.S. military weapons for like $300? Did you know that?
I guess I did not know that.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
find it hard to believe either.
No. No.
Somebody said something in the chat. If I had heard
Go
of
ahead.
someone, and that name Dave, Dave Jose, whatever. I've heard that name, and somebody pointed me his direction. You know, hey, check him out. And I would just say, I don't remember what this guy was about completely, but anybody who charges you money for any of this kind of information, no thanks.
Yeah, I have the
I know at
same.
least 200 other people that are full of knowledge and don't want a dime, because your freedom is my freedom. And if other people can figure this out, that's going to move everybody who's taken the correct and proper steps to move forward and self-govern again. That moves everybody forward. Your freedom is my freedom. That's all I want. I don't want anybody's money. So I'm just putting that out there to be leery of anybody who's asking for it. Because they have money motivations. And we all know you follow the money in basically any situation, you're going to find something dirty. So this is my take on a lot of people that are out there.
I've actually seen the exact same thing too. I mean, I've noticed it too when it comes down to. There's a few people on YouTube right now that want to talk about this. You know, like reclaiming
topic?
your
Yeah.
well, yeah, this topic about like reclaiming your social security card, your birth certificate, and all that other stuff.
None of
When
that
it
stuff
comes
is
down,
that's interesting stuff to know, but you learn something when you do look into that stuff. It's not your documentation. They
right?
created documentation
Exactly.
for a fictitious entity, and none of it's yours.
No.
I don't want to claim the right to that. It's not mine. They can have it back. You know, and sorry, some of those people get me wound up, but
Well, no, I mean, I've seen there's a few of them out there that are talking about this, and they're actually, it's like hell. They'll, you give them about $200 or $300 or something like that, and they'll give you this packet that'll kind of help you through this and blah 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 and all this other stuff. And and what they're trying to say in their mind, or the way they explain it, it's like, oh well, I gotta charge this because I did all this work for you, and
nope,
this
they
is so
don't.
you don't have to, and blah blah blah, whatever. When most people, I mean, even if they did do that, you have to understand what this paperwork is in the first place. So it's actually better if you just did the damn research for yourself and fucking understand this paperwork, so you don't have to have somebody else do it for you, and then you just fill it out.
And
You know what I mean?
I'm not even going to mention this person's name, and I hope nobody runs across this individual. But there's somebody out there with a silver tongue who's doing something like what you just said, because people don't read. And people
Yeah.
will blindly pay $300 and sign something that somebody sent them in the mail,
Mhm.
or something like that. And guess what? If you didn't read it, somebody just owns your behind, because you just signed something saying that that's a fact. There's some wicked stuff going on, and
No, I agree.
freedom is not free, but that's not what the founders meant. It's going to take your own work. Not you're gonna have to pay somebody $300 to figure it out.
No, it's eternal vigilance. I
Yes,
guess
yeah.
is the words they used.
No, we
Eternal
lost that a while
vigilance.
ago. But that's what we
Well,
gotta put back. We have
well, that was where I was also saying about the ideological subversion that has been put over this freaking country. It bothers me because I don't know, I don't know if you were up on the panel at the time when I was talking about that. Do you know what ideological subversion is?
ideological subversion.
Yeah, ideological subversion.
I mean, I guess it would be an indirect method of trying to control somebody's thoughts or thought process.
In a way, it's a 4-step process to basically bring the nation to its knees, in a sense.
Sounds like brainwashing.
In a way, it is. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. All right. There's a 4-step process. The first step is to demoralize the nation. You know, basically, take away people's morality, or where the nation's not moral anymore.
Hmm.
The second step is to bring the nation to destabilization, destabilize the nation. That's the second step. The third step is to bring the nation to crisis. All right. The
Interesting.
fourth and final step is to normalize the nation.
Interesting.
Now, let
Yeah.
me
Two
ask
weeks.
you.
2 weeks turned into 2 years, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you see, the new normal. You've ever heard that phrase lately, or in the
I've
past
I've
2
seen
years?
signs. I've seen signs with
Right,
muzzles on it that
right.
says
The
the
new
new
normal.
normal.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, this is
not me.
the fourth step of that process. All right, because they want this. All right, the destabilization. You see, when it comes down to the economics of this country. All right, the demoralization, the first process. That takes a little longer than the rest of it. That's taken a couple of decades to get to where we're at now. All
Yeah,
right,
please.
the
I've heard
destabilization.
this is a plan laid out somewhere. Somebody was explaining this
The
to me.
KGB is the ones that actually used it at one time. The
Yeah, that's
KGB.
what it's something along. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I had that
But
conversation with somebody earlier today. Actually, that's kind of weird that you brought up.
yeah, and
Like
I'm
minds.
actually, it's like, well, yeah, exactly. But the thing is like, when I brought that up to people, and especially if you look at current events of what's going on, I ask them, it's like, well, what step of the process do you think we're in? You know what I mean? And depends on who it is. I mean, people got different answers to that. And but if you like I asked, it's like on that fourth step, the normalization. We're already at that point where they're trying to normalize it.
Well,
They've
they're
already
trying
brought,
to install that
yeah,
for the American principles and freedom and liberty side of it. You hinted at that term or phrase, eternal vigilance. We have to be aware of what the laws are, what our rights are, how to use them, this and that, and how to look for people trying to take that away from us. That that phrase or whatever, that last step or whatever, make it normal, basically. That's what they're trying to impose is that vigilance, but they want control over it. So they can never fully stifle the idea. And if people can figure out how to turn an idea into something workable, freedom's not dead. But if we truly let them normalize it, given the I don't want to give them any credit, but they've done a good job at destroying society.
no, I do.
And I don't want to see it go any further.
They've got a lot of the organization. Evidently, they've got the communications. They've got a lot of stuff. Their infrastructure in place. So yeah, I'll have to give it to them. They've done an excellent job of fucking everything up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They've done what we need to do, but we are going to stay on the lawful side of it
Well, yeah.
and keep our hands clean because we have morals and we just want to be free and left alone. But we can't be left alone. We can't be free until we figure out what it takes to maintain freedom. And that's these principles of self-governing, and that what it means to have that eternal vigilance. And it's truly not hard concepts to grasp and figure out how all the moving pieces work together. And it can be done, most definitely. I know it can be done. It's just, can we will ourselves to do it? Do we let it become normal?
Let me ask you this. In your area, what do you think is your, like, for instance, if you were to put a litmus test out there and try and gauge um, I guess the awareness of the people in your local area, how aware do you think they are?
Where do I think they are?
Yeah, where do you think they are and how aware they are of what's going on? Like
Mm,
in your general area, do people seem awake?
there's wow. I don't like using the term awake. I think it's
Okay, there's a difference between woke.
oversimplified, but yeah,
There's a difference between
I get
woke
what
and
you're at.
awake, you know. But I mean,
Um,
I'm just using that as a lack of better words. All right. Now, I
all right,
mean,
I'll put it this way. The state of mind, I would say, of the majority of folks around me, um, basically realize nobody's gonna force them to do anything if they don't want to. And when there's some other folks a little bit further from me, but also local, technically, have had some people try forcing things on them. They've stood up, said no, not a chance. I've never seen a local county or whatever not be allowed on YouTube anymore. That that's interesting. But you know,
hmm.
it's not where I'm at is not 100% free. Nowhere is. But
Well, yeah.
and we're
You
very localized to where I'm at.
you're in where?
It's not.
Michigan, you said?
No, I'm not.
Where are you at?
I'm on Earth.
No, I mean at least the
The
what
land of
piece
the
of land?
Missouri.
What piece of land and what do they call it?
I'm west of the Mississippi in the land of the Missouri.
Okay, okay. I was about to say, I was like, for some reason, I was thinking you were in Michigan. I was gonna say something else. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that explains it. No, anyway, I know people up in
Michigan's
Yankee
too cold for
land.
me.
Yeah, I know people up in Yankee land up there that um, I don't know, man. It just makes me feel like it's a lost cause in some ways. Um, and but uh,
If you have a losing attitude, expect to lose.
Well, no, I agree. I mean, if you believe you can't win the battle, you've already lost before it even begun. I
Exactly.
agree. You know what I mean? And but the thing is like I said, I've been beating my fucking head against this wall for over 20 years. And there's a part of me that's like I start looking at this, it's like, well, shit, man. It's like if you
And
guys don't fucking
they
see
hide
it
the
yet,
information
yeah.
from folks like me and you and everybody in this chat who want to find that information, and they've hidden it so well that some people, you know, they do things like that for an extended period of time. Yeah, they spin their wheels. They learn a lot. They don't get anywhere with what they wanted to accomplish, and they're full of knowledge. But that's where that key part of assembling with the people around you, putting your minds together, is key, because this process can't be done alone. Literally, it's never been done alone. And by law that we use, we the people, it can't be done alone. You need at least 25 on a state level at least. In your county level, you need at least 13 in a county to start setting things up. But it doesn't take thousands of people to get this done. It's You got to start somewhere.
Well, no, I agree, but it to get like in my mind and positive and tangible results, we need millions. But yes, we do have to. We got to start somewhere. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
And you also got to know the mission, what needs to be accomplished. And that's why I keep referencing that Lieber code 11110 that lays it out there what the people have to do in order for the de facto government to vacate. And all we got to do is pull ourselves up by the bootstrap and do our job like we're supposed to be doing, and all of our headaches will go away. But that's not going to happen until
Well, yeah, that's another thing too, with all this distraction of this like fucking crap that goes in our arm and stuff like that. It's really putting a lot of people in fear aspect and that type of enactment. You know, so they're always paying attention to that, watching CNN and all that shit. It's hard to reach people, man.
it
It
is.
really is. It's
I
really
know
hard to
your
reach
struggle.
people.
I know that struggle because I spent a year, the whole year of my time, every spare moment almost, to the point where I got a wireless headset with 20 hours of battery life, you know, with a very good noise canceling feature on it if I want to use it. So I can use Air Tools and whatever, be in the shop and work and be talking to other people at the same time. I mean, they've cut out the work for us, and they've not only have they cut out the work for us, but they've just made it so much harder for people to use their minds because
Well, I
the
think that's all done by
average day
design, dude. That's all
absolutely
done by design.
they flood you with information and things like common sense when presented to somebody anymore. If the answer seems too simple once all the dots are connected, people just freak out and they're like, no, it can't be that simple. It cannot. It can't possibly. Guess what? It's common sense. When you look at the process, if you write it down, set it up in front of you, what needs to be done. You're like, wow, okay. Well, that's why they made these amendments, you know, that's why they put this out. It's just, it's nothing more than common sense. And like you said earlier, common sense is common law. Common law is common sense. And it starts to, you just sit there and scratch it, you know, it can't be that simple. But they've designed our brains to sit there and think that this is going to take some monumental, you know, brain surgeon, crazy ideological, philosophical work. No, we already know what needs to be done. We just
Well, I mean,
organize
you know,
ourselves.
okay, yeah, there's a few things. All right, there's a lot of stuff, even like on the legal end of it or the lawful end of it. But there's also when it comes down to the system that's in place right now, one of the main things that keeps it operating is the earnings of our labor that they steal from us. All right, if they do not have this currency, um, if we don't give it up to them, if they don't have it, they don't have it to spend against us. You know, because basically what they're doing is stealing this stuff from us and they're using it against us. All right.
Well, it's
You know,
not
one
stealing
way
if we
is,
allow it.
well, I don't know if we all allow it. We're basically forced into it. I mean, it's
We
like,
share our dissatisfaction, but
well, I'll tell you
there
this.
was a
It's like, for
phrase.
instance, I mean, you
Go
know,
ahead.
like for instance, like, you know, you try and get a job, you're forced into signing a W-2 form, or you don't get the fucking job. All right. You know, I mean, it's kind of
Are
like
they
it's
gonna hold a gun to your head, make you sign it?
or you don't get the job. It's either you
Sometimes,
sign
yeah.
it or you don't get the job. All right.
And
It's a
some
form of
employers are like that, yeah.
extortion. Yeah, it's a form of extortion, but it's also it's compelling and coercion at the same time. But the thing is like, but you know, that's how, in a sense, they're forcing people to, you know, pay into the system, pay into this mafia tactic as it is.
Well, they dangle something over you, like you hear stories, or you could even experience some of this if you've been subject to it. Oh, well, I don't want to deal with the headache of that IRS, blah blah blah. Well, what if the 16th Amendment was never ratified? What if the
Well, as far as I
IRS
know, it
doesn't
wasn't.
lawfully exist? It was
As
not.
far as I
You're
know, it
correct.
wasn't.
Well, that 16th Amendment that was never ratified, they put it into law anyways.
Well, yeah.
Somebody forced Congress. Now, this is interesting. Somebody forced Congress to spit up the funds and create a book that blatantly spells out everything that happened, and that the IRS does not lawfully exist. It's not that it's the amendment that never was. There's a guy out there named Red Beckman who has 12 videos that explains the whole process, and he helped put together an assembly and a grand jury and deliberated on their findings to present this information and force Congress to correct it. Well, you leave the correction somewhat vague in the Congress's hands. They'll like, well, we'll just spend money and write a book that nobody's going to read. But you can still force them to take action. The people just have to be smart and direct in what their will is, But I encourage everybody to watch those videos. It's very interesting in the power of the people in assembly. Another score for that concept. It's everybody should watch those videos. Let's leave it at that.
Right on. I'm reading the chat at the same time, man.
Okay.
I'm not ignoring you or anything. I'm still here. I'm just kind of reading the chat. I'm keeping up with everybody.
Good deal.
Red Beckman.
Yep. They're I can't remember what year they were made. They're older. And there's redbeckman.com. That's got those videos on there and some other information. They can be a bit boring or dry, but it's full of information that's very useful. It also lays out proof of the concept that the people in assembly is a very powerful institution. And it's also great because they don't charge any money for that information.
Right.
People can have it.
Well, hellfire.
I think I put out a pretty good reading list. I feel. Are you gonna check it out?
Oh yeah, yeah.
If you say
I'm
no,
gonna look
I'll
in.
stop.
Well, I mean, are you talking about the redbeckman.com thing or whatever? Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
teasing, but there's
what do you?
videos. There's videos out there too that can lay out the information, and
Yeah,
Red
I
Beckman
mean,
seems to do the best job of doing that. But yeah,
I tend to go through the chat and all that stuff later, and looking up things that I missed, because I've got such wonderful people as my moderators right now that put all kinds of stuff in there, and I tend to go back and go through it all later. 'Cause, I mean, while I'm doing the stream, it's kind of hard for me to go and check all this stuff out. I'm on a cell phone, so
You're good.
um, I have to, especially if it's something I'm not familiar with. I mean, I'll look into it. I'll see what I can come up with, and it's just more information for me to look at. Like I said, it's like a lot of stuff, man. Um, I've got to delete information out of my head to make room for more stuff sometimes. I got to purge stuff just to get some more stuff put in there. So that's how my brain works in a way. Um, but I'm always interested in looking into this stuff, at least seeing that viewpoint that I may have not seen before.
Yeah. Well, as far as rights, the Bill of Rights, and the tools that the people have available to them, people see, those rights as things that they're entitled to. Yeah, that's one way to look at it, but like I was referencing it, they're tools for the people, and the people will have to know that something needs to be fixed and that they need to use those tools. That founding generation, those framers of the Constitution and whatnot, they had just dealt with almost all of these same problems in a different way, but almost all of these same problems that we have now. Because once you start connecting the dots of what they did, why they did it, how they did it, they had all the same problems. The world just looked a lot different then. But they figured it out. The colonies were getting, I think their taxes went up to about 4 or 5% of what they were making annually. That was the last straw. People are getting almost taxed just shy, or maybe some places a little more, of 50% of their income. Nowadays, and we're just taking it. All it took was a little 2% increase, and somebody trying to charge taxes on the tea.
Yeah, yeah. The tax stamps and stuff like that. Yeah, I know. And look at us now. Practically it's over 50%.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
It's sad because that is the drastic difference between that generation and the current one.
Yeah.
And when you have people who are that accepting of somebody trying to control them or tax them, rob them, beat them blind with whatever they stole from them, it's gonna get ugly.
Well, I mean, it's hypnosis. Everybody's been put
Yeah,
under this
cognitive dissonance, like you said earlier.
hypnotic spell. Well, actually, it's almost like a Stockholm syndrome on a massive scale.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. I mean, on a lot of levels, it really is. And um, what is it? Yeah, Jason happened to put this in there. I was like, I kind of agree with that. He was like, I believe the gauge of the programmed is the mask, and and he's still seeing about 80% of the people still wearing them. And that's another thing too. Here in Florida, the governor DeSantis has not made it a mandatory thing here in the state. All right. And it's amazing how many people still wear the damn thing. They're still wearing them in their car by themselves with the windows rolled up. All right. And it's just amazing how many people are continuing to do it.
Well, here's one thing about that. Yeah, the manipulation of or trying to control people's thoughts or how they see the world It's obvious to some. Some people it's not, because they've put the fear of God in innocent people by trying or just controlling everything around them. And whether they see it or not, I see it, and I'm determined to do something about it. I can't tell people they have to wear one or can't wear one, because that goes against freedom and everything else I've been talking about. I think it's stupid. I think it's kind of silly. Whatever. Do it, but you do whatever you want with yourself. But when I look at somebody, especially when this all first started, when I was really getting into a lot of this information and digging deep into it, kind of figuring out, I was like, I, I need an assembly. There needs to be an assembly. You need to get people together to work on this stuff. Then I realized there's limiting gatherings. You can't get together with people anymore, or at least they tell you that. It's a guideline. It's not an actual rule. Well, it's a mandate. It's not an actual law. Yeah, they're testing the waters to see if people are going to comply. Some people are sticking with it. Some people aren't.
Yeah, I know, and it drives me
they're
even.
good. They're good at it, because once it started to seem like it was never going to go away, it went away, and people were worrying about it. They're normalizing it. It's scary.
Well, yeah. What's even more scary is when you get these scared ass freaking parents putting them damn things on their freaking kids. You know what I mean? Especially the small children, in the development years and stuff, when they need that oxygen and stuff like that, and also need that that facial expression responses from people, so they can learn. And that to me is it really it borderlines child abuse, in my opinion.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about earlier. Is where do we need to redirect that energy at? Because we could get mad at these parents, but overall, their heart is to protect your child, and I would assume in most cases, and they're just responding to what might be best or what seems best, or maybe not a horrible loss compared to what would be a horrible loss. I'm not justifying it, and it's I don't like it. But who's really to blame? Is it that parent or the big cog behind the idea pushing it on people? You know? I'm going to focus my energy on the thing that needs to be removed, because that parent does need to be removed. Because they didn't come to that thought of putting a mask on their child by themselves. Guaranteed. That's just reactionary.
Right.
Because they think somebody's out there to protect us, because they're oblivious to the world. They're the victim. If it continues later on, 10 years from now, you kind of start, not cool.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something,
Something needs to
man.
be examined there. But
There was 2 years ago, just 2 years ago, there was a lot of the stuff that a lot of people would say, "Oh, that would never happen in this country." And then it's like, "Oh shit!" 2 years later,
yeah, they got their
fuck.
foot in their mouth now, don't they?
Yeah. The only problem is it's not even satisfying to say, "I told you so, you fuck."
Nah,
It's not even
it makes you nauseous.
satisfying. Yeah, it's not even fucking satisfying. But I don't know. Hey, common sense. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I really appreciate the conversation, man. And
It's been good
and
conversation.
I really would love to have you back. Because these are the conversations that need to be done. And there's another guy that I think that would be good in this conversation with you, and I would love to get you guys together and have this talk, because I would love to see you two um, um, get into this, because you're on the same level, or you're on the same path. Put it that way, and I would enjoy the conversation. Um, so yeah, if you ever get the chance, I mean, there's he's got a YouTube channel anyway, but it's the Nude Guru. The man, every once in a while we have these conversations, either on my live stream, or there's an guy named SG that we do stuff on his live stream too. We have these conversations, and he's very articulate on how he speaks. I don't think um, you'll run them off like like you did the other two guys, like Peter and them.
Man, I feel bad
So
about that. I'm
no, no,
analytical
hey,
and I
yeah,
ask
like
questions
yeah,
when I have
yeah, yeah,
questions.
yeah, yeah. And I've never I don't think I've ever had the pleasure or even to talking to Devil Dog, so I'm not familiar on what kind of person he is, but
Seemed like a nice guy.
yeah,
I
yeah,
feel bad
yeah,
about it now, but
yeah, yeah. Well, shit happens, right?
yeah, I'm not gonna dwell on it. But
Yeah, I mean,
I try to
um,
make friends every once in a while.
well, um, but that's where it comes down to is the communications, man. It's just like, like all of us has got, like I've got my own things that I need to work on when it comes down to communications, and it comes down to communications, man. And we got to figure out ways of communicating with everybody,
Exactly.
and
Expressing ourselves to everyone around us is
well, yeah,
it's
and
key
yeah,
to our existence, and they're trying to take that away too. So
yeah.
another thing.
And Virginia, like I said, I've never met Devil Dog, and I assume he's a great guy. I would love to have more conversations with him. That would be cool. So I'm glad he came. I think it was Independent Mini United that directed him my way. So thank you. I appreciate that. Um, and everybody in the chat, all you guys are awesome. Nikki, I love you, baby. Um, Virginia, I love you too. Independent, all you guys. Man, David's Cafe. It's another good book. I'm gonna tell you. Um, all you guys, I really appreciate all you guys coming in. I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off. And
May I? One thing.
go ahead.
This is a suggestion. Um, I enjoy talking about this stuff. Sounds like you do as well. If you want to watch those Red Beckman videos, let me know if you watch them, and we could pick this conversation up there. Kind of keep some forward momentum. Just throwing that out there. I mean, I'll sit and talk with anybody about this until their face is blue if they want to sit that long, But if you want to watch
Yeah.
those, let me know and we can discuss
Um.
that if you'd like. Just thought.
Well, yeah. I mean, give me something. Red Beckman. All
Yeah,
right. I just had
go
to.
redbeckman.com.
Right on. I'm gonna write it down while I'm thinking about it.
Go ahead.
And I will try and get some time to do that, because um, I honestly, man, I have to be honest. I've been up for quite
Hey,
a long time.
I hear you. Not to mention that it's New Year's Eve or well, it's not even New Year's Day anymore.
Oh hell no! It's
There's been all
already.
kinds of stuff. All
Oh
kinds of
yeah,
stuff going
man.
on.
It's already the second of the year. Um, it's 4 o'clock in the a.m. over here in my area. And plus, like I said, hell, I've been on probably, in the past, I don't know, 30 hours or so, I've been on quite a few live streams. Oh, and you dropped out and you dropped back in. Okay, well here, I can bring you back up. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, sorry about that. The app like refreshes or something and kicks me off for a second. But
Oh, right on.
I figured
Yeah,
I'd at least say good night before I got off. I don't want to be rude.
right on. Yeah, well, like I said, I really appreciate it, and I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here and get me a little bit of sleep, and I'll probably be back later on tomorrow or today. If it ain't going to be on my own live stream, it'll probably be on somebody else's, and I'm gonna try and keep everything going when it comes down to the conversation, and then on top of that, trying to stay away from drama as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not moving yourself forward, somebody else is
Well,
working to move us backwards. Okay, so if we're not working to move ourselves forward, we're not helping ourselves. That's the way I look at
yeah,
it. I just block that other stuff out. But
yeah, it's hard. It's like, that's the thing. It's like I was talking about the division and stuff, and there's a lot of people out there that are just being distracted with all this crap, and it's because of all this stuff that's happening to us at all angles. It's really stressing a lot of people out. All right, and a lot of people just don't know where to go and what to do. Um, and it is. It's stressing a lot of people out. I mean, I know people that they can't even keep their damn business open. So it's hard for them to actually put food on the table. In
and
some
that topic
states.
alone makes me furious that they've.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Because-
in some areas, man, you can't even go into a grocery store and buy fucking bread without showing proof that you've gotten this crap in the arm.
Mhm.
There's some areas you can't even get medical care unless you show proof that you got this thing in the arm.
Mhm.
And I mean,
And it's
I
only
take
going to
that
go downhill
I take that as a flat out violence against, and then there's even talk. I mean, I cannot believe that, but there is fucking talk about, was it indefinitely detaining people that haven't gotten this crap in the arm and then forcefully giving it to them. There's even freaking talk in the corporation about making that like a thing, and and it's already happening in other countries right now as we speak, and they're using those other countries as a litmus test, so they can eventually make it here. And hell, I mean, they were even talking about that in like the governor of New York trying to pass this shit as a mandatory thing, but they're also talking about trying to get this done nationally, where it was basically forcing people to get it, one way or another, either by dangling their job over their head, or making it where you can't get the medical care or even go into stores or whatever. It's like, oh hell, it's just so much easier. Just comply. You'll be able to go do your shopping, and it'll be back to normal. All this other crap.
If you just comply, you can go home and watch your TV show.
Yeah, exactly. Just comply. You must
We won't-
submit.
We
You
won't
must submit.
inconvenience you anymore.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not the damn that this boogeyman is not what's doesn't dictate our fucking freedom either, man. I'm gonna tell you straight up. This boogeyman is not what making people lose their job. It's not what's making people not be able to get met. It's the fucking policies that were kicked in by this tyranny in the first place. And then the dumbasses that are actually helping enforce it. The ones that are actually got the badges and the guns that are doing it for a fucking paycheck and just leaving their morality behind. Or if they even got any in the first place, it's questionable.
Yeah.
But
Well, and that's where we just say, all right, that's enough evidence. I don't need any more evidence to prove that there are motives or whatever they're trying to do is not good. That's all
yeah,
we need. That's all we need to know. Anything else, you're just stressing your own mind over. It's to me
well,
it's spiritual warfare,
it is, it is, it is, it is, it is, it is, and it's, I mean, it's like on a biblical fucking level. Um, and that's what bothers me, because it's not just here in America, it's world fucking wide. That's the reason why I talk to people from all over the fucking world. I talk to people all over the place. All right. I
And
mean,
the sad and to me one of the biggest things is where do people around the world flee to for freedom? To where do
dude,
they flee
I've
to? Where do
actually
people
had
want to
that
go?
same thing. I've actually said this. If America falls, there is nowhere to defect. All right.
Exactly.
There is not a single, you cannot leave this plantation, because you leave this plantation, you're going to go to somebody else's plantation. All right.
Yep.
We cannot let America fall, because there is nowhere to defect. There's nowhere to be a refugee at, because you will be under another plantation
Exactly.
otherwise. And
And that's
so
and
we've
that
got
brings
to
it full
actually,
circle though. That
yeah,
brings it full circle into what the founding fathers did, the framers, what
right.
they did and why they did it. They left we the people in charge because they knew that's the only thing that would work.
As long as we can keep it.
As long as we can keep it. There's a famous quote out there after they came up with the Constitution, and they asked Benjamin Franklin after they came out of Constitutional Hall, Mr. Franklin, what kind of constitution did you give us? What kind of government did you give us? We gave you a republic. But you'll get a democracy if it's not followed through. There's General Lee, not from the Civil War era, obviously, but a different Lee that came up behind him said, and you will definitely get a democracy if you can't maintain this republic. Well, guess what? They pull one of the key references out to the republic from public schools, aka the Pledge of Allegiance, and to the republic for which it stands. Hint, hint. That's gone. Nobody says it anymore. And all you hear about on any of these other
Yeah.
shows
Yeah.
is democracy this, democracy that.
Yep.
We don't
Exactly.
have that. We don't have a democracy.
No. No.
And
It's
that's
a,
where we're
way
at.
of, it's a rewriting history. It's the reason why they were trying to take all the damn Confederate statues down, is to rewrite history.
And those folks had some foresight, apparently planning time capsules under their statues.
Hmm.
Very interesting. But the founding fathers knew the system of self-governance would come under attack, and they made something that would still leave us in a position that had some freedom, this democracy which we have at the moment. There are still freedoms out there, but it'll get worse and worse and worse the longer we accept that that's
Yeah.
what we want.
Do you want it to
don't-
be the land of the free and home of the brave, or do you want it to be land of the fee and home of the slave?
Yep,
That's where it's at, man.
it's all about choice.
That's where it's at. Hey,
All right. I don't want to
I'm
keep you up
gonna,
forever. I know you're trying to get out there.
I'm gonna go, and
Yep.
I really appreciate you coming on. I appreciate Devil Dog for coming on. I appreciate Peter Pope from coming on. I appreciate all you guys in the chat for coming in. I really appreciate you guys a lot, man. And all my mods in there, all the people in there that I got moderators, man, you guys are absolutely fantastic. You guys are rock. And I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys on the next one, or on another chat, or on another panel, or whatever. Because I am the Wingnut Radio, and I am everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Y'all have a good night or a good morning, wherever you may be.